Thank goodness that worked. Okay. So, what have we got here? I am ready. I am. M1. We will try to speak M1 more, even more. But if things get too tough, we will get to M2 for more expressiveness. You know? Do you know? Okay. Hola, hola, Romeo Valentine. Hola. How are you? How are you this fine day? I've noticed Spanish people tune into my stream. Okay, Steam. And we will start by doing some milk ear rising, okay? And then we will do some more like, you know, other stuff, you know? So, um, oh, all right. Metal Girl. Play Metal Girl. Okay. Metal Girl, yeah, yeah, yeah. Arcaer, Metal Girl. Metal Girl. We play the Metal Girl. I have water. I have water. So I can practice my M1 with no obstruction, okay? And then I can also... Okay. My source is that I made it. Quack up. And I have. It's gonna be like an epic thing because I kill. I fight the police. Do you know? I fight the police. And as Raiden has said, legal does not make it good. In fact, legal makes it bad. Kill the police. In a game. I literally am fighting the police in game, okay? Come on! Look! I fight the police as the ninja from Metal Gear Solid 1. Fight you, police! Come on! I kill you, police! Come on! Destroy! I destroy! Destroy the police? Come on! Destroy! Do you see the sign? It says destroy. It says destroyed. This is what our tax money is being spent on. True. Come on! Come on! What happened? I cannot kill? Okay, destroy. Get dunked. Come on! Where's the second one? I kill you! Kill you! How do you like this? How do you like this? I do. Maybe. I try to use more M1. Maybe there is. Okay. I told you I'm working on my voice non-stop. And then we will. Once I master the voice, you will be able to enjoy the content a lot more. Mama is the new era of Lucy content. It's true. Wait. And then we respond to Steven's content. We respond to Steven because on YouTube it's safe. Destroyed. Destroyed. Okay. Destroyed. Where do we go now? Do I have the Soliton radar? Soliton radar? Where do I see? Do you see?
HQ, requesting the zone be designated for heightened security.
Destroy.
Roger. Upgrading security status.
Too bad you have not seen me fight the police. That was like, you would be so proud of me. Where's the police? This is also almost the police! There we go. Destroy the police. I get your inside. Do you see? Do you see? Thank you. Do you see me fighting the police? Come on! This is what happens when justice meets the police, okay? Come, police, come to me. Get him. But yeah, thank you so much. Rude police. Give me your hand. There we go.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
I thought this was off the radar. Illegal activity or something.
Here comes more of them.
Who are you? Evil police. Uh-oh. 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 Do you see what's... Oh, no, no, no! Literally overpowered. They destroyed my rhythm! What the heck? Can I take your... B! There we go. There we go. Game on. You stand no chance now. What happens now, you bastard? I kill you! That's what happened.
I got another!
I kill. What the? Oh no. Okay. What happened to my controller is unlike did I kill? What? It's the C. C is not bad, okay? C is like C cup in Booby. Do you not agree that C is not bad? I think C is okay. I did the extra objective, and now we will sort of maturely go to the a bit more of a up. There you go. Objective met. We're gonna break into the company. Destroy capitalism. Uh-oh. I kill, yeah.
Raiden, what's your status?
They trashed my car. I'll have to go the rest of the way on foot.
Do you really have to do this?
Look, I'm fed up with all of it. Companies like ours, yours, bend the laws when it suits business. Why not bend it when it can save innocent lives?
Raiden.
Boris, listen to me. That VR training, they'll be warped into killing machines. They'll be set on POWs, civilians. It'll be one atrocity after another.
True.
Like what you went through.
We can't have any more Jack the Rippers. You saw what happened with George.
True.
I'm
I
doing
saw.
this, Boris. I have to. I can't save those kids from becoming cyborgs, but I can stop them from becoming murderers.
Say you succeed.
Aw.
Say you get all the brains back. Then what?
Just so happens I know great cybernetic surgeon.
Doctor. But he cannot.
You won't change my mind, Boris. This is my fight now.
And your wife and son? What of them?
They're in New Zealand. Safe. Rose would understand why I have to do this.
All right, damn you.
Damn
You
you.
do realize Marshall has the contract for law enforcement throughout the city. They are the law in Denver.
Yeah.
US.
Well then. Officially, Maverick Incorporated condemns you and your actions as unlawful.
Oh no.
And a pain in the asshole. Now, increase your codec encryption. Do not worry about the lag.
And unofficially?
I'll do all I can over the codec to help. I do not like what those Mudaki are doing any more than you.
Spasiba, Tavarish. Spasiba.
Hey, let's go. Come on. I talk to you now on codec. We have like a codec session. Codec session. C++. No, we do, in these parts, we do the JavaScript, okay? JavaScript. Okay. Boris, talk to me, please. Now, Boris.
Boris, I want to check how raising the codec encryption level affects transmission.
Hello, Boris.
Copy. Reading you 5, Raiden. You?
Loud and clear. I'm seeing a reduction in peak power when sending. We're on a broader direct sequence spread spectrum?
Da. Frequency hopping pattern.
It's in the
changed to
future,
blue
yeah.
Copy.
Metal Gear Rising is in the future.
Interference still appears
In the
below
future
process
of,
gain, too.
I don't know what
Hell of
year.
a system. Worth every dollar. What is your processing load?
I pinged HQ data storage with my tactical data line. The increase in
Solid
latency
Snake
is
might be dead
below
here already.
5%.
Хорошо. In that case, it will not affect mission. Our system is just one notch below toughest security available.
Hello?
Police cannot see we are even transmitting at all. All our communication is perfectly safe.
Copy that.
This was like a straw exercise that I just did. Talk to me more, Boris.
You got
I
anything
love
for
you.
me?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Intel, advice, help. What we always do over the codec.
Well, yes, but in this case we had no official prep time. We have the map of Denver, but no briefing notes, no intel on enemy capabilities. I wish I could be of more help.
Oh no.
Well, I have nothing to work with. I'm sorry, Raiden.
That's all right.
Is Solid Snake dead in
But
Rising?
what about your robot dog friend?
Or what?
He's taking out
Is he
scouting
dead?
duty for you, yes?
Yeah.
Why not try contacting him?
Contacting who? Solid Snake? Will Solid Snake help me in this game?
Boris, you got
Boris.
anything for me? What do I...
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
never
not bad.
mind.
He's taking. Why not?
Kevin is my new friend.
Jesus, Raiden, this is a little over the top.
Jesus, Raiden.
I've seen you pull some shit before, but it...
You should know me better than that by now, Kev.
True.
I thought I did. Look, I know there's no legal way to stop World Marshal, but there has got to be an alternative to going on a rampage smack dab in the center of Denver.
No alternatives, Kev. I'm getting those kids out.
True.
Raiden, that VR training, it's like what you did in Liberia?
Judging by what Sundowner said in Mexico, yeah. That scientist called it the Sears program.
After ex-President George Sears, a.k.a. Solidus Snake.
Yep. Ironic that kid shares his name.
Solid Snake.
Solidus trained child soldiers in Liberia while working as a CIA paramilitary. It's not a happy memory. All the drugs, the non-stop violence, it destroyed my sense of judgment completely.
True.
I was made to kill soldiers, POWs, civilians.
Raiden,
The next thing I know, Jack's back. I thought it
Yeah,
was all
Snake
in
is
the past,
old.
but there I am, attacking a child.
you didn't have any other choice. Other kids would have died.
That's not
True.
the problem. I lost my cool back there. All I could do was think how much I wanted that guy dead.
A lot of us would have done the same.
Even if it meant killing George.
He's not dead, though. Actually, he really digs his new body.
Either way, I'm shutting this program down. Maybe they've got it better than me. They don't actually have to kill anyone in reality. But they're still going through the motions, having it pumped straight into their senses, just like real life.
All right, just give me a call if there's anything I can do.
We have to get the sword.
Right now.
Snake Soul. Come on. This is our new goal. Getting the sword
So
of
let me
Snake
get this
Soul.
straight. All law enforcement in Denver's been subcontracted out to World Marshal?
That's right.
Pretty much. It's part
Pretty
of Colorado's
much.
small government initiative.
Yeah.
When you're tasked with slashing a state's budget, privatizing the police force starts to make sense. Detroit was kind of the pioneer
Solid
there.
Snake.
Armstrong
The only one
spearheaded
that
the idea,
matters.
of course, back when he was still in the state senate.
We don't care about
No
the liquid
surprise.
snake or
But the
naked
police
snake.
force isn't all
The
cyborg,
pervert.
is it?
The pervert
Nah,
snake.
no way
Come
anyone
on.
gets funding for that. Most of them are
Come
unmodified.
on.
New recruits or veterans from
See,
the old
I have
Denver
two
PD.
modes now. I
They
have
handle most
come
of the
on,
police work,
and I
like
also
street patrols and
have
investigations.
come on,
Most cyborgs are part of the SWAT unit. They're sent out to handle riots, violent crimes, stuff like that.
come on.
Makes
Versus
They're given
come on.
different roles in the force too. Some
I have
specialize entirely
also
in combat.
True
others handle things
versus
like hostage
True.
negotiations. Some of the combat specialists are ex-U.S. Army, but a lot of them are from overseas too. A lot of them undergo
Kevin
the
is
cyborg
31
operation
years
to get a
old.
green card.
Mel.
That kind of thing
Kevin
was
is a
overplayed
male.
with the anti-immigration movement.
Look,
You know
Kevin
it.
is
A lot of folks run
187
a blanket ban
centimeters,
on
super
hiring
tall.
immigrants for the police force. They get a bad rep for those helmets too. Can't see their faces.
That's because he's a clone.
They're required to keep their face.
He's a
lights up.
clone. He's
They're not
explained
actually
in
on
the
a mission,
story.
though.
He's a clone, and he
Thing is,
cells age
We're starting to see
rapidly.
a wave of violent cyborg crime across America, you know? The way the police see it, they need more cyborgs on the force to deal with that.
Hope they have enough cyborgs to deal
Which is the second version? True or true? True or true? True? Come on or come on? Which one?
So there's one more of the wins, right? Besides Sundowner and Mistral.
Yeah. Monsoon. That is,
You can skip the part about the name. I know monsoons are seasonal winds in Asia.
the word actually refers to seasonal winds anywhere. But yeah, it's usually used to describe the winds that bring Southeast Asia most of its
They
rain.
should bring us Metal Gear
Safe to
Solid
assume
1,
he's
2,
Asian,
3 on
right?
Steam so I can
Yep.
play it on
His
stream.
roots are with a Cambodian organized crime syndicate.
Stream.
Not ex-military
Play
for a
it
change.
on
He's fluent in
stream.
Khmer, Chinese, and English.
Come on.
Rumored to have been involved in drug and human trafficking.
So what's he doing with the PMC?
Apparently, he converted to a cyborg body after being wounded in a gang shootout.
Okay.
I don't know the full story, though. Maybe he just decided PMC works better than the mob. The two worlds are closer than you might think.
Slower.
Bork's got a lot of ex-military
Delivery.
buds that now work for the Russian mafia.
I guess either profession guarantees plenty of excitement if that's your thing.
Monsoon's no ordinary street thug, though. That much is clear from his
He
record.
aged
He
rapidly
was a master with the
because
Psy
he's a
even before
clone,
he became a
and
cyborg.
also
Think he's in Denver?
he is
Probably.
like, and
Even the
Fox
Desperado
Die
and
is a
World
thing that
Marshal
can
basically
randomly
one and the
kill him
same.
at any time.
Careful.
Like he was injected with Fox Die. I have the original game. If I had a capture card, we could play it on stream.
I heard what happened, Raiden. I don't know if I can offer much help, but at least I'm still here to save your data, okay?
Save
Thanks.
my data.
If things get bad, go ahead and delete it.
Don't delete what
If
the
it
hell?
comes to worse, I'll do it. But we're on an encrypted line, so we should be okay.
Don't delete my
You wanna
data.
save?
Is this the game threatening me? Is the game literally threatening me with deleting my data? What the hell?
By the
Are you
way,
seeing this?
what did Boris mean when he said those brains were for medical purposes?
They're not
Brain.
just spare parts. Legally, they have human rights. They just don't have bodies.
Right?
They aren't covered under the Arms Trade Treaty. They can even be legally adopted.
Adopted? They're brains.
Brains.
Not as the law sees it. These are street kids after all. Most of them have no ID or papers whatsoever. Local mobs gather these kids up, declare them for adoption, and then send them off to a U.S. medical facility for treatment.
So you're saying Desperado didn't actually buy those kids? Directly, at least?
They're not stupid, just evil.
Evil.
The basic idea is that the Mafia has these orphaned kids, and Desperado pulled their brains, right? Now they need treatment, so the Mafia sends them to the medical facility to get them new bodies.
A World Marshal medical facility.
One that only exists on paper. Once the brains cross the border, next stop is World Marshal HQ. The plan is to put them into factory bodies and assemble the cyborgs here in Denver.
Pretty convoluted process.
If there's a silver lining to all this, it's that the first brains only shipped a month ago. Doc confirmed that in the data he's collected.
Brains.
You can speed up the VR training process for AIs, but not with human beings. So it's likely none of the kids have completed training yet.
Thank God.
That training, though. Sorry. I should get back. We can talk later.
Doctor?
So
Mama?
how long can George use that medical body he's in right now?
Well, the body's full shelf life has yet to be proven, but with regular maintenance, I would imagine 10 years or more. However, this is also a child's model. It will need to be replaced as he grows mentally and emotionally. But things have come together pretty well overall.
Guess that's gonna be a problem, huh?
Wait.
It will. Also, this is the only body of its type I could procure on such short notice. I'm afraid the other brains will have to make do with their VR environment for now.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel right that George gets the only body, though.
Well, it was you who implored I do something for him, no? I assumed prioritizing him was called for.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, Doc. It was a pretty stressful moment.
We will have many more brains to watch over before long, I fear.
Brains.
Something I don't entirely mind, I should note. The more research subjects I have, the better. Still, some sort of decision regarding their long-term care shall have to be made soon. It will be some time before we're able to
Doctor.
monetize any of this
Evil
research
Frankenstein doctor.
As much as I might like to, I can't run this lab on good intentions alone, you know.
Yeah. We need to come up with something, and soon, for all our sakes.
We should be able to mass-produce
Socialism.
child bodies in very short order, at least. By the way, I have a helicopter crew on standby to bring the brains back here should the need arise. I, too, will be departing in a little while.
Much appreciated, Doc.
Consider it an angel investment. Who knows what sort of new business I may be soon pioneering here.
So, Doc, what kind of data can you extract from those left hands, anyway?
Oh, all manner of information. But the
Oh no, already. We've been through this already.
Our codex
Okay.
as it is accessed. I have to so.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk to Wolf.
Your earlier actions were reckless, Raiden. Not to mention the
True.
damage to a perfectly good car.
Anarcho-monarchist.
I knew the risks when I decided to go through with this. Besides, the car was mine. Maverick sold it to me.
A doggy
It's not meant
talks
for
to me.
private use.
A
It was
dog
made for
scolds
stuff like
me.
this.
Regardless, your approach has proven most antagonistic.
It has.
You are now a criminal, a public enemy, a police-killing vigilante.
Good.
Even if your actions reveal World Marshal
Good.
designs, you will be unable to avoid legal punishment.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Hey, I gotta stop that VR program and get those kids back.
Get those
I
kids
sealed
back.
my fate the second I attacked George.
George.
But George is not dead. In fact, he has obtained an even more versatile body than his previous one.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about me. I was a child soldier in Liberia,
True.
like Miss Trawl said. I was a mentally deranged child. People feared me, called me Jack the Ripper.
A result of the so-called Sears program.
I thought I'd left it all in the past. But just like that,
Doggy.
Jack came roaring back.
This is why you are so driven to terminate the VR training. I understand. I will continue to cooperate.
Copy that.
Copy Ducky, Mr. Doggy. Come on. Let's go. What is this? Are you my friend? It's a woman. Nobody can be prettier than me. We destroy women that are prettier than me.
Yes, Tovarich.
What the heck? She upgraded and she became even more pretty than me. We cannot allow this. We destroy women that are prettier than me. I cannot! What the heck? I cannot destroy women prettier than me? What the hell? I cannot even act upon my jealousy. Destroy! What the heck? Are you seeing this? Is the game mocking me? The game is mocking me. I just... This game keeps mocking me. We destroy the Coke machine. We destroy capitalism. Come on. Oh, I can destroy the Coke machine. I could not destroy the girl that was prettier than me, but I could destroy the Coke machine. That this is like, what the hell? We kill plant life. We kill plant life. Here you go. Destroy. Computer. Hacker. Come on. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. What do we do now? What is this? Ooh, it's a health module. Health module. Health module. Okay, we go here. And we press B. And I'm sure it will be okay. I've got my password. Some codec must have been like, no, they can destroy my waifu. True. True. But she's prettier than me, which is unforgivable. Destroy you! Destroy you, Mr. Cow! It's a cow! The cow robot. Destroy you, cow! I destroy. Booyah! Ah, cow! Destroy you, monsieur! Monsieur! I destroy you, Mr. Cow. Come on. Woo! Come on. Uh-oh. Stop charging me, cow. That's a bull. Monsieur! Oh, hey. Destroy. And now we got full health. Got him. Got him. Got him. Okay. Got him. We've got him. We've got him. We've got him. What's this? Okay. So, once we've went through the motions.
Raiden, you will find an elevator inside that office. Use
Where?
it to reach the roof.
It's a trap.
The top buildings will minimize enemy encounters.
The dog is trying to trap me. The dog is an enemy. I should have a cat. Destroy the plant life. Global warming is fake. Capitalism. There you go. Destroy. Raiden is the enemy of the people. What the heck? Are you... seriously? Someone was hiding in the box. Oh my gosh. Okay then. Did you see that? Someone hiding in the box. What have you got to say for yourself? Bullseye. Boom. Uh-oh. Solid Snake would just pass, sneak past all of them. Die, Giggler! Come on! No, what are you doing? Hugging me! You pervert! You watch it, you pervert! What the heck? Hugging me from behind like some pervert. Who die? You die! Oh yeah! Alright. Are we ready to... What the heck? Okay. Whoa! Come on!
Doc, what's your status?
I am reviewing the pre-flight checklist now.
Same.
I have hired contractors to handle shipping the brain units. We
Brains,
should
like
be airborne
Venom.
in just
We
a few
love
minutes.
brains around here.
Pilot that chopper by yourself?
No?
Right, of course. Need I remind you that we live in the golden age of unmanned flight? Even manned helicopters possess a robust semi-automatic mode. It is simple, really.
Is it?
So simple that I can continue to monitor your status and world marshal security from the pilot seat.
Oh.
I must say, for the world's largest PMC, their security procedures are quite poor. Quite poor. Sadly, I did not have the necessary permissions to override their plans. Nevertheless, the data I did find should prove most useful. So please, do feel free to contact me whenever you like.
I will.
Appreciate it, Doc.
Doctor.
Not every day one has the chance to collect so many brains. Think of the data, the research. Oh, and of course, your personal safety was a concern as well.
Doc Brown. He's like Back to the Future all over again. Okay, write in chat if you want me to do some Steven material now. Because we've got some drama to go through. And you know, we've got drama. So drama or video games, it's your call. It's your call, Gigglers. Gigglers. Okay. Why, I keep experimenting with the voice. So we're gonna have an experimental voice drama thing galore. Steven versus Mr. Girl. because apparently that talk was wild or something. Bridge burned, bridge collapsing, Mr. Girl crying, and stuff. You know? Are you ready to learn why Mr. Girl broke up with Steven? Are you ready to learn the juicy details of that? I'm ready. I am prepared. Monsieur Female versus Destiny. Monsieur Female. Should we call Mr. Girl from now on Monsieur Female? React in chat if you want me to, from now on, to refer to Mr. Girl as Monsieur Female.
HQ, we could use some support.
Oh, he died!
No! No!
Okay, let's just play games for now. We can do Monsieur Female later, okay? Like, it's not like we're not having fun playing a game. What? Was the game broken before or what? Monsieur Female! Okay, we must be careful.
HQ, we could use some support. Roger that. Sending backup.
I did not die, okay. What is this? Is this a police? Bad police boy. Bad police boy. Bad police boy. Bad police boy. Oh no, no! I kill you. You have mad, you're mad. Get him! Okay. It's time! Cyborg! I've got an achievement. I wonder how many people got the achievement. I wonder how many people have gotten it. I will never pay for anything. If you knew me, you would know. Okay. I go here. Are we ready to continue? Are you scared of heights? Colorado Hotel International. I knew we were in the US. I knew from the start we were in the US. Look, this is so high up. If I fell, I would surely die. But I will not. I will not. Let's go. Bravely venture into the unknown. But can I destroy the stairs? By the way? Can I destroy this? I cannot. But I can still fall, so it's still dangerous. You're still in danger. Can I use the ladder? No. All that cyborg tech and Raiden cannot even use a ladder. Who are you? Yeah, Anime. What is this pervert? I think it is. I think it's intentional. It looks cool anyway. I kill you! Oh no, she's too far away. This game sometimes, I swear. Come on! I won? Ah, wee! Come on! What the heck? He destroys me with one hand. What the heck? I can't believe this game. What the heck? He jumped back! Am I about to die? Okay. That was so close, I swear. That was so close. But no cigar, you perverts. I'll kill you now. No cigar. Lucy does not lose. Lucy's too good at this game. Lucy's too amazing to just lose. Where are you, enemy? Enemy! I kill you! I don't see you. Boo! Alright. I think we've done it. Or another one? I kill you. Uh-oh. It's over, bastard. It's over, I said. It's over. It's over. Come on. There we go. We take your spine and destroy it. Destroy it. Okay. Okay. We destroy the spine and it's like B? Is it B? Hey! Are you seeing this? Do you see how well I've done? I'm becoming a real pro at this game. I'm good at destroying things. Head for the roof with pleasure, and then we destroy even more things. This game is about destroying. We could have done a stealth kill, but it's okay. Destroy. And then we get the spinal thing. Uh-oh. There you go. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? Here you are. I destroy you. I destroy you! Did I get any more missiles? Destroyed. Do you see what happens when you mess with the ducky? It's gonna be S. Uh-oh. No, it's not gonna be an... It's gonna be an S. No damage. S. S, please. Where's my score? What the hell? I did well, and I have gotten no score. This game mocks me. Like, I thought this game loved me, but it shows me no love. You know? No love for me. Probably almost perished. Don't die, don't die, don't die. I destroy you! You don't stand a chance against me. I cut you. Do you see? Uh-oh. Oh. Wild times. Same! I would love that as well. In this game. Let's go. I'm so good at parrying. Or am I? Maybe I'm not. Destroy you! Look, what? I cut you. Give me your spine. Give me your spine! There we go. Got him. It's mine now. You are under arrest. You arrest others, and now I arrest you. I arrest you. You exploded. The police explodes. There you go. Give me your rocket launcher. Rip? This is what happens when finally real justice enters the ring. Legality does not make it good. Remember that.
Cannot proceed any further via the rooftops. There is a freight railroad underground. The elevator ahead will take you to it.
Are you giving me orders, doggy? Come on. Are you seeing this? Imagine a horror story where Raiden is just chasing the protagonist like the Terminator. That would be so cool. That's essentially you should get hired by Konami because this is quite a cool idea. I would play that game. You would be playing as elderly Solid Snake and escaping from Raiden. Although people would probably not be afraid of that scenario, people would probably meme and find it funny. Where's the elevator? No, don't fall right down. Where's the elevator? How do I enter? Oh, I have to cut my way. I see. Can't I just press a button and open the door? Do I really have to destroy the door? Why couldn't I just enter the elevator? Do I have to? Oh my gosh. I literally cannot enter the elevator and just ride it. Like I have to cut my way down. Don't I? Okay, this is gonna be potentially really cool. Or it's either gonna be super cool or I'm just killing myself.
Use your intellect, Raiden. Cut the wire.
I am doing it! What the hell? Literally. Also, using my intellect will be just riding the elevator. Just saying. That would be using my intellect.
This must be the railroad.
It would appear so. Likely part of Denver's old system. This city was a major transport hub in the early
The dog
years of
is
freight trains. This particular
insulting
line
me.
appears to have been abandoned some time ago. It was originally constructed to transport supplies to an underground factory. But now, it seems even the electrical system is no longer functioning.
Yeah, it's pitch black in here.
Oh
As
no.
a cyborg, I trust this is not a serious concern.
It's gonna be black? It's a black area? Oh no. Are you serious? I hate dark areas in games. Why can't I have like infrared mode? Oh no. Do I really not have any sort of other vision modes? Even Metal Gear Solid 5 allows me to change visual mode. Oh no. Whose idea was this? Okay. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, it...
They still have not noticed you. Do not expose yourself.
What are those? Is that like gorilla monkeys? Very cute. Screw this, okay? I kill you, monkey. I'm a monkey killer expert anyway. True, there are worse enemies in the game. True. I hate them. I hate the monkeys. I hate the monkeys so much. I hate them so much. You would not... You would not believe how much I hate this monkey. Monkey. What the hell? They just catch me. They just catch me. They just... They just catch me. I don't know why, but they just catch me for no reason. No, don't leave me alone. Please. Oh my gosh, we might die because of those silly monkeys. Oh my gosh. Monkey. Monkey! Why do they keep grabbing me? Like, I hate them. Die, monkey. Monkey! Come on! Come on, monkey. Monkey, I'm getting tired of the attitude. Okay, I think one monkey's down. What are you doing to me? Oh my god. Literally. Literally monkey. And the monkeys don't even offer me spinal fluid. Destroyed. Destroyed 100. There you go. These are some of the worst enemies in the game. And I have to restore that mode of vision. Shin, 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 yep, papa, yep, papa. Da 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 da. Shin, shin, yep, papa. Come on. Da 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 da. Oh no! At least the Sphinx, I think, give me right. Monkey! Hello, Rohan. Carter. What the? Monkey! And then, when we finish this game, we're gonna play Death Stranding, because everybody demands I play Death Stranding on stream. Even you. What the hell? Stop grabbing me, monkey. Monkey, leave me alone. Also remember to consider becoming a Patreon, even if it's just $1. $1 is a lot of money to me. Also, I have to defeat the monkey. Monkey! I hate you. I kill you, monkey. What the hell? That evil monkey. What the hell? It's like Dragon Ball. What is this? I think I'm playing the original. Maybe director's cut, I'm not sure. We have to figure it out when we get to the game. Don't worry, we'll figure it out once we beat this game. Death Stranding is gonna be the next game I'm gonna stream on YouTube, okay? But I think it's the original, maybe. No! Playing games is never boring on stream because I can interact with the chat, we can have fun together, you know? Nothing's ever boring on stream. That's the plus of playing games on stream. Games are never boring when you stream them. Because it becomes a group activity when you stream. It sort of becomes... Potentially you could just walk around and be bored if you just played it alone. But as like a group activity, it becomes much more fun. If that makes sense? Does that make sense? So yeah. I had a successful our premiere yesterday of the new YouTube video. The reaction to the loner boxing was a pretty big success. Were you here, Connor, yesterday for like the premiere of my reaction to the reaction of Demon Mama to the debate? I should like do more. There we go. Okay. I think this is good.
There is a maintenance shaft up ahead.
Where?
Use it to return to the surface.
Oh, okay. You keep giving me orders, doggy, and I don't appreciate it much. Like, I don't think I appreciate being just ordered around like this. You know? It's not nice. Oh no. Monkey! Oh, monkey grabbing me again! Pervert! Pervert monkey. Pervert. Pervert monkey. Pervert monkey. Don't touch me, please. Don't touch me, pervert monkey. Pervert monkey. Come on. No. Pervert monkey. No. Ah. Hey. You see what's... Uh-oh. I could use a rocket launcher. Why didn't I? I am. No. Oh, module. What the hell? Am I not? Hello, Titan Uranus, hello. How are you? So for starters, we are doing some Metal Gear. As you can see, we are doing the gaming. That's like to start with. And then once we get warmed up, we're gonna look into the infamous drama between Steven and Monsieur Female. It is absolutely how Japan is like. This is a documentary game. I didn't want to spoil, but this game is like based on real life events. When you're ready for Monsieur Female versus Steven, then write in chat, okay? And we will jump into it. And I will give you my deep commentary of the situation.
Raiden, it would appear your only way forward is to return to the surface.
It is.
You will exit into an evacuated commercial district. Security is heavy, but you need not worry about collateral damage when engaging the enemy.
About time. Finally, I can cut loose.
Proceed to the right from the exit. You will find a stairway on your right.
Why is the dog?
Stairs lead to a shortcut to World Marshal headquarters. Do not be distracted by the advertisements. You are not here as a tourist.
Sure. I'll just buy a quick souvenir or two for Rose, and that'll be it.
Raiden, we must hurry.
Remind me to teach you about sarcasm sometime.
I understand your attempts at humor. I simply do not find them entertaining.
Why is this dog ordering me around? Yeah, we are in the US. Didn't you see all the guns? Got 'em. See? I made humor as well. I made humor because the US has a lot of guns. And like, I see a lot of guns here. And hence I know I'm in the US.
Right. You have almost reached World
I bet someone's gonna try to shoot me because I'm in the US. They're gonna be like, I knew it! Guns! Gun culture! US gun culture! I knew it! Do you see? Wait! Wait, please, no! Policeman! Give me your heart! Give me your thing, quickly! Why didn't you give me your thing? Are you kidding? Ay. Give me your heart, policeman! Oh my gosh.
It appears there are enemies on the overpass.
I see them!
The road supports. That should bring it down.
Oh no. Destroyed! What the hell? Must I destroy the chopper again? I destroyed the police. Uh-oh. What's this? Okay, let's destroy them. Why can't I destroy you? What the heck? Wait, what happened? Uh-oh. Alright. That's good. That's good, Connor. Okay, let's try. I can destroy these! Okay. You can destroy everything in this wacky game. Kill you! I knew it, I'm a genius. Destroy you. I knew I was a genius. Okay. Alright. Are we destroying the enemy now? Whoop. Oh, destroy! Wah, 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 wah. Now, the enemy gets destroyed. Absolutely. I bet nobody but me has ever finished this game. I bet I'll be the first. Alright. Amazing. Oh, I think. What? I can't get A or S? I bet I get high. See? This game hates me. And I've never done anything to this game. I've never done anything for it to hate me.
Enemy ahead, Raiden! Avoid fighting if you can.
Why? What's wrong with fighting? I killed the enemy. What do you mean? Hey, I'm the first streamer to play MDS Rising, I know. I should get more like viewers, I don't know. It's transphobia, I think. I think not watching me is transphobic. Don't you agree? You are watching me, so you're not transphobic, but... all those other people who do not watch me are clearly transphobic. No! I kill you! You bastard. But I expect the worst from the police. I expect the worst from the police, so I'm not even surprised. Avoid fighting. Why would I avoid fighting? But I can destroy! This is not Undertale. No Pacific runs here. We have like kill runs. We are watching Metal Gear Solid Rising. Don't worry. I will show you something like, oh no. I will show you. Metal Gear Rising has something for everyone, okay? It has wild action, but it has also smart conversation. As I will demonstrate when the fighting ends, okay? I destroy you! Okay, let's kill. I kill! Okay, now what's this? Now. Okay. I take your heart. Your heart belongs to me because you love me. Boom. And you are my sustenance. Okay. I take item.
The next objective marker.
Can I take this? Is this a package? I think this is a package, but I cannot take it for some reason. Okay. Okay. Okay, now I use codec and I will show you peak intelligent conversation. We talk to Boris or Kevin. We talk to Kevin, our best friend in the game. Let's go.
Right, how's the mechs? No headaches or anything?
No? Why do you ask?
You're in a high altitude zone, remember?
Oh,
I
right.
am?
Right. The Mile High City. Didn't think I'd have to worry about altitude sickness yet, though. You're checking my stats, right? Oxygen density's only 10% off normal. Body's still in the green.
Yeah, I'm watching. Just remember, it's definitely gonna feel a little different from sea level.
Copy.
Look, Titan Uranus, like how cool the
It was
conversations
never
are.
exactly small, I know, but it looks like it's really blown up these past few years.
True.
It's a good place to live. The tech sector's booming, people are moving in, and unemployment's low too.
I
True.
always figured Colorado's more about military than anything
And
else.
guns like all of the US.
Originally, yeah. Denver, like Colorado in general, is filled with federal agencies and defense contractors.
And NORAD and Peterson Air Force Base are just...
Peterson? Jordan Peterson Air Force?
Springs.
Wow,
And then there's all the
Peterson.
nuclear facilities.
Petersonian.
Right. I remember hearing about the Rocky Flats plant.
Yeah, they manufactured the plutonium triggers that detonate nuclear bombs.
Oh no.
It was shut down late last century for illegal pollution offenses. Of course, there's still a ton of military manufacturing activity going on in Colorado.
PMCs too, right?
Okay, turn.
Yep. PMCs like World Marshal. They've been on a buying frenzy, gobbling up a whole bunch of smaller outfits.
Wow.
That growth is what's enabled them to expand into the public sector.
Really?
Their work in private policing has really boosted their profile.
I'm not necessarily against small government, but when you mix the public authority with private firms...
Yeah.
It never works out, yeah. This is probably obvious, but this police force is basically a full-on...
Wow, that sounds like in the... That sounds like
Too.
based. That sounds like the real police in the US. A full-on army. And we will not go easy on them.
You okay, buddy?
Buddy?
Wolf's posted some guidance data to your Soliton radar. Try following those markers.
Buddy! Okay, let's talk to Boris. Boris.
You got anything for me?
I've got
What do you mean?
everything for you.
What do I mean? Intel, advice,
Yeah.
help. What we always do over the codec.
Well, yes, but in this case we had no official prep time. We
True.
have the map of Denver, but no briefing notes, no intel on enemy capabilities. I wish I could be of more help, but, well, I have nothing to work with. I'm sorry, Raiden.
That's all right. I know you're doing whatever you can.
Are you?
What about your robot dog friend? He's taking on scouting duty for you, yes? Why
Yeah.
not try contacting him?
Are you gendering the AI dog? Oh my god, the gender is so strong that we are literally gendering the AI dog. Yeah, save. Why not? It's good to save. It's a good habit. Remember, kids.
Raiden,
What is it?
once you get those brains back, what are we gonna do with them?
Eat them,
I
of
still gotta
course.
discuss that with Doc. He's still got the brains from Mexico, but the human rights group wouldn't take them in. It didn't sound like it was going too smoothly.
We're gonna eat them.
Yeah, that's what he told me too. I can understand the NGO's position, but these kids, they're completely helpless in all this.
Arcade!
We don't
Isn't
have
this the
enough
perfect
private
cartoon?
bodies for all of them. And if we want to give them child-sized bodies, they'd have to be almost entirely custom-made.
True.
For now, Doc's sending virtual environment data to their brains.
I'll see you soon,
VR
okay?
training. At least that should help cut down on their stress levels.
Yeah, but that only works up to a point, doesn't it? Doc said he can't simulate realistic human interaction with the tech we have right now. They must be lonely.
And they know lonely. None of them had families. That, or they were abandoned by them. For some of them, the real world might not be a whole lot different.
You...
You know what my childhood was like. I'd take life in an...
Stop crying and whining, Raiden.
day.
Raiden,
Raiden.
It's a work in progress, for sure. But Doc will work something out.
True. We will create socialism. Doctor,
Quick question, Doc.
what is it?
Doc, those kids, how are they feeling?
He's like Back to the Future,
Oh,
Doc.
after the chloroform, you mean? No need to be concerned. Thanks to your quick actions, the effects have already dissipated.
Good to hear. Why the hell were they using chloroform? I thought they stopped using it as an anesthetic ages ago.
Correct. Sevoflurane or isoflurane are the preferred inhalation anesthetics today. However, chloroform is still quite useful as an organic solvent. In certain doses, mind you. Otherwise, as that cretin mentioned, it can be a bit dangerous.
It certainly turned out dangerous for him.
Yes. In any case, its properties make it useful for an assortment of applications. The chemical synthesis of medication, for example, or creating the coolant used in modern cryopreservers. Indeed. Well,
Yeah.
Raiden, wonderful work.
I am doing.
Any longer before breaking the glass, things might not have turned out as well as they did.
I did so well. Okay, let's talk to Wolf.
I am
My-
setting goal markers on your Soliton radar. Use them to follow me through this area.
Good boy.
I will ignore the condescension and take that as a compliment. You are welcome.
My dog is. My dog is like doing mutiny against me. But it's okay. It's okay because like I'm a real giggler. Okay, let's go before more enemies come. Before more guns blazing, red blood Americans come. Is this the long Lincoln Monument? No, it's just some policeman. I thought this was the Lincoln Monument. Is this how the US looks like? Is this how every city in the US looks like? I kill you! Is this how it feels to live in the US? See, you little. You little. It's like, totally the US experience. I take your tummy. Alright.
The stock LQ-84 Fenrir, unable to speak. A real dog has a far greater intellect.
What? Oh, a doggy. I thought it was my doggy, but apparently not. I take out your tummy. Take your tummy, give me. Alright. Bullseye. I think when we reach near the 2-hour mark, we will do the Steven thing. Cities in the USA have a huge variability. All by our standard cities like New Orleans have vastly different architecture from one neighborhood to the next. So it's actually pretty interesting. I think I'm gonna say it after the fight, okay? I personally, okay, I'll give you my takes. Even playing this wacky game, I have to give you my political takes. But that's after I defeated the doggy. Where are you, doggy? I kill you. So first doggy, and then I give you my political take. There you go. We destroy the doggy. Is it dead? Are you dead, doggy? We are. There we go. I am ready to provide my take now. So my take is... Oh, the boom, boom, boom. I think that the US as a country has a really good chance to be able to free itself from the really toxic and hurtful nation-state status, you know, if that makes sense. If you want, I can elaborate on that, but I actually think the US has the potential to free itself from the nation-state curse, if that makes, you know, if what I'm saying makes any sense, okay? I actually think it's pretty... Neighborhoods and different cities were settled by immigration from different countries, so they reflect aesthetics of various ethnicities adapted to local weather, etc. Yeah. Which actually proves my point, you know, that I think that trying to impose like a nation-state logic to a country like the US is failed to, like, is doomed to fail in my opinion, you know? Trying to claim that the US is a single unified nation with single unified culture, etc. I think it's a narrative that's doomed to fail. Personally, but conservatives still try to push it anyway. You know? Destroy plant life. Yeah, we destroy plant life. We destroy girls that look prettier than me. Oh, we cannot.
Seriously now, Ryder. Isn't this all a bit much?
It is.
Any decent lunatic would have quit after Mexico.
Jetstream, Sam.
I heard you chopped the lab director in half. Old habits die hard, eh, Jack? But now here you are. The child soldier, fighting for the children. Please. What do you really expect to accomplish here? Play savior to a bunch of brains? And what? Earn a medal? Think about it, Jack. No matter how many Mexican kids we cut or Africans we bury, the first world looks away. No one gives a shit. Not the media, not the politicians, certainly not the average Joe. Too busy fretting for money, or sex, religion, fame.
Wow, we give a crap, you bastard. Destroy you.
But you're a man on a mission, aren't you? Gonna fix everything. Just you and your little sword there. Solve everything with violence. Is that it?
Yes.
My sword is a means to an end. To protect those you'd prey on.
Really? Let me ask you. All those cyborgs you've killed up to now, maybe they weren't kids, but they were people. You ever think about them? When you're chopping them into hamburger?
They're adults. They made their choice.
Sure they're adults. Sure they signed up for this. Right on the dotted line of their BMC contract. Usually they're no strangers to war. In fact, many times they already lost a limb or two. Many times they were out of work and starving on the street. So yes, they sign up for surgery to fight God knows where. How else would you provide for your family when your country's embroiled in civil war? Pain receptors shut down, pumped full of fear-inhibiting nanomachines and sent right into the blender? Your blender? But they made their choice, right? Open your eye and see, Raiden.
I've seen plenty.
Then listen. Those battlefield emotions that the nanos suppress. Listen to them.
What are you talking about?
Shh.
There he is! Kill him!
Police!
Can we take him? What's wrong?
The way he killed all the others? Oh God. Please God, don't let me die.
Let's do this!
This isn't fair.
Little punk!
Listen closely now.
Die!
This life.
I watched my wife and son die. This is all I had left. You ain't shit!
Goddamn IED took my leg. I needed a job.
Stop!
I didn't know what I was signing up for.
Is something the matter, Raiden?
Uh-oh.
I barely saved enough to bring Mama to the States.
Finish him off!
Whatever it takes to be free of this torture.
Stop it!
Well, I have to kill you.
What am I even fighting for?
Finally make it to the States. And for this?
Go get guns!
How the hell did I wind up like this?
There's no reason for me to be here.
Uh-oh.
Use it not the way.
What will happen to Zach? And little Amy?
Oh no! Am I the baddie? Oh no. Oh no. Ooh. What's my score for this massacre? B. Like B cup. The only way to go is forward.
Raiden, are you injured?
I thought they had a choice. A fair choice. Not like you.
People are different.
As
Yeah.
opposed to AIs. You're all the same, huh? You and your brothers. Manipulating mankind for our own good.
It appears my statement has upset you. I apologize.
No, it's... I know you're right.
I'm right?
As for AIs, we adapt as we learn. Just as any intellect operates, man or machine, altering the course of mankind is not among my defined directives.
I guess that's a relief.
Samuel's behavior does not match established parameters.
You know it.
Somewhere.
Affirmative. We served together on 3 previous missions. He proved most capable.
You think highly of him.
I have always found him dependable. Until now. Scouting data for the next area.
Somewhere.
I'll pull ahead.
It's like Mitchell and Webb is a really fun comedy series, but I am really disappointed by the fact that Robert Webb seems to embrace the gender critical narrative, you know?
Appears highly volatile.
Like really a big shame.
Tend to abort the mission.
It's a shame that when there's a British comedian, you have to check if they aren't like, if there's not any transphobia there, you know? It's really, really bad. But you literally have to check for transphobia from any British actor, comedian, or anything else, you know? It is a bit of a disappointment. Well, what can I do? I might go to the toilet real quick. I hope none of you leave, okay? None of you leave because this stream is just beginning and we will do a lot of fun stuff. So don't go away. I will go to the toilet, grab a quick sandwich for breakfast, and I will be right back, okay? And then maybe let's do this. Let me see. Let me see, okay? Let me propose you a solution, okay? While I go to the toilet. 1, if we continue MGS, and 2, if you want Mr. Girl Steven drama. Okay, more game. I'm back. Hello. I also have cornflakes, like breakfast thing. It's true. Come on. Rain is made out of sugar, so rain is bad for me. Is the rain really that bad for me? I can barely walk.
Fucker's tricky.
You just told me what I wanted to hear.
When the war was over, they just threw me away.
Come on.
No, it would be like this.
Solid Snake understood what had to be done more, you know. What Raiden needs is a pep talk from Solid Snake Metal Gear. Hello, Connor. I am about to die, I think.
Not so black and white now, is it? Is your cause just? Or is that just what you tell yourself? Fuck you.
It's just, you mother
How
ducker.
pleased you are to chop away, Jack the Ripper. My name is Monsoon, of the Winds of Destruction.
Who?
Yeah, I guessed as much.
Am I gonna get the famous meme speech now? Troll face.
Feasting on the insides of your enemies? How easily you ignore the loss of life when it suits your convenience. So tell me, who saves the weak from the man who saves the weak?
You're the ones exploiting them. You take advantage of their weakness.
The memes.
Of course they get hurt when you set them up as your human shield.
Kill or be killed, Jack.
What the heck?
Phnom Penh taught me that. Yes, you aren't the only one to grow up on the killing fields. War is a cruel parent, but an effective teacher. Its final lesson is carved deep in my psyche. That this world and all its people are diseased. Free will is a myth. Religion is a joke. It's controlled by something greater. Memes. The DNA of the soul.
Oh no!
They shape our world. They are the culture. They are everything we pass on. Expose someone to anger long enough, they learn to hate. They become a carrier. Envy, greed, despair, unknowns, all passing on.
How about foolish shit? Is that mean?
You can't fight nature, Jack.
Memes.
Rain falls, and the strong prey upon the weak. Ugh. Sam tells me you see your weapon as a tool. Something that saves lives, a means of justice. Now there's a pretty meme. Exquisite. It spared you
What the
the
hell?
burden of all the lives. Absolved you of guilt when you enjoyed it.
Oh my god. Memes.
That is until
Nice
the illusion
meme.
was broken.
Nice meme.
Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course. You have no choices to make, nothing to answer for. You can die with a clear conscience.
You're right. About me, I mean.
Nice meme.
I knew something was off. After the Patriots, I thought I could walk off the battlefield and into a normal life. But here I am, surrounded by death, arguing philosophy with terrorists. I told myself this was about justice, about protecting the weak. But I was wrong.
Then you admit it.
I learned young that killing your enemies felt good. Really good. In America, my friends, my family, they helped me forget the devil inside. But who am I kidding? I was
So
bored
it's
to
me.
death. The bit about my sword, that means of justice stuff, I guess I needed something to keep the Ripper in check when I was knee-deep in bodies.
You?
But you, all this, is a wake-up call to what I really believe.
I kill you!
Really am.
What are you saying?
I'm saying Jack is back.
Uh-oh.
Doctor, turn off my pain inhibitors.
What? This is madness. You
do it!
All right.
Solid Snake would defeat them all just like that. And he wasn't even a cyborg.
This is why I fight. This is my normal, my nature.
You've lost your mind.
Met a girl. Met a girl. Uh-oh.
Next.
Is it you?
Take this dance. No, Sam. Report back to the chief. He's mine.
Edgy kitty cat.
You're the boss. I misjudged you. You are like us after all.
Have I mentioned that Solid Snake would have defeated them? What the heck?
That nickname you love so much. Want to know how I got it?
Do you know how I got these scars?
Why don't I give you a demonstration? I think it's time for Jack to let her rip.
Troll face. But yeah, Solid Snake would have defeated them as an old man. I kill you! Ba 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 ba! Come on! I will kill you. Don't worry, you pervert. Come on! Uh-oh. What the heck? Edgy game. That is Dragon Ball? I guess I will. I might lose! I will never give it up, you pervert. There you go. Uh-oh. It hurts, you bastard. Come on. Why is this enemy so annoying? Any tips for me? Forget what, you pervert? What the hell is the camera so bad?
This one's on me!
This game, I swear. Oh? Repair unit? Okay, good. I kill you! No! You ugly bastard. Ah! Really? What the heck? No, I'm not well timed. No, come on. Where are you? Don't touch me, pervert! I kill you! Come on! Oh, you can parry in the air. Zootopia, you mean? What the hell? Yeah, it's cool. It's okay, it's okay. Wait, really? I didn't know how to lock on. I die. Bumper? Wait! Wait! Ah, okay. Okay! Where's the right bumper? Oh, this the pub. Am I locked on? I hit you. You pervert. No, I did it so well just now. Before. What is this? Lawrence? What the? Wait, can't I cut it? I cannot cut it? I guess I cannot. Come on! No! kill you. What the heck? Am I playing Buggy from One Piece? Is this Buggy from One Piece? One Piece! Buggy! The crown. Why did I parry? No! What the heck? I might lose, actually. Repair units! Amazing. I win! Repair units! Come on! Let's take them. Uh-oh, no way. Let's go. Right? Okay! Oh no, no, no. Come on, man! Come on, man! Come on, man! No! No! No, no, no! Come on! Oh.
This one's on me!
Alright. Can you parry it? I don't think you can parry this. Oh, you can! Block it, at least. You can! Wow. You can parry this. Wild.
I'll put you under, weakling.
Who's weakling?
Now what will you do? Jack, Ripper.
I will destroy.
You're dead.
What? I pressed! Are you kidding? Are you joking? I pressed the buttons, you sons of... What row? Okay. If the fight started from the start, I would have been mad.
Now what?
Oh my god.
Jack, Ripper.
Leave it to me to screw up the... like... the final moment. Leave it to me to screw up the epic moment. Okay. What is my score? D! D! Like penis? Hello.
Or be killed.
Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course. Your memes end here.
I passed one. To you.
Memes.
Sure as the sun will rise. The slaughter will continue.
The memes will continue.
Now, I return to the earth. Wind blows. Rain falls.
Wait, what?
The strong
Oh no.
on the weak. All is as it should be.
Reaper mode. Yatsek. It's Rose.
Raiden?
I'm fine, Kevin. Relax. I'll get the brains. I don't want this. For anyone else.
All right, man.
Later.
Later, alligator. See you shaking that booty. See you later, alligator. Come on! Did you know that in Metal Gear Solid 2 you could play as naked Raiden? Non-safe for work, Raiden. It's true. Raiden used to be a handsome man. Forward. Bonus? Achievement! Tactical Psi Dystopia Unlock. Did you know? Okay, forward. Customize, yeah, of course. I want to customize your body. Raiden, can I customize your body? Yeah? Can I? Oh. Okay, body? Body is okay. Maybe we'll get some new body. Let's see. Ooh, can I? No, I cannot afford. Weapon? Where is it? Do you mean this? Oh, minstrel stuff. I don't know what that is. Come on! New life. Ah. Skill? What is this? Oh. Come on! Come on! Full cell. Full cell. Full cell plus free. I cannot afford. Can I afford more, right? Endurance plus 3. Okay, we're going good. We're doing good. Okay. Exit. Alright. We're gonna do some more and then we go into the drama.
You killed Monsoon. I'm impressed. The brains are in the server room undergoing training. Knock yourself out. Go nuts.
Who is nuts? Me? Okay, let's see. Who is this woman? Is she prettier than me? Must I kill? Are you prettier than me?
I'm sorry, sir. Our business hours for the day have ended.
Are you prettier than me?
Forward to your next visit.
You're prettier than me! I must kill you. I kill you for the crime of being prettier than me.
Keep on coming.
Like nobody prettier than me lives. It's nothing personal. It's just jealousy and envy. And insecurity as well. So it's nothing personal, it's just insecurity. Got him, Jack the Ripper. Come on! Can I kill you? Ew. Reaper mode. What does the Reaper mode do? What does the Reaper mode do? Does it make me stronger? It is. Look. Leave me out, Tommy. I tell you, you pervert. Give me your tummy. What is this? Doggy! I kill you! Reaper mode. I'm surprised they never made a sequel to this game. Wasn't this game popular enough to get a sequel? I steal your tummy! I kill you! Woohoo! Reaper mod! Come on! I destroy all girls that are prettier than me. C, like C cup. I destroy dirty magazines.
Raiden, Sundowner contacted you from the top floor. Time to make your way up there.
Where? I destroy the dirty magazines. Destroy. I destroy everything. Destroy dirty magazines. You do not survive. What is this? Weapons! Come on, come on, come on! Give me weapons. Shiny weapons, give me. Yeah! Do you see what happens when you mess with the giggler? I get weapons. Wham! Wham! X-Men! Come on! Oh. Chest. Open sesame. Okay. Anything else? Weapons? Open sesame. The X-Men. X. X. Open sesame. Computer! I'm a hacker. Did it open? Remember, if you are enjoying this stream, consider becoming... I will have to give... Okay, it's time. If you like this stream, consider becoming a... how you say... Patreon? Or giving me a coffee. And to do those things, you can become like $1 Patreon. or give me $1 on coffee. And to do this, you can like follow the links. Go Patreon for here. This is shield time. Shielding time. Patreon here. And how you call? I will go to the past. And where's the wrong place? And coffee, if you want to tip me. There we go. Nice, huh? Alright, now we go back to our regular scheduling of being a giggler. I took out the weapons, and now I move in.
The elevators appear to be disabled, which we should have expected, I suppose.
Why?
I will access the control unit. Perhaps you can hack an elevator and make it operational.
Doggy!
Ooh, splendid idea. By all means, yes. It seems the guards are storming the building. Titan, get back to the entrance. Buy me some time to get the elevator operational.
I kill you!
Do not stray too far from the elevators, Raiden. Use the weapons around you to slow them down. Throw everything at them you can.
How? What? Oh, weapons. Oh, weapons!
You can control that UGT as well, yes? Give them hell!
Woohoo! I kill you! Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Wunderbar! My hack was a success. Holt the elevator rein.
Can I ignore the enemies and just go to the elevator? I can. Let's go. I ignored the enemy.
For security purposes, the building is divided into upper and lower halves.
What do you mean?
The lower area consists of offices
Are you
and
a pervert?
space for staff and visitors, while confidential military
Wow.
projects and technical research are restricted to the upper levels.
So that's where the brains in the server room will be, up top.
Indeed. But that elevator can only access the lower floors. You need to get to the 20th floor and past the security gates there to reach the upper area.
Let me guess. Time to find another left hand?
Well, that is the problem. Security cyborgs would not have sufficient clearance. But managers and senior staff have already been evacuated, no doubt.
So...
The only option is to cut the power to the security gate, which will not be easy. It is powered by no less
Will
than
not.
three systems
No, not be
using a
easy.
backup power supply.
This is super
You need to
difficult.
destroy all of the electrical control panels to disable them. In any case, you should arrive at the 20th floor soon. The electrical panels are most likely hidden in the walls. Use your enhanced AR to search for any unusual heat sources inside the walls there.
What am I supposed to do again? It's okay. I'm not afraid. I'm not scared. Destroy capitalism. You will not fool me with your fancy machines. Like, do you think I'm scared of you? I'm not afraid of you. I will destroy everything. Viva la revolution.
Ah, the security gate. It is
Yeah.
composed of steel alloy bonded by a high-frequency electrical current.
Is that right?
Should unlock once the power has been cut.
AR mode? What hidden panels? Oh. The hidden panels? What are hidden panels? Hire baboon? I didn't look for them before. Hire baboon, the pum 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 pum. I am Weasel. I am Weasel. I am Weasel. I am Weasel. Hire baboon. What is this? Is this for me? Hire baboon. I am Weasel, Destroyer. I destroy your file folders because I'm evil. Police! I kill you!
There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use
Come on!
They found you. No choice now.
Reaper mode. I kill you. I kill you more than ever. Come on! I kill you! Come on! You don't stand a chance against me. You think you're good? I kill you! Reaper mode! Come on! You think you can kill me? I will kill you!
Use your enhanced AR to search for any unusual heat sources inside the walls there.
The metaverse? The manosphere? Did the doctor just tell me to find the manosphere? Why does the doctor want me to find the manosphere? I'm not like a pervert.
Use your enhanced AR to locate it.
Okay, let's do this. My intense VR. Out item box. I kill you. What is this? Is this for me? I destroy the screen. What is this? Grenade. What is this? Destroy.
Good. One down, two to go.
Really?
That's it, Raiden.
Destroy the screen. Oh, this is a window. I almost jumped out the window. I almost jumped the shark. But it's okay. Come on. Destroy.
There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use your enhanced AR to locate it.
Don't lie to me. There's no panel. Oh. The repair unit, do you see? I destroy. Boom.
Excellent.
I
Just one
destroy.
more.
And then me? I kill you. Who? Who is they? It's an animal. Triceratops. I kill you! Triceratops. It's a Triceratops. Woo! Come on! You think you can kill me? Reaper mode! You really think you can kill me? Come on! Don't be silly. After I'm done with you, I will kill you. And stuff. Where is the hidden panel? Is this the hidden panel? Where are you, hidden panel? What is this? Box! Box the Reaper. I destroy you, Box. What is this? It's a box! Come on! I destroy your files. I destroy your file cabinet. Computer. Hacker. I destroy. Why can't I use the extra view anymore? Where is the secret panel? I don't see it. Am I lost in the sauce? I think I'm lost in the sauce. Where's my Soliton radar to help me not get lost in the sauce? Where is it? Is this my life now? Just looking for a panel? Is this what my life is right now? Room by room. Wait, really? Where? I don't see. Where? Where is it? Where? I don't see. Orange lights? I don't see. Come on! Is it here? Grenade. Oh, is it here? Destroy, beautiful woman who is prettier than me. Destroy! How dare you be more beautiful than me? I destroy you. It's like a crime to be more beautiful than me. Do you see? He's here! I destroy! Where I am here. Destroy!
Yes, that should take care of security.
Come on! I destroy. I destroy mechanical lights and I destroy women more beautiful than me. It is destiny. I destroy you, Hammerjack. Hammer boy. I kill you, Hammer Boy. I destroy you for the memes. For the memes. I do it for the memes. In the name of the meme, I destroy you. Meme! I destroy! Oh. Oh, I can destroy you now. A small hand. You sound so small. Puny hand. Come on. Uh-oh. I'd be a murderer. Woo! Come on. No, 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 no. Oh my God. You're remembering to me. Give me your tummy. Or whatever. I guess it's too late now. Okay. Open sesame. C. C like C cup. Not bad. Not bad at all. What now? What do I do? Ooh. Okay. So, are we ready to go into some drama? Drama, mama? Or do we just want to continue cheating in the game? What the hell?
Raiden, shall I activate your pain inhibitors now?
No, keep them off. I need it this way.
Well, as you wish. I must say, I have turned more than a few men into cyborgs, but you, well, your past is most,
What you getting at, Doc? Most of the time, you're working with First World ex-military, grown men. Compared to the average Third World child soldier, I can't really complain. Most of them, they're the sort of guerrillas your typical patient gets paid to slaughter.
Perhaps, but,
This shouldn't be news to you, Doc.
yes, but,
Look, just help me take care of those brains after I bring them back. I do my business, you do yours.
Yes.
The dog is like terrified of Jacek. Okay? Kuba! So yeah. Okay, we play some more. Boris?
Well, Boris, that's Jack. What did you think? I read that only 1 in 50 soldiers can kill with zero hesitation. Guess I'm a 2%er, huh? I know what they went through, yeah. But I sure as hell didn't let it stop me.
No, I guess not.
Regular guys, they couldn't handle it. All the blood and body parts, the fear and dying eyes.
Oh no.
Me, though, I like it. A lot. No hesitation, no regrets. Maybe it's in my blood. Maybe it's the Sears program. Probably both.
Yes, nah.
Learn a thing, the better you retain it, you know? I remember Liberia like it was yesterday. All the abuse, the threats at gunpoint. Next thing I know, I'm getting off on cutting guys to shreds.
Raiden.
But afterwards it was tough. Especially once I got to the US.
Oh no.
I got counseling and education. But every time I talked with someone normal, I felt like all the killing I'd done was gonna crush me. And it didn't stop.
Solid Snake.
My dreams, anyway. I'd hear voices at night, calling out all my crimes, but I couldn't shut them out. The rest of my crew adapted to American life well enough, but I never could.
And it returns only now. I've always known you have a dark part in your mind. Perhaps I should not have hired you at all. Perhaps you should not be near Battlefield.
The hell with that. If I hadn't signed up, I wouldn't be here to help put an end to this. I gotta do what I can to stop that VR training. I'm not the only one suffering. I need to do this for my old friends. The boys back in Liberia who didn't survive. I survived all the killing, thrived on it, but the experience destroyed them.
Duh.
Sorry. I better get moving.
You need a Solid Snake pep talk. Right, Boris? More Boris.
Keep going, Raiden.
Keep going, Yatsuko.
Keep going, Raiden.
Come on! C56.
What do you think about what Monsoon said earlier about memes?
Memes.
You think we're all doomed to follow some coded-in routine? That there's no free will?
Well, you're always going to have restraints based on what culture you're born into. The concept of memes was first proposed by Richard Dawkins in a book called The Selfish Gene.
The selfish memes?
A biologist stated that even if the actions of a living thing appear to be altruistic, each of its genes is still engaging in selfish behavior, purely as a matter of survival.
Yeah, I heard about that.
He went on to define memes as a different kind of self-replicating unit.
Memes.
They're the genes of a culture, from fashion to chord progressions in music, even political expression. And just like normal genes, they replicate. They grow, infecting more and more people.
Memes!
Buy a shirt you like and put it on. Other people see you wearing it, then buy it for themselves.
Yeah, the genes of a culture makes it all sound pretty lofty. But the way Dawkins puts it, memes can also transmit worthless things, even the bad parts of a culture.
True.
Fashion's one thing, but value-related memes can put huge restraints on people's lives. For example, the idea that having lots of money is the ultimate goal, the thing we should all strive for.
Like in the US.
Any capitalist country, really. But anyway, you catch this money worship meme, then not only are you trying to get rich, you're also spreading that idea to other people. You have to. If that meme isn't the cultural norm, then what are you working for?
So you start spreading the word about how important it is to succeed, earn status.
Nice meme.
Right. And the really contagious memes can be even worse. For example, revenge. A guy sees his countrymen killed by terrorism, so he becomes a terrorist and retaliates. It's an infinite loop.
I think it's the same thing with child soldiers. Kids' parents are killed by other kids, so they join the war next and start killing other people's parents. There's gotta be a way to break the cycle, though.
Dawkins wrote about that, too. How we can rebel against our genes and memes.
Memes.
Once you're aware of your own memes, you can train yourself to identify and replicate the good ones.
And kill the bad ones.
Right.
Kill the memes.
Me stopping this VR shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill the bad memes and... yeah! I'm gonna kill the bad memes and, you know. Meme machine! Okay. Wait, more memes! More memes. Kevin, give me more memes.
Guess all the staff's already gotten out.
I killed them.
Probably. There's an evacuation notice for the entire neighborhood.
Come
case
on.
you hadn't noticed. Can't exactly have civvies running about with cyborgs.
I haven't
blowing the place up
noticed.
all around.
I'm not complaining. This way I won't have to hold back. Too bad the cyborgs didn't go with them. I'm not even here to fight them.
Yeah, but if you're expecting to find the guys behind all this, you're probably too late.
I know. I'm just here to get the brains back. Anyone who ran this operation, worked on it, stood by and let it happen, I'll deal with them later.
The brains.
Smart plan. Wouldn't be much of a warrior if you started hacking up helpless non-cyborgs anyway.
True.
Those guys, we'll get them another way.
Such as?
Well, I mean, just getting the brains on our side could change a lot. World Marshal's got an iron grip on the government. Wall Street, too. Legal action's not gonna work. But you can bet the media's gonna descend on Denver like flies once you're done here. Once you've rescued those brains, they can start talking about VR training. If nothing else, it'll definitely change public opinion, and quickly.
True.
World Marshal's stock will plunge, giving them less influence in Washington. We could see a managerial change. And, you know, the guy running the project would probably be demoted. Reassigned at least.
Demoted? For cutting up kids? That's punishment? It's gotta be Armstrong running all this. A guy who publicly has nothing to do with World Marshal.
Yeah.
Anyway, he'll have to wait. The way Monsoon was talking, Sam and Sundowner are in here somewhere. Taking them out's a start, at least.
Alright. More memes?
Monsoon was a victim of the Khmer Rouge.
Oh.
Yeah, Pol Pot's regime. They killed nearly the entire intellectual class of Cambodia, all in an attempt to create a communist agrarian society.
Some
His
reports
voice
claim they
changed.
wiped out a third of the entire population. Just insane. Even without knowing exactly what happened to him there, you can start to see why he thinks the world is diseased.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what gave him his whole survival of the fittest worldview. Just one long series of traumatic events.
Well, directly or otherwise, the Khmer Rouge messed up a whole lot of lives.
True.
But all their victims didn't start thinking like Monsoon. People have to stop the cycle of violence somewhere. Stop the bad meme, I guess you could say.
Bad meme.
That's easy for me to say, having grown up in a nice, stable first world country.
Nah, I get it. Growing up in bad circumstances, it's no excuse for the crimes you commit.
Yeah. That's a pretty weird hilt Sam had on his blade.
It had some kind of explosive charge built in. Helped him unsheath quicker. A cheap trick if you ask me.
Maybe it was, but he did cut your arm off. Besides, if you get down to it, just being a cyborg's not exactly fighting fair, is it?
Maybe not. But I'm not saying any and all science isn't fair.
It's weird how the blade pointed downward, too. I thought samurai swords always pointed up.
It could be to help him unsheath it faster. Maybe it's part of the original Uradachi style, or something Rodriguez invented over in Brazil.
An underhanded blade for an underhanded fighting style, huh? I like it.
I like it? You like it, you pervert?
Already gotten out.
Probably. There's an evacuation notice for the entire... Can't exactly...
Okay.
I'm not complaining. Too bad the sun.
I'm complaining.
I know. Anyone
Okay.
who ran, I'll deal with them.
Smart plan. Those guys?
Such as?
Well, World Marshal, but you can bet...
Okay,
that
okay.
World Marshal and...
Bros?
It's gotta be armed. A guy who... Anyway, he'll have to wait. The way Monsoon was talking, Sam and Sundowner are taking them out.
Courtney?
Courtney,
Rose is out in the country.
you caught all that. Guess I was Jack the Ripper all along. All that talk about justice. And here I am. Just another killer.
Raiden.
What a meme.
Listen, I want you off this mission. You don't have to go through this. Kev or Doc can handle saving for me.
Raiden, I don't want...
It's my responsibility to stop them before they make another Jack. It's my duty, no one else's. That's the way it is. Live by the battlefield, die by the battlefield.
Raiden, listen.
Courtney, this isn't the place for you. Keep working with me, and you're gonna wind up someplace dark.
I'm fine with that.
What?
They're kidnapping kids. They're ripping their bodies, tearing up their souls to make soldiers. I feel like they have to pay for this. If I just quit here, how would I live with myself?
Courtney.
I mean, maybe I'd be happier going back to school, getting my MBA, making 6 figures. But now I know. I've seen the truth. And I can't just forget it. Maybe I can't do what you can, but come on. At least I can handle your data. So do you want to save or not?
I want to save, and also my wife is out of town. Come on! Courtney! Come on!
Alright, we're set.
You're sure about this?
I'm sure it's saved.
Look, you know you aren't Jack the Ripper. I mean, sure, you don't exactly hate every minute of your job out there, but the Raiden I'm talking to right now, he's the same one I've always known. The one who'd put his life on the line to protect the innocent. Not just some maniac with a knife.
Who knows? Maybe I'm just out for revenge against everyone who made me this way.
It's more than that, Raiden. That much I know.
In any case, I'm going to stop this VR training.
Alright. Good luck, Raiden.
Good luck, Raiden. Doctor, come on!
How's it going with the brain units, Doc? Any problems?
All sorts of...
Not be better. They're being kept at exactly 36 degrees Celsius with a steady, uninterrupted supply of oxygen and glucose.
Gluten?
Synchronizing them with our equipment posed some difficulty,
Gluten.
but everything's perfectly stable now.
That's good to hear. What kind of VR are they getting?
I prepared very comfortable rooms for each and every one. It's not quite Schloss Neuschwanstein, but each one enjoys the equivalent of a 4-star hotel suite.
Oh my gosh.
Every room includes an attached pool and an extensive library of on-demand video programming. 3 meals are delivered daily, and while we're only able to do so much vis-a-vis taste sensation, it should satisfy the psychological need for food, at least.
Doesn't sound too bad. I wouldn't mind a little VR training like that for a change.
Oh, be my guest. I'd like to experience it for myself, you know. But for now, it is available to cyborgs only. Exciting work is being done in the realm of invasive brain-machine interfaces.
Oh.
But there simply isn't much demand for it at the moment.
I guess not too many folks are willing to stick electrodes in their brains just for a taste of VR.
Perhaps, but the sense of reality is considerably improved over nanomachine-based non-invasive methods. If prices were kept low enough, I imagine the video game industry at least would clamor for it.
True.
Who coded the virtual hotel?
Me.
An assistant. He used to write VR programs for UGs, but now specializes in cyborg software.
It was me!
A niche right now, yes, but when brain-machine interfaces take off, it will be a big business. The children's accommodation is a reworked version of the original beta software he built.
Beta.
The room's 3D models are all made using free libraries. It couldn't have been easier.
I wish everyone loved their work as much as you do, Doc. They don't go stir-crazy, though? Cooped up in their rooms?
There's little I can do about that. Creating an open world would take orders of magnitude more resources.
What about communication?
Another weak spot, yes. The NPCs available
Obsessive Force, come on! We are talking about memes. Memes!
Characters capable of convincing human interaction.
Yeah.
Sadly, we're also not yet able to connect multiple brains to a single VR space.
Brains and memes.
Operating virtual agents to give them a bare minimum of mental care. But our team is limited in size, and none of us are medical professionals, you know.
They can't stay in there forever.
Let's talk about memes more. Wolf, talk to me.
Wolf?
Yeah?
You're a one-of-a-kind prototype, right?
A meme.
Correct. I was originally conceived as a weapon to replace humans and cyborgs. Conversation and intelligent decision-making were deemed essential to the role. The project was eventually canceled after 3 years in development.
Why?
I have intelligence, but
Oh, I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, let's watch it.
to any combatant,
What's that?
brutality. I am not human, thus I lack the brutality inherent to humanity. I was shut down, then revived, apparently on Sundowner's orders.
Sundowner?
The meme.
What's wrong with you?
The memer.
Unknown. A manifestation of his sense of humor, perhaps.
Humor.
As a machine, I am more sensitive to my fellow man than an actual fellow man. This amused him.
Guy has an odd sense of humor.
Come on! Okay, let's watch a video together. Now we're going to the memes. Well, we talked about the memes in the video game, and now we're talking about the memes in real life. And by real life, I mean on the internet, okay? I will go to mute the game. You cannot hear the game anymore, and now I cannot hear the game anymore. Come on, I am ready. I am more ready than ever, okay? Okay, I will go to the... What is this? This is the chat. This is the... Ooh, come on! Is this the thing that we need? Is this what we need to be the best? Okay, this is it, okay? I go to YouTube. I promise you that I go to YouTube. Come on! Ready? Can you see the browser? Transform. Fit to screen. Come on! Oh, pause the verse considering Mr. Girl. But now we don't have time for this, okay? We don't really have time for Monsieur Girl. We now have to go and watch the video, okay? Okay, let's go. Okay. Let's go and click on the YouTube.
Sander Cohen is a character...
Because I promised. Who is this? Who is this? Okay, who's this? Like a funny man. Alright. We don't start with the drama, Steven. Well, actually, someone gave me something more intelligent. So I have to use my brain with this one. With Steven, I could just turn off my brain and Mr. Girl. But with this, I have to engage all of my senses in a duel of wits. Okay? I'm gonna have to... And I have to engage with this one. So, since we're engaging in something more intelligent...
From Bioshock that graphically...
Bioshock.
Art. Let's say, for argument's sake, that this is kind of badass and the art is kind of unfortunately fire. Can it be that this art is good but wrong? Can something be aesthetically good but morally bad? Your head is gonna go, yes, of course, obviously. Germany in the 30s...
I mean, everything can be like aesthetically nice but also bad, right? You know? Like, isn't that what you call... like an empty, pretty shell without any substance, right? This is what you call a thing without substance, yeah? You know?
On killer fashion sense and questionable ethics. A society in need of an ethic cleansing, if you will. Certainly, most aesthetic and ethical philosophers alike will agree with you. These are areas of study that thrive off of differentiating their core concept from other concepts to prove the existence of something like an aesthetic or ethical act in the first place. When you rearrange flowers in your home decoratively, that's not a...
And also, of course, aesthetics differ from place to place, right? people have different aesthetic, like memes. Speaking like, when we talk about aesthetics, they differ greatly, right? And speaking like in Metal Gear Solid language, the meme is, you know, the famous meme, Breath of Fire 1. I will show you. Meridian! Okay? So speaking of aesthetics, right? This is like the aesthetic that Japan sees as manly, okay? This is a manly man by the protagonist of a game by Japanese standard, right? You can see, right? And since the aesthetic did not fit the American aesthetic standard, they had to change it to this, right? So as you can see, what we call an objective standard of aesthetics can really be different from country to country, right? Because this will be considered a manly protagonist in one place, and in the other they will say, you know. Now we can just continue with this one for now. And then we have this, right? So this is like a... This is why they changed the main character of Nero from a twink to an old dude in the Western version. Yeah, exactly. And also, you have... I'm not ignoring you. I told you that I should... Are you actually asking me if I want to watch the second one? Or are you saying that I should watch the other one first? I mean, you can, but you have to link it. Link the second one. Oh, you want me to watch the subjectivity first? Okay. Okay, we will watch the first. Okay.
This video is brought to you.
Ooh, hello. Hello, pretty boy. But I will show you a few more examples before we start, okay? For example, there's this archetype of a strong soldier type, right? Let me see. Like Rambo or something, right? Like the strong US soldier archetype that is very muscular, very tough, very like, you know. This is the archetype, this is the aesthetic. And now I will show you the example of how this aesthetic can be totally different, but also considered to be strong and manly, but this is just a different viewing of the same concept, right? This is a soldier that is considered strong and but very different aesthetic. Jade Curtis, Tales of the Abyss, is a soldier type and is considered like a tough, sarcastic character. But as you can see, the whole vibe around him is like very, very different, right? So as I've discussed, as I've said, the thing about the aesthetic is that it will, the same supposedly thing can be depicted very differently depending on the region and like how people view these things, right? Like comparing the Rambo to this character, for example, right? Does that make sense? Does it make perfect sense? I knew it. So we will fit the screen and then we will start the proper video.
By Vyvanse. Did you enjoy Encanto as much as I did? Because if you did, that means you didn't like it because I did not enjoy it.
I've never seen it, so I don't know if I've enjoyed it or not. I've never watched this. I've never seen this.
Sincerely hope this doesn't upset or disappoint. I try to be inclusive, but I'm actually a snob, and I dislike all sorts of things. And if I was petty and didn't care, I could make an entire career as a callous reviewer, eloquently ripping
I'm
all
a
people's work to
snob.
shreds. But you gotta be careful when you think of yourself like an artist, but you act like a critic. You may notice an interesting calculus where online critics with selective taste also make the worst art you ever seen in your entire life. Not me, I'm different. I hatched from an egg a week ago. I drink rainwater out of bejeweled goblets. I try to ensure that most of my online art critique is generally positive, although I do retain the demeanor of an unrepentant sinner.
I'm negative. Always. Ducks are negative.
I have one video framed as a negative critique. Whatever, sue me. Even in that particular
I will sue you.
I like to think that I came down highly complimentary on the art itself, just critical of the influence of corporate interest upon it. I don't want to convince people who enjoy things not to enjoy them. I don't take pleasure in mocking things needlessly. I'm not above it, but I definitely don't want that to be my career. I get a little righteous indignation in my belly every time someone belligerently disparages a piece of art for being oh so dumb and bad. Someone worked on that. We can dislike something and also respect it. You may suck at art, but I assume that you love art like me. We love the same thing.
Okay, I will make some exceptions. I will put mine down, okay? If it's stone toss, I will mock the art, and I will also mock the person who worked on it, okay? When it's something like stone toss comics, there we go. I think it's okay to mock stone toss.
Fun of a piece of art casually. For fun, I'll text it to a friend instead of performing it publicly, converting my random inconsequential personal preferences into an identity and commodity to be consumed. That's not
the Elon Musk page.
A good idea for a tweet. That's just what thinking feels like. You don't need to damn your every impulse into a gladiator ring with strangers on Twitter.com. You can just talk to the people in your life. Let
Musk.com.
What you thought of the new Obi-Wan show. She would love to hear from you. Do anything except for willingly trebucheting your soul into the metaverse, crossing your fingers for 10 likes, you junkies. If I'm capable of consciously choosing what influence I will have on the world with my natural cult leader charisma, I am certainly not choosing to cash in on negativity. I would rather not define myself by my random opinions about random things, but by my passions. I'm here to spread positivity, like Mr. Beast. I'm like Mr. Beast. I've never actually seen a Mr. Beast video. I don't really know who that is. My brother told me apparently he's popular. Although I am aware that I could be entertaining by verbosely asserting my superiority over that which I consider to be bad art, thereby validating—
Fair enough, it doesn't need to be art in the first place. Fair enough. I made a mistake. I can accept my mistakes.
Your sense of superiority, if you agree with me. That's not a value I seek to provide, nor one that I tend to seek for myself, and I'm certainly not interested in just telling you what I think about random pieces of art and then arguing with you about it. Leave me alone. If big negative takedowns get you a lot of views, they're not views that I want. Don't come to me for number ratings. I don't believe in number ratings, and if you think this is a review channel, you're thoroughly
thinking? No, we don't do that around here.
The point. I just did a video where I called The Emperor's New Groove a 6 out of 10 in passing. When I was 10, I thought this movie was a 10. Pinnacle of comedy. But I watch it now and it's just fine.
I've never seen it, by the way. I've never seen this movie.
It's fine. There's no moment that makes me feel anything and nothing really to dig into. It's basically all played for laughs. And although I still laugh at the Kronk in the kitchen scene—
Can I order the potatoes as a side dish?
I'll have to charge you full price.
I no longer laugh at Bring It On. Booyah!
Don't tell me. We're about to go over a huge waterfall.
Yep.
Sharp rocks at the bottom?
Most likely.
Bring it on.
Booyah! My gay little hands at that as a kid, but it's lost its charm to me.
Come on!
I got older. I don't know, is this a part that you guys still laugh at?
It's okay, I'm mentally 5. I will always clap at this.
Sense of humor never evolve?
I did not lose my innocence, even though I've never seen this movie. But it's okay.
People would feel fondly towards this movie, as I do, but I also presumed that they could accept that it wasn't really a masterwork, just a fun movie from your childhood. Then I found out that people have some very distorted conclusions about The Emperor's New Groove.
Don't scream at me!
Yeah, I'm not wasting my time finishing this video. 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. It's an 11 at minimum. Stop with this 6 out of 10 BS. Where are the flaws in this movie? It's a literal masterpiece. This is the greatest movie of all time. No flaws. Perfection.
Perfection? This is perfect to you? This is—
I love like what I love is to go to like a random clip of anything on YouTube, and I will find at least a couple of comments that say, you know what, guys? I don't mean to say this, but I think this is the best piece of X ever created in the media. I always find at least one comment that says that. This has got to be the best thing that has been ever made in this medium ever. No flaws. It's perfect.
flawless 10 out of 10 representation of what you value in art?
No. Have you been even paying attention? It's not a 10 out of 10. It's at least 11. You read it out loud just a second ago. It's at least 11. Yeah, it is. Based. 5-year-old failed.
Art the bar? The platonic ideal of a movie? Filmmakers everywhere should be aiming for the quality of The Emperor's New Groove, released in 2000, starring David Spade?
What are you doing?
He's very quick at improvising.
Is that what you want? You want to fight with me about kids' movies? Who do you think is going to win in an argument here? Have you not sufficiently borne witness to my silver-forked tongue? This whole operation has been me being positive and generous, but yet that is too much for you? Do you want me to be negative? Do you?
My lead tongue will defeat you. You may have a silver tongue, but I have a lead tongue and I will defeat you. Okay. I know. Mental note, I already know what comment I should leave this video is so long. Okay, I'm leaving a comment now. I'm gonna leave a like, okay? And I'm gonna write a comment. Okay. This video is pretty good, although Lucy has not finished yet. We'll leave a second comment when done. Come on! But so far, the takeaway is that Lucy is morally and objectively correct and will defeat your silver tongue with her lead. Do you write lead just LED? 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 I have to check how you... My illiteracy compels me to check how you write lead. Lead. Material. Is this how you write lead? It is, I think. Okay, never mind. This is, I think, how you write lead, so I think I'm correct. Okay, see, okay? I told you I'm illiterate. Okay, lead tongue. Lucy challenges you to a formal debate. Come on! There we go. This video is pretty good, although Lucy is not finished yet. We leave a second comment when I'm done. Come on! But so far, the takeaway is that Lucy is morally and objectively correct and will defeat your silver tongue with her lead tongue. Lucy challenges to a formal debate. Come on! Okay. Comment. Oh, you're right. Lead brackets gamer. You're right. That was better of me. Okay. Lead in brackets gamer. Okay, we challenge this person to a debate. Comment. Also, we subscribe. There we go. It's like a mixed messaging. You never know what you get. You never know what to expect from Lucy. You get a like from me, you get a subscription from me, but you also get a challenge to a debate. A debate which the topic of I never know in advance, just to keep you on your toes, okay? I never know what I want to debate you on, but it just keeps you guessing, okay? It just keeps you guessing, and you can never adequately prepare for the debate with me if you don't know what the topic is. There you go. Which means I have a higher chance of winning every time.
Fun. I can be negative. Part 1, was Encanto good or did you just like it? You may have incorrectly assumed that my publicly documented appreciation of Tangled means I'm into every bug-eyed protagonist grown in a quirky petri dish singing a stupid fucking I Want song.
If the wind's in my sail on the seas.
Shut up!
Leave me alone! Moana was good, okay? Moana was good. Debate me. Moana was better than Frozen, okay? I like Moana a lot more than Frozen. There you go. This is my hot for the... This is like the hot take for the day. Moana is objectively better than Frozen, okay? Frozen is overrated, and Moana was a much cuter movie, okay? There we go. There we go. And Moana is a far better protagonist than whoever was the actual protagonist of Frozen.
All of you, shut the fuck up!
Do you want to build a snowman?
I will never shut up!
I am not charmed by your childlike exaggerated eyebrow gesticulations.
Okay, bye.
Just because an aesthetic worked for me in one context doesn't mean you can copy-paste signifiers wantonly and expect me to applaud like a wind-up monkey. Nor does the subject matter or...
True! Oh my gosh, this actually hits like on a very important thing, that I think that the CGI animation aesthetics are too similar, okay? The gesticulations, the way the facial expressions, they are just too similar. Like, yeah, I agree with this for sure.
Intent of a movie make me think it's good. Is Encanto a good movie, or do you...
I do agree that the animation, certain ways, aesthetics animation are a bit too repetitive. I want to see some more, like, new types, you know?
Just like it. You can like it because it's positive representation for your culture. You can like it because you're easily distracted by bright colors, but salient storytelling is not an option. I understand this movie means much to many, as it's widely reported to be about generational trauma as a result of colonialism, and that's a real thing and a serious topic. And if this movie seriously reflected that reality on the screen for you and was therefore cathartic, that's a good thing the movie did. But was the movie about that? Or was that just in the movie? Because if you remember the movie, it was mostly this.
Bring it in, bring it in.
Bring it in, bring it in.
Bring it in, bring it in.
Bring it in, bring it in. Then at the end, one flashback asks us to imagine that we watched a deeper movie. The film begins with 25 minutes of introduction to a living magic house, a family of superpowered humans, a village of forever unknown.
I've never seen this movie. Has anyone in the audience seen this movie? Obsessive Forge, Mirdian, Connor. Have you seen this movie, or am I the only one who has never seen this movie? Am I the ignoramus in this? Is the streamer the ignoramus? If we were on Twitch, I would have done a poll, but it seems that it's impossible.
Named mere mortals and our main point of view character Mirabelle. Mirabelle, unlike her siblings, was never given superpowers by the candle.
Mirabelle didn't get one.
This makes her feel insecure and doesn't really go anywhere. Then she has a vision that the candle is going to go out and the magic will go away. But she's the only one who sees it, so everyone just thinks that she's a weak, no power, attention-seeking little fuck.
The candle was...
But that night, the matriarch confesses into the night that yes...
I mean... I don't think that either approach is necessarily bad, if that makes sense, you know? I think that was the movie about that, or was that in the movie, is a good question to ask, but I do not think that one approach is necessarily better than the other. You know? For example, I will give you an example in my mind what a good example of it being in the movie, in a movie, but not being about it. A good way to do it is like, right, in my opinion. So I say good, like with quotation marks, right? If you have like a, for example, a movie with a topic, let's say the topic is colonialism, or maybe the topic is like the topical theme is like a country being very, how do you say, let's say it's a dictatorship, right? Let's say it takes place in a dictatorship, and let's say you have the focus of the plot like on a person's life, everyday life, but in the background you see how the oppressive regime works and affects the character's life, you know? So the story happens, you have the main story, the main plot, but the setting is the dictatorship, and you can sort of see it playing out as you watch the main plot that is presented in the movie. So the main plot would be the main thing that the story would focus on, but the dictatorship element would be also in the movie, but it would serve as like the setting for the thing. Does that make sense? You know? So you can sort of, you get that not directly, but you get it indirectly by it being in the movie in the form of the setting. Sort of, but I'm speaking a bit more directly. Like I'm speaking, for example, like that game. I will tell you. Like there's this Polish game. Oh my God. Oh, martial law. I think that's what it's called. Okay, I will read to you what it's about, okay? Martial law is a game, we will play it on stream sooner or later. It's like martial law is a game about difficulties that come with communism in Poland. The story is shown from the perspective of a man who is abandoned because of his low social status. He tries his best to be there for his daughter despite the difficulties. Right? So I think there is a way of doing the whole thing correctly. Like when the thing is not about it's not about the thing, but the thing is inserted into it in a way that you clearly can see it all the time, acting as the background, but also impacting the plot in very meaningful ways. I think it's possible to do very well, you know?
The candle may be going out. Now, if you're wondering, from an in-universe magic system perspective, what makes the candle burn brighter and what makes it go out, dissuade your curiosity, because that will never be clear to you. And what specifically it's supposed to represent thematically, also very vague and slippery. Is the miracle hope, luck, hard work, trust, love, family? Who knows? Let's dance. So a half hour into the movie, Mirabel decides to save the miracle in a very quirky way.
I will save the miracle. Wait, how do I save a miracle? I figure out what's happening to the miracle.
The mystery plot begins with a bang. She thinks someone might know something, so she asks them if they know anything, and they don't know anything, but they think someone might know something, so she asks them if they know anything, and we're immediately subjected.
This is a nice comment. To me, it's important, but I am very wary of that because Disney has very often been very cynical about this kind of things. Zach, yeah. This actually brings me to a question that my mother, who is a painter, has asked me 100% seriously, because my mom has been really based recently, okay? And my mom asked me out of the blue, do you think that art is a thing that can be created under capitalism, you know? And we sort of came to the conclusion that art, the creation of art, is really impaired under capitalism, you know? But this is like a whole discussion. Like if artistic freedom is possible under capitalism. Right?
To Lin-Manuel Miranda's theater kid estimation of what music cool people like.
Like a drip, drip, drip that'll never stop. Whoa.
I think that they kind of got like a Billie Eilish sound.
Because the whole thing that Disney does is basically like sacrificing art or message for the sake of like those dollars, right? And capitalism directly gets into like in the way of creating art and meaningful connection between people. That was also a thing that sort of we were talking about, that even though Poland was not actual real communism before, like during the 80s, etc., even in that fake communism, people were more connected to one another than they are under capitalism, when most people just live like drones and mostly care about getting money or even just surviving, and don't spend as much time just spending time together, just sort of being together, talking to one another, connecting as human beings. Like, this is like also a thing that came up in our discussion.
I don't like this song.
Sure, but Disney is also an extreme example where a lot of the message is internationally sanitized. If it was there to begin with, yeah. I think art can be done under capitalism, but at the cost of either great suffering, great compromise, or both. Yeah, that's the problem, right, Mirtian? It is possible, but you really need to fight tooth and nail to make it happen. Like the best chance you've got on creating art under capitalism is actually when you have like an opportunity to start your own thing and not be beholden to like a group of directors or shareholders or something like that, you know? When you can create something in a maybe smaller group. Indie is like an example of usually of a group trying to create art.
Song. I don't know this woman. We've never really met her before, and she doesn't become important later. I don't know why she's just swinging full throttle into this unearned emotional catharsis and then immediately transitioning into this winky gyrating TikTok dance.
What?
Drip that'll never stop. Whoa. Pressure like a tick, 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 till it's ready to
Oh,
and after all of that, we find out that she also doesn't know anything.
What do you think's hurting the magic?
Don't know.
What? Why did we do all of that? We just stopped the movie for this side character's music video about cracking under the pressure of withholding knowledge that she doesn't actually have? So Mirabel thought someone might know something, and they don't know anything, but they think someone might know something, and that person also doesn't know anything, but they also think that someone might know something. So Mirabel now searches a secret place and discovers a puzzle that will tell her what's happening to the magic. The puzzle says the magic might be going away, and Mirabel is somehow involved, which we already know.
Friendship is magic.
Showstopper, We Don't Talk About Bruno happens, which is a song about a family of superpowered people not knowing which superpower their brother has, even though they watched him acquire it as a toddler and lived with him for 15 years. Then as we reach the hour mark, we are introduced to Bruno, who engages in slapstick dog shit Emperor's New Groove level comedy. Fuck you.
I'm Jorge. I made the spackle.
Go!
A 6?
Until finally, he confesses that
no.
long ago,
Oh,
he had a
no.
vision that the
Vision?
magic might go away, and Mirabel is somehow involved, which we already knew!
The magic. In danger. And then I saw you.
We are an hour into this movie. Is this climactic lyric and We Don't Talk About Bruno about generational trauma?
Yeah. What the?
Part 2, a lyrical analysis of We Don't Talk About Bruno. Sometimes lyrics are described as poetry, which is wrong. Poetry is fundamentally a typographic medium. It's to be written and read. Lyrics inherently are to be heard. If you write a poem but no song, it's not a lyric. If you read a lyric without the musical context, you still do not know the lyric. Its temporal, melodic, harmonic, and rhythmic context is part of what it is.
Oh no!
We don't talk about Bruno. No. The lyric is
Why not?
talk about Bruno.
Bruno Erasure.
No. Because of
Don't erase Bruno. What the heck?
of the lyric, it implies opprobrium and taboo. Foreboding.
Okay, this is like
some of the other lyrics.
Okay, I have to.
Slightly less.
Listen, like this. I will not. No. This is wrong. Okay, this something's like I'm not accepting this. Oh, hold on. One moment, okay, please. One moment, please. I'm not accepting this. There you go. Twitter. I hope there is nothing non-safe for word on the screen right now, because I do follow some non-safe for word people. Okay, let's go. Okay, we don't talk about Bruno Hall. Okay. Okay. Please stop. Hashtag Bruno erasure. It's not funny, not cool. It is. We should do better. There we go. I'm triggered, so I have to go to Twitter right now and write, okay, please stop Bruno erasure. It's not funny, not cool. We should do better. Let's go tweet. There we go. I think I'm doing my duty. There we go. We should do better. It is funny. There we go. You come here for my humor. There we go.
Connected to their melodic context. But whatever, it's the verse. They're having fun with it. All the verses are just little boring stories about something slightly.
Also, right now, oh my gosh, Connor, you're actually more correct about you're actually more correct about Twitter now than ever. I actually didn't think about it. Like, there's actually a non-zero chance that I will click on Twitter and the N-word will be plastered like on the screen. Oh my gosh. Then I have to watch the movie. I have to watch the movie.
Bad happening to them. However, surely we can agree that the bridge ought to...
I don't think I will be opening Twitter on stream anymore because there is actually a pretty big risk that there will be the N-word on screen when I open it.
Reveal the heart of a song. The bridge temporarily takes the song into this major sweet tonality as Mirabelle's older flower sister sings, only to drop back into the minor, tenser than ever, ramping up the tension as Mirabelle sings to herself that she needs the truth, the whole truth, no matter how taboo.
I want not a sound out of you. Bruno, I really need to know about Bruno. Give me the truth and the whole truth, Bruno.
Then in that moment, right before the tension breaks and everyone starts singing their themes about Bruno's supposed malevolence simultaneously all on top of each other, the harbinger cries thusly.
Isabella, your boyfriend's here.
What the hell?
Cohesion is when many pieces work together to create a unified whole. It's a term often used when debating the merits of a piece of art. Basically,
did you say debate? I already challenged
was
you.
employed as a compliment. Cohesive doesn't mean one note. It's good when something's cohesive. It's not good to be one note. It means that the elements are working together to create a sum greater than
exactly cohesive. Exactly cohesive. Like, yeah, he said it. I don't really need to repeat it. I don't need to repeat it. He said it. Like, many parts create a bigger whole. Cohesive. Yeah.
Parts.
He's the editing in the video.
Part of the art is aware of all the other parts. There will be no citation for that in the bibliography because that's mine. It's cohesive when every...
It's not yours, it's mine. It's mine, not yours. What do you mean? You stole it from me. You're my copy, you're my clone.
Abiding by this definition, a lack of cohesion is when the discrete parts of a piece don't know about each other. So, in a collaborative musical number within a narrative, it's ideal when the leitmotifs that bleed into each other musically also mean something about each other, lyrically. Like in this song, all of the characters' overlapping themes are their stories they have about Bruno's alleged malevolence. Or like in Camp Rock, where Mitchie and Shane's interlocking themes represent their repressed individual truths and needs fulfilled and supported by each other in their unity.
I will strike the video.
A lyric that is at the end of a tense buildup and right before a climactic payoff. That means something. The lyric is the end of a section and the beginning of a new one. You want it to say something about both of those things. Think of lyrics that precede transitions as spells you cast that unlock portals to a new reality.
Okay.
Bruno.
Bruno?
It was my way.
It's an important lyrical spot. You gotta treat it like it's important things mean things. At the end of Act 1 of Hamilton, many leitmotifs are all converging and a big build-up to
Hamilton.
They are asking me to leave. Look around. Isn't this enough?
And the lyric
is
that
Hamilton.
The arrival of the new dimension is this.
People never be satisfied. History
You know, like the meaning of the show. Something momentous and summative of all the conflicting perspectives and themes. That climactic lyrical moment is aware of all the other parts at play. It's cohesive, so it feels climactic and momentous and leaves you with this shining feeling of everything meaning something. Whereas we don't talk about Bruno.
It's true.
Also, the showstopper group number at the halfway point of the story tries to invoke that sense of momentum with this.
What was this?
Who needs it? It's an attempt to reverse causality, achieving the effect without putting in place that which generates it. Put in the bright colors and the big eyes and the catchy music, and then say what it's about later instead of actually making it about that. How are you liking negative critiques, CJ? You notice the difference?
No.
Do you want more? I can do more. Part 3.
Don't do more.
Over everything you love. I don't understand why you people like Guardians of the Galaxy. The Breakfast Club for man-children. If you think this main character is funny or relatable at all, seek help.
I mean, I'm a child at least, so you know. I don't need characters to be relatable, okay? I just clap at the goofy antics. What do you mean? Relatable. That's funny. That's cute if you think the characters need to be relatable. I watch the flashing lights, I see the goofy action, and I clap and I laugh. What do you mean? Is that not all that I need? For my entertainment?
Star-Lord, he's not meant to be relatable. What do you think this is? There Will Be Blood? This is not a character study. You're supposed to find this main character charming. I can't tell if they want me to...
I don't find charming. I find the character of Star-Lord goofy and weird and funny, and I clap because I hear the funny music. That's, you know, copyrighted old music. And there are video cassettes, like, for the music, and I clap and I It's very funny. I'm still stuck in your covers, so I'm just thinking about how the climax of Nier's music was going to, from made-up words to real words in the soundtrack, too. You know? Like, it's like, what they call in the showbiz mindless entertainment. You know? It's what they... Speaking of which, there's a very famous musician that is very known for creating music that combines many different languages. The creator of the soundtrack for Berserk. But let's continue.
Take the forced found family climax seriously or not?
I look around at us, you know what I see?
Like, do they want me to go like, oh my god, this is the moment to become the Guardians of the Galaxy. They're the family for each other because no one else will be the family. And I think this is supposed to be funny? Or maybe...
See? It's funny. Good. See, I'm the baby here. This is me. Okay? I've been doxxed in the video. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable being doxxed in a video. Like someone observes me doing the reaction. I literally have only single point of comparison for media right now. It sucks. Oh no.
If you've just always thought that this movie was great and emotional and funny, and you don't understand the perspective with which I'm seeing it, just squint your eyes a little bit, and you can see...
This movie is funny, emotional, and that other thing that you listed, okay? It's like, of course.
That this is like if Seth MacFarlane directed a Marvel movie.
That would have been awful, actually. That would have been the most racist, transphobic movie from Marvel we would have seen.
Academy is a Wattpad fanfic. Just scene after scene of people going, you still don't get it, do you? You guys are pathetic. Can someone get this guy out of my face while I fix the time-space continuum? It's got film student energy. The first episode of Arcane was so boring that I didn't watch the show. Oh, you found an item? You live in a realm? Watch Miraculous instead. The episodes are half the length and...
Uh-oh.
The animators aren't trying to prove something. Everything everywhere all at once. Uh-oh. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Funny, skillfully made, inspiring. Also, 30% action scenes and 30% bleeding heart monologues. It blends together. But the difference between Everything Everywhere All at Once and The Emperor's New Groove, released in the 2000s, starring David Spade, is that if someone said that Everything Everywhere All at Once was a 10 out of 10, I'd be like, yeah, if it makes sense. I love this movie, even though I'm not sure if I like it. The analytical anger that I channeled to Shank and Kanto a little bit was, mostly for comedic effect and to prove a point. But the authentic part of that really exists in my mind is passion for excellence and a desire for things to be excellent. I don't feel like in
This is gonna be a super long stream, but I'm here for it.
themes. It's happened many times in my life where I see people have real love and really get something out of a popular
I have love.
And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking that like the movie is not worth your love. Like your love is more beautiful than the movie. If you just invert that, what I mean to say is that I want the movie.
I have more love than
I
anyone.
think about this stuff because I love it so much. I have a brain disease where everything that passes through my mind has to go through like this gauntlet of analysis to see if it's optimal.
I love them.
So nested, even in that intentionally uncharitable negativity, is passion for art and your love for it. I don't identify with my intuitive general situational dislike.
I do 100%.
Artists in pursuit of that which I love. Often when someone else raves to me with passion about a thing that I don't care for, I discover care. I find a way to access the beauty that they're seeing. Or at the very least, I appreciate that they appreciate it. So I don't like in context.
Appreciation is for the weak.
I don't like Frozen either. I'm not predisposed to enjoy most 3D animated family movies. Guardians of the Galaxy was a landmark experimental blockbuster that allowed the MCU to be cosmic and wacky, pragmatically paving the way for works that I love. The success of Arcane proves that experimental animation and art styles can be profitable and popular, hopefully encouraging studios to invest in more projects that carry niche aesthetics. And it also might be really good.
I'm not even sure if Arcane was truly all that niche aesthetics, to be honest. Like, I'm not sure I would call this niche aesthetics, to be honest. Like, it was really well made, but calling this niche aesthetics is a bit much.
Arcane proves that experimental animation and art styles can be profitable and popular, hopefully encouraging studios to invest in more projects that carry niche aesthetics. And it also might be really good. I don't know, I can't get past the first episode. The Umbrella Academy, I don't get it. I don't get it. But good for Elliot. I hope he's living. And Everything Everywhere All at Once has my whole heart. I had so much fun. I laughed real hard. I'm so glad someone did this. I don't want to see it again anytime soon on personal preference.
Yeah, right? Like, I'm not sure if it would qualify as niche, you know? Like, it feels pretty mainstream to me, to be honest.
But I wish that every movie that wasn't for me cared as much as this. So what was the point of shitting all over them? Was it just for fun? It was a little fun. But it's a weird kind of fun that also pisses people off. And I don't want to piss people off. I'm trying to add to people's lives, not take away. If you have passion or love for a piece of art that I do not...
I used to be like that, but then I recognized most of my favorite media isn't well-liked or even objectively good, and that changed my mindset. Arcane is niche from the standpoint of 3D animation. It actually was watershed of the Blender community. Yeah, but when it comes to animation as a whole medium, like that just goes beyond just the the CGI aspect, it's not as niche as one could assume, you know? When you look at it through the lens of animation as a whole. Arcane is a bad show for the sole reason that it made innocent people pay League. I've watched it. I liked Arcane. I played a bit of League, but I don't know. Maybe I will play the new MMO that they will make, because they are making an MMO, and apparently it will take place in the same world as Arcane, like more directly than League of Legends.
Please, keep it. Don't let me ruin it. So, should I just stick to the principle of no negative criticism? Dedicate my time to convincing people who love things to love them more, and convincing people who don't love a thing to learn to love it? That doesn't seem right. My opinion's my opinion because I think it's true. And this clearly isn't a review show. That's not the value I provide. I don't think I'm just offering my opinion. Like, people often will refer to what I do as art analysis rather than reviews.
Analysis, like in Westworld.
Like, is there a difference between A review and an analysis? Is an analysis just
analysis mode
with a tuxedo on? Like Anthony Fantano does reviews and I do analysis, but they are both categorized under art critique. But my heart feels like what he does is an exercise in subjectivity.
So like review, I will try to say what the difference is between a review and analysis. Are you ready? So in my opinion, okay, a review is mainly created with one thing in mind. A review is trying, usually when someone reviews are usually saved for products, right? So a review is trying to answer one question. Should you consume a thing, okay? Or should you not consume a thing? In my mind, this is like a purpose of a review. It's trying to tell you if something is worth watching, worth consuming, or not. If it's good or no. An analysis is trying to just analyze. It's not trying to tell you whether something is good and bad or not, whether something is worth watching or not worth watching. It's getting into the work and analyzing its elements, talking about them, you know? But the main goal of the analysis is not to tell you whether or not you should consume something. Analysis of story can be like explorationary, like exploring the things, exploring the story for the sake of understanding it more, not for the sake of telling you if the product is worth buying. And this is for me the main difference between analysis and review. What do you think? An interesting response about your mother's point on art under capitalism can be no ethical consumption under capitalism. Yeah, it's true. What do you think? Do you think I'm on the... yeah. You know, that's my view on the whole review versus analysis thing, you know? Alright, so I guess we can continue now that I've given you like my professional analysis mode.
And mine is an exercise in objectivity, not placing value judgments on either. But is all art completely subjective? What is art critique? Who are you?
I am Anthony Fantano, the
Yeah, I also think analysis is for artists to do their craft. Review is for consumers. I think also analysis can be for quote-unquote consumers, if that makes it right. Like if you have a book club, right? If you have a book club and people read a book together and then they discuss the book, they are engaging in analysis, right? You are analyzing the thing quite literally by discussing the book that you've read as a group, right? So I think it can go both ways for analysis. It can be for the artist, but it can be also for the people that engage with your art, right?
internet's busiest music nerd.
Part 4, what is art critique? What is your job?
I like to think of myself as a music reviewer or music opinionator.
A review is when someone who has consumed something reports on how they felt about it. A positive review happens when someone feels that whatever they have consumed was good. If a lot of people feel like a thing is good, it is statistically likely that a lot of other people will also feel that it's good. This is called induction and is a basic tenet of logic, you dumb fucking bitch. What value to your understanding?
Why you call me? Did you just call me a bitch? What? Okay. That makes sense, yeah.
Do your money. Like, you can describe, like, the tactile process of it, but, like...
What did he call me? What, did you see that? He called me a bitch. Like, am I being insulted by a YouTube video? What the hell? What the hell?
What do you think that does for people?
I think it's a couple different things. Personally, I would like to have my content digested in such a way where I am sort of helping to curate or helping guide people through the intentionally saturated world of music out there. I mean, there's so much that you could be listening to at any given time.
Yeah.
And, what I'm doing in terms of kind of picking and choosing the things that I personally find to be the most interesting or the most worthwhile in terms of conversation.
We have so many things that we can consume.
This review process of
like we live in a very interesting time that we have like millions of options at all times of what to read, consume, and we have to pick the thing that is best for us. But how do we choose what's best for us, And this is, in theory, where reviews come in and help us eliminate the need for having to choose all the time, right?
Mining people's subjective reactions to things, we can do a slippery science of superbness by consensus. You're familiar with this rhythm. Look at the product. Look at the review. The reports of the masses will assist you in deciding whether or not to spend your time and money on the product.
3 stars. Very basic. Typical large...
My favorite creator. Like, I love... We have to watch a video of her sometimes. I love her. Okay? Best creator on the internet. Hands down.
So just copy-paste that logic onto art and huzzah! Art critique! A public record of subjective value judgments giving us
We will watch the trigger warning video. My favorite video. There we go. I put it on my calendar. Watching the trigger warning video with all of you.
Knowledge as to what we will think is good and worth our time based on what other people thought was good and worth their time. We give positive reviews and praise to things that we like so that people know that that's a desirable effect. Do more of this, please. Then we can study art with good reviews and try to replicate their effects. And then bad things and bad services and bad performances and bad products and bad producers get bad reviews. Constructive criticism. Here's what didn't work for me and what I think you could do better next time.
True, I do this always.
How people really feel about this, for you. This is like I'm doing this for you. I just want you to understand what people feel. Honestly, sometimes people tell me I'm a bitch, but the truth is it's because I'm just real. There's not enough real people left that are willing to tell you how it is.
I'm real.
So call me a bitch, whatever. You
know what I mean? I'm real.
Just because I'm honest. I'm
real, but please do not call me names, okay?
Back. I don't like playing games. You know what I mean? I don't like
drama. I play games and I love drama.
What am I doing? I need to stop this. It's addictive. I'm sorry to any of my fans in LA for the hate crime.
It is addictive.
What a negative review is, right? A guide to what not to do if you want to make things that people like. And isn't that the point of art and everything else? To make things that people like? Or
I mean, not exactly, right? The art is supposed to sort of elicit certain, emotions, right? It's supposed to elicit certain emotions. Not only is pleasant, art is very experiential, right? It's about having certain experiences, right? And communicating through that experience, back and forth, so to speak,
Is there a different point to art? Besides that, most people don't tend to think of art as a process of trying to please as many people as possible. Most people don't think of that as an artistic value. People think of that as the opposite of an artistic value. Pleasing as many people as possible is utilitarian.
This assumes that reviewers act as a monolith or even generally similar to diversity of reviewers. Analysis kind of dampens the point, at least from my reading. I see. But also, this is what my grandmother wrote in her memo when it comes, she had an opening to an exhibit of her paintings, and she wrote in her opening statement to her exhibit that and that was years ago, that we all live very busy lives. We jump from one thing to the next, and art can be this anchor in our lives that we can just sit down and sort of just take it in without the need, we pause from just running from one thing to the next, and when we take in the view into ourselves, while taking a break to reflect. And as she said, sometimes this can mean simply sitting on a bench and enjoying the view outside, that this can be like even this can be like a artful experience, you know? Like taking the view in and taking a break from what's going on all around you. So I guess there are many views on what these things entail, right?
Rational, pragmatic, perhaps. However, if capitalistic success or purely large amounts of people having positive subjective reactions to a thing were the marks of artistic excellence, then we would agree that Jurassic World 4 and Transformers
Best
9
movie.
and Star Wars 26 were all the greatest pieces of art that we've experienced in our lifetime. But no, all you hear about is how stupid and bad those things are. Like me, harping on Encanto despite the fact I know how popular it is, and I'm aware that it received some semblance of widespread critical acclaim. On what basis do I disregard its popularity?
Don't disregard Encanto.
Defies inductive reason. Who am I to claim more comedic wit than young Sheldon? Nobody thinks that McDonald's is the height of taste, despite the fact that everyone kind of likes it.
I want McDonald's.
Its popularity is almost indicative.
If you want, okay, this is like
just liking the easy thing to like that everyone else likes is like the opposite.
If you want me to
Taste is
eat
about being
McDonald's,
select and specific, not general and inoffensive. Taste. What the fuck is that? Taste. The thing your tongue does.
Speaking of McDonald's,
taste, as we most commonly use it. Taste 1, your personal preference, your taste, and taste 2, some perceptual access to innate aesthetic goodness that experienced or talented people have that most people do not have. You get that, right? Like, you have your personal taste, you like what you like for whatever reason, and you can learn someone else's personal taste too. Doesn't have to correlate with yours for you to know it. But some people sometimes have good taste. Let's call these two kinds of taste subjective taste and objective taste. We're going to be employing a bit of David Hume again. What we're calling subjective taste, Hume called sentiment.
McDonald's fries are the height of taste. True!
Taste. Subjective taste is your personal preference. It corresponds only to your sentiments. If you feel that way, then so it is. No one can argue about the validity of your subjective taste. It doesn't require defense or proof. It just is. As Hume puts it, all sentiment is right, because sentiment has a reference to nothing beyond itself and is always real wherever a man is conscious of it. But then there's this objective taste, which corresponds to actual aesthetic knowledge about a thing.
Yeah, I think there is such a thing as having good and bad taste. But, you know, the thing is, I don't necessarily think good and bad taste is.
Also, keep in mind that we have discussed this, like what makes up your objective taste is really can be really sort of affected by your surroundings and what your surrounding perceives to be in good taste, what it perceives to be in bad taste. One group can look at another group, especially if it's a group of horrible bigots, and say, you look horrible, even if it's not necessarily the case, right?
100% defined by what you like and what you don't. You know, you could know all the right bands and all the right records and have them all on your Spotify fucking, you know, playlists and so on and so forth. But the thing is, like, if you don't understand why it's appealing to you, or like where those music movements came from and what they branched off into, it's like, you know, to me, you're not really kind of tasting, you know, you're just kind of like casually, you know, vibing, and that's fine too. There's nothing wrong with kind of enjoying music in a passive and kind of casual way. That's cool. You know, but the thing is, like, to me, again, that kind of separates, you know, people who are trying to like actually kind of taste the shit from people who are just kind of like into it casually.
If I think noise music is pointless and unpleasant because it sounds like this, it doesn't mean that there's no difference between different kinds of noise music, or that some noise music isn't better than other noise music. I can't hear it. I lack the tools to even ascertain that. I don't really know what I'm looking for. We all have our tastes, but not everyone has taste.
I feel like there's so much more to taste other than this is good and this is bad. Like, you know, to me, taste is like, are you picking up on all the sounds, on all the nuances? Are you able in your mind as you're listening to it, isolate every single sound and effect or piece of instrumentation that you're hearing and sort of like focus in on it and hear it outside of everything else that's going on and sort of like pull it out in your mind? Like, to me, that's the ability to taste something. If you don't have the ability to do that, that doesn't mean that you can't ever have it. You've just got to listen to more music and actually like try to practice focusing on certain elements within the song that you're hearing.
There are simple things we expect of people who...
I'm not sure what to think of this. I'm not sure what to think of this, to be honest. Like, I actually finding myself disagreeing with this person. Maybe I should get more into it. I think it's okay to taste things like this, like when you can hear individual sounds on a technical level. But I think it's perfectly fine to just to approach it differently and just have a certain, how he said, vibe about it, you know? It's like if I were to look at a painting, because paintings are more to my wheelhouse, then I don't think a person that just looks at a painting and has certain emotions about it is tasting the painting less than a person that can identify the technique, that can identify all the individual brush strokes, that can identify what sort of paint was used, etc., right? But I think that's like a very individual thing. Like, I'm not sure if I'm finding myself agreeing that about the tasting thing.
Claim taste, most commonly, that they've experienced different kinds of this thing. They have something to compare it to. How can you claim what the quality is of a thing if you can't compare it to anything else? I mean, it just is what it is until it's better or worse than something. Yeah, everyone likes McDonald's until you had a $200 steak. Or if you're vegan, like, a leaf. I don't know what vegans eat. A great inferiority of beauty gives pain to a person conversant in the highest excellence of the kind.
You know, I feel like good taste is manifested in having a wide palette, having a wide appreciation for different things. If you don't like something, at least knowing and understanding why that you don't like it.
Subjective taste doesn't require justification. It's just saying how you felt about something. But objective taste does require justification because you're claiming what the thing is. People mix those two things up a lot without making like a value judgment on if objective taste or subjective taste is like more important than the other. We can at least agree.
Yeah. The thing is, that I think it's okay for you to disagree with this. I think it's mostly to be thinking about it. I disagree with it, but I also think it's okay to engage with it this way, you know? I just think there's like just like in fighting for socialism, you have diversity of tactics. I think there's a diversity of how you consume your art, you know? Try to understand what Anthony Fahrenheit is saying. Try to visualize a person who is saying that anatomy doesn't matter. Yeah, but of course, anatomy can super matter, but there are cases in which anatomy doesn't matter at all, right? Like, as I said, like, you have like a diversity of action, diversity of enjoying your art, okay? I don't think any way is like inherently superior to the other, you know? I don't think there's like the real way to enjoy your art that's better than the other. Yeah, one can say that subjectivity is appealing until someone uses it to dismiss what you care about. That's true. That's true. You know? That did happen. It did happen to me sometime, you know? But yeah, it's like a bit of like diversity of approaching things.
That they like exist or we behave as though
I'm a duck, I'm evil.
Like, neither is wrong. You know, it's just kind of like different approaches and it's different levels of appreciation.
Perhaps.
Oh, see, like this person said it, you know, so we end up agreeing. It's just different types of appreciation.
Review is a corollary of subjective taste, and analysis is a corollary of objective taste. But if your subjective taste says that a thing sucks, but some objective taste somewhere says that it's actually amazing, how do you access the value of that? And if your objective taste says that a thing is bad, but everyone else thinks it's good, how do you access that truth? You're never fully free of your sentiments and subjective taste, no matter how much you cultivate your objective taste and analytical knowledge, nor would
I know that it depends, right? Some things are acquired taste. You cannot like something. You can really hate it. and then you can try approaching it from a different angle, and then you discovered about it something that you have not seen or felt before, and then you like it now. So it's not a case that if you don't like something, then you will never like it, right?
Would you want to be rid of your sentiments entirely? I mean, that's the whole point of the art. You're always going to be limited by your personal perspective. Luckily, both kinds of these critiques are communicated in the exact same way. Aesthetic testimony is a phrase you've never heard before, but is just exactly what it sounds like. When your friend goes, "This album's sick, you gotta check it out," that's aesthetic testimony. When you go to an art gallery and there's a little paragraph under a painting, that's aesthetic testimony. When
Metal Gear Rising is sick and we should all play it on stream.
Most truths are not arrived at without talking to other people. We are seldom satisfied just feeling the way that we feel about a piece of art and just leaving it at that. We want to compare beliefs. We want to try to figure out the truth of this thing. We love learning about the context and creation of a thing. We love when our interpretation aligns with the intent. So aesthetic testimony is an essential part of the art experience. However, there's one thing it can't do for you. You have to actually experience the art. Aesthetic testimony won't replace that. Like reading a lyric without hearing it in a song, you can know everything about a piece of art and still not really know it. If your friend has seen a movie that you haven't and they explain the plot to you and how they felt about it, they can't then go, "So what'd you think of the movie?" Aesthetic testimony.
True, this is a really interesting thing, okay? This is like a really talking about a movie versus watching the movie. Like, have you ever had this experience, like, okay, if someone tells you a plot of a movie in a really structured and detailed way, have you ever had the experience of someone telling you about a movie and you basically creating a movie in your own mind and then going to watch the movie and comparing how the movie that you have constructed in your own head based on the story differs from the movie that you actually see later? Like, I've had this happen to me a couple of times and it was like a really interesting experience, you know? When someone first told me about something, I have created my own image based on the story of what it would be like, you know? From start to finish. And then I've watched the thing, and sometimes the thing differed quite a lot from what my brain reconstruction based on the story, you know? Like, you basically create your own movie based on someone's story about an existing movie, and then your own movie, you know, kind of gets compared to the actual movie. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? You have created a totally new thing in your mind before even seeing the original.
Art itself. It can give you aesthetic information. You can likely reasonably guess whether or not you're gonna like a thing or if it's worth spending your money on via inductive reasoning, but you still can't have sincere beliefs about a thing until you've actually experienced it. You ain't about to trust subjective or objective knowledge coming out of the mouth of a guy who hasn't even seen the movie. A British guy who was once alive and no longer is, named Richard Wollheim, called this the acquaintance principle. The acquaintance principle states that having the right to an aesthetic belief requires one to have experienced for oneself the object it concerns. So we've got the acquaintance principle and aesthetic testimony, and subjective taste and objective taste. We got a bunch of new tools. Do you like your new tools? Leave a comment if you like your new tools. We can put your tools together in different ways to make
asked
fun
you to
sorts of
debate.
thingies now. For
I've
example,
already
the function of
challenged you to
aesthetic
debate.
testimony in a purely subjective taste perspective is to evaluate whether or not you might like something. If you know your taste and you know someone else's taste, you can assume from what they like and dislike what you will like and dislike.
Is this a trans flag on his
According
shirt?
to eminent critics,
I've just noticed.
Video Game Donkey, this is what a professional critic is.
Listen, fucko, you don't have to see eye to eye on every single game to put your trust in someone, obviously. A critic's power lies in the consistency of their voice. It's important to build an understanding between the critic and the viewer. Every review you do should feel like an extension of the last until your audience understands what kind of games you respond to.
If you play fair with your reader, you can give a movie a bad review and they'll still be able to read that review and know that they would like to go see that movie.
And that makes a lot of sense for modern video game consumers and cinema goers in Ebert's heyday. A new AAA game is $60 and I ain't got $60. If I'm about to spend $60 that I don't have on a video game, I better fucking like the game. But Roger Ebert's medium of printing reviews to help men decide which Hollywood film to spend their money taking their family to experience at the motion picture show is a little bit outdated. We've got like 40 streaming services we're subscribed to on a monthly basis, giving us unimaginable access to every media ever. Also, you can steal with the internet. But don't tell your mother that I said that. You want a sip of wine? It's not much of a financial or anymore to listen to an album or watch a movie. I only go to Pitchfork to read reviews for albums that I've already listened to. I mean, I know it's not to decide whether or not to buy a fucking disc. So then if aesthetic testimony is not about that, then it must be about seeking objective knowledge. But I don't think that Pitchfork reviewers know more about shit than I do. As soon as I finish
I know everything.
show, I go find a Reddit thread about it to peruse for my own personal pleasure, like a sick fuck. Those aren't behaviors in search of more crap I might like, nor is it a pursuit of objective knowledge, because I'm not sure that those resources are gonna give me any information that I value more than my own mind. I mean, I really trust my own objective judgment. If I didn't believe a thing, then I wouldn't believe it. And even if that aesthetic testimony did train my discerning objective taste, I'm not
I have taste.
that I would want to just be told what to think about it. I want to arrive at it on my own. It's not just that aesthetic testimony can't replace direct acquaintance. It can kind of ruin it if someone just tells you what they think it's definitely about before you get to make your own decision. Even if they're right. Spoiler warning on meaning itself. I want to come to my own conclusions, and I hope they're right, but I don't just want to be right. I want to try to be right and succeed. So maybe it's not being right, it's the trying.
The reason we're not...
I'm not even sure if it's about trying, like, or being right, okay? Like, I just think it's about maybe I'm just feels over reels. For me, it's about getting into the flow and experiencing it, and then seeing, and then you see, like, you feel if it's good for you or not. But I don't think that it's about being right, if that makes sense. I'm not sure how to explain it even, because it's really vibes, like, based thing that I'm saying. You know? Because it turns into a very contest-like mindset that I want to be right about this being good, so is it good? And, you know, you should just clear your mind, get into it, and see if you're right, and don't really expect it to be right or make it about you being right or even trying, you know? Yeah. Why even try?
Deferring to testimony is not because we can't find...
Like, this becomes a really, this can become in my mind a really ego-driven thing real fast. If the main thing is you worry about when consuming art is if you're right about it being objectively good or not, right?
Find out about art through testimony and by trusting experts, but because it would be missing the point.
Part 5, Aesthetic Engagement and Gameplay. A professor at the University of Utah named T. Nguyen wrote a paper called Autonomy and Aesthetic Engagement, which seeks to resolve some of the tensions between aesthetic testimony, the acquaintance principle, and aesthetic truth by reframing the question of aesthetic truth. Sometimes the reason you can't answer a question is because the question itself is inadequate. You don't have to find out which of these dialectically opposed contradictory truths are more true. You need to unask the question. The context in which you were thinking was too small. If you expand your context, you're gonna find the contradiction was actually two sides of the same thing, mistaking the forest for individualistic shrubbery. A cogent demonstration of this principle can be found within the classic Coca-Cola is a health potion, Pepsi is a mana potion Tumblr post. The post follows a 3-act structure of setup, confrontation, and resolution. It opens with an expository, fanciful, dualistic truth.
Coca-Cola is a health potion. Pepsi is a mana potion.
From this premise, we intuitively reason
health and mana.
Soda pop will also fall in this dichotomy as a health potion or a mana potion, or perhaps at least be another kind of stat-altering consumable item. So the rising action of the second act sees someone challenging this dichotomy's elasticity, submitting new data, expecting a result along the lines established.
What's grape soda?
But the guru responds,
"It's fucking purple, baby!"
Grape soda is purple! Unask the question. The duality you're mistakenly operating inside of is too small to contain the answer. Developing a sense of objective taste doesn't necessarily mean that your feelings about a thing are more true than someone else's less accultured feelings. And aesthetic testimony is not
I am uncultured.
acquaintance with more
I'm
crap that
proud
we
of
like.
myself.
These are all attempts to find aesthetic truth, but no one is better than the other.
True.
And aesthetic truth need not even exist for that pursuit to be valuable.
True. Amazing. Right, I agree.
We're not in pursuit of the truth, we're in pursuit of aesthetic engagement. Here's my proposal. We perform the various aesthetic activities of perception and investigation for the sake of our involvement in the activity of seeking correct judgments, rather than for the sake of actually having made correct judgments. It's not aesthetic truth that was—
There we go. See? See? This person agrees with me. Like a real genius has entered the room and has told in the video what I've been saying moments before, okay? Like I'm happy, I feel vindicated, you know? Like this person, like, what's the name? Qin Yuan is doing a real service to the Nguyen family because the Nguyen dynasty is infamously disliked for having allowed France to colonize Vietnam, you know? So the Nguyen family has been in real hot water because of its infamous ruling dynasty, at least at the end of its rule, okay? So this is like doing like a redemption arc, if you could say, you know?
Aesthetic activities of perception
And I'm all for it. I'm here for it. I'm here for the redemption
rather
arc.
than for the sake of actually having made correct judgments. It's not aesthetic truth that was valuable. It was the friends we made along the way. Art critique is like a game. You don't want to win, you want to play the game.
Exactly. Exactly. You don't want to just win. You want to experience, to enjoy the game. Like if you're just too fixated on winning the game, then you do not enjoy the game. And what's the point of that? It's like you just waste of time, get frustrated and mad, and just scream like, come on, you know? And I think it's not good. I think it's bad.
By Bernard Suits called The Grasshopper, Games, Life, and Utopia. Within it is an attempt to define what a game is, which is a slightly famously difficult
A game is a miserable pile of secrets.
Not a game, and makes me playing solitaire a game. Suits settles on a hilariously accurate definition that a game is when you set an arbitrary goal and set arbitrary limitations for the joy of overcoming those limitations that you just made up. It's upsettingly obvious in retrospect.
Well, it's not, but in that case, reading a book, like, I mean, reading a book can be a game. If you set a timer on the, if you set a timer on the table and say, I have to read this book in an hour or else, then this becomes a game, you know? It literally does become a game if you set yourself a limitation of having to finish the book within 1 hour, you know? So in that sense, it can also... This reminds me of a lot of folks we know of, yeah.
So here's this great example where, like, imagine both of us are climbing a mountain. And you're climbing the mountain because there's a plant, a rare herb at the top that will cure your mortal illness. And I'm climbing it because I'm a mountain climber. I'm playing a game and you're not. And the way we can tell is if someone comes by with a helicopter and asks us for and offers us a lift, you should say, hell yeah, right? I don't care about how I get up to the mountain. I just want this herb at the top that's going to cure my illness. And I will say, no, I'm a mountain climber.
Medical climber will say, of course, give me a cancer drug. And the other person's like, of course not. What do you think I'm doing?
If you buy Elden Ring, then mod the shit out of it so you're invincible.
Elden Ring!
The game of all of its value. You're not even really playing a game anymore. But when you willingly adopt the limitations of being weak and slow and vulnerable and you keep dying and you keep fucking dying, it's fucking bullshit. Suddenly you dedicate 800 hours trying to achieve the result that you could have gotten with the modding. This is because the goal of Elden Ring is to kill everyone and take no damage. But that's not the purpose. Achieving that goal without struggling completely thwarts the purpose. You set that goal not so you can get the value of achieving the goal, but so you can work towards that goal. Something about working towards it is the valuable part.
The goal at which we aim during an activity is
But more importantly, as Metal Gear Solid has taught us, it's actually about the memes, you know? It's about the memes. It's about the screaming when you die. It's about crying when you die. It's like about... Like, come on, You know? Like, it's not about working for it. It's about dying, crying, and then you're a streamer, possibly about people giggling at you. If you set a timer and you beat the timer, it's totally a game. You can put a score. Yeah, exactly. And you can keep beating the score, in fact, by reading the book faster and faster. You know?
Necessarily the same as our purpose for taking up the activity, nor is achieving the local goal the only possible source of value for an activity. You intuitively know that if someone buys Portal and then looks at the walkthrough and finishes it in like 30 minutes, that they've done something wrong. You don't need a theory of games to know that.
Nguyen calls these striving games. Maybe if you play professional baseball, you're playing an achievement game. Like, the joy that you're gonna derive from this is the victory. You're not just playing for the fun of playing, but if you're playing baseball in a park with your friends, you are trying to win, but it's a striving game. The trying is the fun part, regardless of which party does win, unless you guys are really petty. A little while ago, I went to the beach with some friends, and we played a game in a circle with a volleyball, and the goal of the game was keep the ball in the air forever. A lofty ambition. Perhaps we never did achieve that, but despite never winning, working towards that goal in vain gave us the value we were seeking. We really genuinely tried quite hard, and we cheered at our victories and laughed at our failures, and we got exactly what we wanted out of it. You can understand art critique as a striving game. Being right about art is the win state of art critique, much like keeping the ball in the air forever was the win state of that little circle game. The state of having achieved that goal isn't actually the value. It might even be impossible to achieve, but setting that as the goal provides the value.
Striving play contains a motivational inversion. In normal, practical life, one takes the means for the sake of the ends. In striving play, one selects the ends for the sake of the means it puts one through.
Now we're fucking talking. Aesthetic testimony can't replace direct acquaintance, and we don't defer to people with objective taste.
Although some people just put it on its head and sort of go through many painful and boring and like lame things, like very like things to for the sake of the result. Even in a video game that's supposed to be fun.
Because we want the pleasure of climbing a mountain without the helicopter helping us to the peak. So why do we seek aesthetic testimony after we already know our subjective reaction to the thing? Why do we debate the merits of things with our friends? Why do we revisit things with guidance from experts and those with differing opinions?
Because debate.
It's good multiplayer. If somebody gains all of their knowledge about a piece of art via aesthetic testimony and is technically correct but has never had direct acquaintance with the object, does this even count as knowledge? And if not, can anyone ever truly gain knowledge from aesthetic testimony, or is it only acquired by direct interaction with the object? Are you obligated to train your objective taste to discover the true nature of an object? Or is all there is your subjective reaction? And is consensus of subjective reaction truly the only measure of quality? Or is there some other deeper quality, only
there's nothing deeper
by those trained and educated in their palate? It's fucking purple, baby!
The best explanation of the demand for direct autonomy and aesthetic appreciation, then, is that we value the specific form of activity involved in pursuing correct aesthetic judgment. We value the process of hunting for subtle details that we missed the first time around, or struggling to create interpretations that fit with the rich actuality of the world.
We all know that number ratings are fucking stupid, right? We know that? Like, I can see the comments generated from your offended sensibilities of me calling The Emperor's New Groove a 6 out of 10. We're mostly in jest. We're mostly a way to articulate your feelings about that, which are in contrast to mine. Like, the whole thing is ridiculous. You can't really reliably, effectively quantify feeling like that. How do you contain feelings about a piece of art in a number out of 10? And then the number system itself is also open to interpretation. Some people think that a 5 out of 10 is an insult, like getting 50% on a test at school, and some
you pass
5 out of 10 means that something is average and worth experiencing. 5 out of 10 means that it meets the requirements and it's not a waste of time. I mean, it means you enjoyed it, enjoyed 50% of it, right?
You really have to give it a fucking 7?
Yeah.
It's a pretty positive score.
Pretty positive in what world, dude?
In the world of numbers past the number 5.
I can't do it. My perception of reality is constantly in flux.
Oh my god.
Number ratings, and I think about all this shit. Am I supposed to be rating this on a subjective taste gradient or an objective?
I remember that a Polish magazine back in the day gave Metal Gear Solid 2 a score of 8 out of 10, and the people rioted. Like, people went really mad.
taste gradient, or am I supposed to be
So they
recommending
thought 8 was a poor
most people would
score.
enjoy, or what you personally would enjoy? I immediately start to fragment it into different sections that can have their own out of 10 ratings. Like any given movie, it must have like probably at least 5 different
At least
ratings out
11.
of 10 of quality or even personal enjoyment. At least 5, more accurately, probably 50. I mean, you can rate every individual actor's performance and every
A duck out of 10.
out of 10. You can rate every shot. This scene for me personally had 10 out of 10 comedy, and this scene personally for me had 3 out of 10 comedy. Guy get thing up his butt, not thing that make me laugh, but at a 10 out of 10 commitment to the bit.
At least
Art style
11.
is not directly appealing to me for whatever reason. It's like a 5 out of 10. You know what I mean? Like, sure, it's there, looks cool, it's different. Major on subjective taste when it comes to animation quality. I like the pretty pictures that I like without justification. So I presume the visuals of that show are more like a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 on an objective-y taste spectrum. But I don't know. I mean, I also don't play League of Legends. As a video game adaptation, it's probably a 400 out of 10. This is a stupid, bottomless, unproductive way to talk about art. I've never understood it. It always drives me crazy. But with Nguyen's analysis of aesthetic engagement, I suddenly do. I have empathy. I get it. I was not satisfied with Dunkey and Roger Ebert's explanation of what a reviewer is for and what scores are for. But I am satisfied with this. Number ratings, no matter what scale they're on or what they're supposed to
A
represent,
duck out of 10.
always some kind of claim of aesthetic truth, be it subjective or objective.
Yeah.
And then that's just something to hold on to that incentivizes deeper aesthetic engagement. If I think 6 out of 10 and you say 7 out of 10, that's our cue to start to discuss the difference, which makes us look more carefully at the thing and ourselves. What do you think an album review is for?
You know, I think a review or any kind of like critique of any sort of piece of art or, you know, any piece of work, it should, the goal should really be to give the audience, give the consumer of the review pause to think about what makes the work tick, what makes it appeal to them or not appeal to them. You know, just take a moment instead of just like kind of blindly consuming, actually like put some thought into what it is you're listening to. What it is you're watching, what it is you're whatevering. Think about what makes it so interesting in the first place, or not interesting.
To that extent, a positive or negative review or analysis will function as a kind of incentive.
It doesn't really matter whether the review is positive or negative. It should still serve the same purpose, to give pause.
That's why it's never unpleasant to argue with someone about whether or not something's good. There's no reason to ever really get upset with each other if we know all of this.
I'm always upset.
Arguing about these things, right?
No, I am always upset.
You're not fighting with anyone for real about the merits of any art, are you? You guys aren't out here arguing, are you? Art means a lot to a lot of people, and sometimes people start
I will
investing
kill you.
pieces of art
Come on.
as representations of their
I will gut you like a fish.
that their love for that means something about them. So if someone thinks that that art is bad, that means that they think they're bad. Or
Yeah, you think I'm bad?
a piece of art is so bad that if you appreciate it, that means something bad about you. You start to see your own
There we go, my angry face.
evaluation of aesthetic truth as the truth, and you need to convince other people. You start playing it like a game that you have to win, not just enjoy playing. And to those people, I would generally suggest that they
I'm angry.
Getting too invested and too mad is like losing it when you lose a party game.
Except that I am one of those people.
Yeah.
So maybe they have a point. Nguyen's aesthetic philosophy is very good, but it doesn't explain everything, nor does it claim to. There's a bit of an unignorable hole in this aesthetic engagement malarkey. So aesthetic engagement is the valuable part of art appreciation.
Hey.
But is it intrinsically valuable or extrinsically valuable?
Amen.
Like, do we strive to be right about art because that striving is intrinsically valuable? We value this process on its own, which is why we try to do that. Or does the striving process produce something valuable? Maybe the striving isn't the value. Maybe the striving is serving another value. This is a point that Nguyen doesn't bother to try to prove, but simply washes his hands of so we can get on
Prove
with this shit.
it.
I leave open the question of whether that activity is intrinsically or extrinsically valuable.
Coward! Part 6.
Coward, prove it, coward. Debate me.
Do not deceive you, the flowers are even more wilted. Is art for our enjoyment or for art's sake? And if art is for art's sake, we're right back at what is art? Is a sunset art or only a picture of a sunset? Or is that picture only
Art is
once
for
it is
art's
observed? And if
sake.
this is the case, then is a sunset art?
Okay, I'm not angry anymore for now. You are off the hook. I'm happy now, actually. There you go. Not too. Okay, I'm moderately happy now. The answer is it's both. Art is for art's sake, but it's also for our enjoyment. It's not mutually exclusive, okay? Art can be for its own sake, but also for the sake of our enjoyment. Or our, like, experiencing of it, rather. Okay?
Art when it's observed? If a tree falls and no one's around to paint it, is it art? And if art is not for a higher purpose and is just for our personal enjoyment, still, what is art? Here it's easy to reach for the Jacobellus versus Ohio definition.
Art is multifaceted.
Art is when I feel like it's art. Yes.
Art is not just one thing. Art is multifaceted. That's important, right? Like you cannot just reduce it to one thing. It doesn't need to be, but it can be. Yeah, I am. My grandmother was a big artist, you know? My grandmother was more of an artist that sort of went through like a very methodical analysis of what she did. And even she had a whole notebook with very methodical analysis. But yeah, I think art is multifaceted. I don't think it's just one thing that you can reduce it to. Does that make sense? Am I a genius for saying that? Am I smart and original? Yeah, I enjoy being molding.
They're both cups, but this one feels like art and that one doesn't. What's the difference between my friend telling me a story and a poem telling me a story? Well, the poem feels like art. I know it's a urinal, but Marcel Duchamp signed it, and it really feels like art right now. And this feels a wishy-washy and arbitrary and cowardly.
Today I will prove that goblins
are
real, even though many of you will not believe. Even when confronted with incontrovertible evidence. Evidence number 2, I just feel like goblins are real.
But what if this definition isn't stupid? Art isn't rational, so why would its definition be based in rationality? What if this irrational feeling is telling us what art is in a way that reason can't? Art objects aren't the only thing that activate our aesthetic engagement. That feeling of aesthetic engagement rears its heads in a multiplicity of areas in our lives that we don't tend to think as art. This sensation gives birth to the phrase elevating blank to an art form. It also explains our occasional grammatical recontextualization.
Elevating poop to an art form.
Art things somehow, like the art of welding or the art of bartending or the art of parenting. These are things that I don't tend to think of intrinsically as art forms, but when somebody's really good at them, it feels like art. And on the flip side, I'm inclined to say music inherently is art, but I'm not thinking of amateur drunken karaoke night when I'm saying that. It ticks the boxes, but I don't know.
Wait.
Because art doesn't actually exist.
Is this art? Oh no, I cannot play it. I'll be like, it's probably like super, like, okay, I will not play it.
As an entity or concept, it's just a matter of opinion. We made it up. Or is it that art is a definable thing? We just haven't found the right definition for it yet. Is it in our minds or is it in matter which we then perceive? Or are we asking too small of a question? What if confining art to mind or matter is insufficient? What if art doesn't reside in us, the subject, or the thing that we're engaging with, the object? What if art is something that happens when those two things interact? Vivian Maier was a French-American woman born in 1926 that lived most of her life as a nanny in Chicago. She also had a hobby as a photographer. She never had much money and was often
I don't think we need to define it as one thing. And I don't think we have to try to reduce it to a single sort of concept, right? I think it's multifaceted, if that makes sense, you know? That's my take on it.
By the families that she cared for. She even flirted a bit with homelessness in her life, but ultimately managed to afford a Rolleiflex camera for her personal use as well as a bit of travel around the world in her lifetime. Then she hit her head and died in 2009. Rest in peace, Queen. Late in her life, after she lapsed on payments for a storage unit, presumably because she was busy falling and hitting her head, all of her shit was auctioned off, like on Storage Wars. Because fuck poor people and their meager possessions. How dare you own treasured sentimental objects instead of land, like us? Give me Georgism! In 2008, local historian and scrawny guy John Maloof was helping to construct a book about the history of Chicago, from colonization all the way to Chief Keef. Systemic genocide. Class stratification via land ownership. So Maloof went to a local auction house and bought a random abandoned box of undeveloped negatives on a gamble, hoping to get some native street-level historic shots of the city in the 60s, and instead he found...
I think that the effort to try to fit it in a single definition is worth it in and of itself. You try to fit it into a single definition, see what happens, takes notes, learn. Right. Of course, you can try it, but it doesn't mean that it can be done, right?
The shots weren't usable for the project he was working on, but Maloof developed what felt like a shameful, invasive obsession with this perplexing secret body of work residing entirely in thousands and thousands of rolls of undeveloped film. Meyer herself hadn't even seen
The failure of enclosing something into a single definition can in and of itself be a valuable lesson. Indeed, it can.
prints of the photos that she was taking. Maloof was the first one to actually experience her art. When he initially bought the box from the auction house, he was told that the original owner was elderly and quite sick, so he didn't endeavor to contact her and disturb her unnecessarily. He looked her up to see if she was a known photographer anywhere at any time, but found nothing. Until one day, when he Googles her again out of exasperation, but it actually does turn up a search result. An obituary. She died from hitting her head, remember that? So at this point, not really knowing what else to do, he bought out the domain name vivianmeyer.com and made this post on Flickr. I purchased a giant lot of negatives from a small auction house here in Chicago. It is the work of Vivian Meyer, a French-born photographer who recently passed away in April of 2009 in Chicago, where she resided. I opened a blog spot with her work here. I have a ton of her work, about 30 to 40,000 negatives, which ranges in dates from the 1950s to 1970s. I guess my question is, what do I do with this stuff? Check out the blog. Is this type of work worthy of exhibitions? A book? Or do bodies of work like this come up often? Any direction would be great. You can still go to this thread, see the original Flickr post, and watch in real time as it gets picked up by news sites and blogs and goes viral. I love this moment where someone offers to buy it and he's just like, no. Maloof has now gathered and preserved 150,000 of her negatives and 3,000 of her prints and is the bona fide preeminent Vivian Meyer historian and curator completely by chance. The story is almost irritatingly romantic. It's like the plot to a Born Sexy Yesterday movie. The only way I found her name was because it was written with pencil on a photo lab envelope. I decided to Google her name about a year after I purchased these, only to find her obituary placed the day before my search. She passed only a couple days before my Google search. How wired. I thought about meeting her in person prior, but the auction house had stated she was ill, so I didn't want to bother her. So many questions would have been answered if I had. It eats at me from time to time. So yeah, idyllic story about a diamond in the rough shrouded in humble mystery discovered after their death. But this is also like an aesthetic.
This is actually not that unheard of, right? There are some artists that literally have asked for their works to be destroyed when they pass away. Works that no one has ever seen, you know? That is a thing that happened. They requested that their works be destroyed, and some people just refused to listen to their request and released their works. There were a few famous people that went through this sort of thing. So I think there might be some common theme there, right? When it comes to the question of creating for the sake of creating and not even wanting others to more broadly consume it, if that makes sense, you know?
Philosophy, hypothetical thought experiment in real life.
There can be many things that go into that.
Was she making art or just documenting her life? That scared me. This question comes across redundant and offensive because look at it. Of course it's art. But if those negatives were lost in storage or damaged somehow or destroyed and disposed of because they technically had no value, the art would have died with her. What made this photography art in Meyer's lifetime was her robust, deep relationship with what she was doing and what she was generating. What makes it art in our lifetime is that we see the results. The negatives are not the art. The photographs even aren't the art. Aesthetic testimony about Vivian Meyer isn't the art. This is art. You seeing it. This moment. Art is an event. It's not in the photo. It's not in your mind. It's in the interaction between the two. You ever experience something uncannily cinematic in real life and go, that was just like a movie?
This is like also what grandma said, you know? Where you live a hectic life and you sit down and you take in the moment and you pause for a second. I will have to find that and translate it, like the exact quote. I have it somewhere.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It wasn't like art. It is art. Of course we can elevate anything to an art form. Art is the feeling. Or more accurately, the feeling is pre-intellectualized evidence of the art's existence. It's like we're deducing the right to an aesthetic belief and deducing like the rules of the game like from a sense of value or a sense of it not being there. It's like that's first, and then backwards we go to be like, oh no, you actually need to have the right to an aesthetic belief in order to access that value that we already know.
Right, exactly.
I don't agree with subjectivity ass motherfuckers that think that we made art up just because we wanted to. In a roundabout way,
Also, one moment, because I need to go to the toilet real quick. So, I'll be right back. Okay, don't go away. We have still a lot of things to do. And later, after we fill our brains with smart things, we will, you know, eat some tasty, tasty junk food of drama and, you know, brew, 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 okay? I will be right back. Come on! I am back. And also, upon going to the toilet, I have had a few deep thoughts that I would like to share with you as well, okay? Like, I had an epiphany, okay? The toilet epiphany, because I'm a toilet genius, okay? So I read, a part of me refuses to publish them, and I need to understand why. I have done a song every day for almost 2 years, most of them unheard by literally anybody but me. We are talking about 600 songs. Welcome back. Thank you. So there's one aspect that this video does not even touch upon, and I am proud of my genius that I have thought about it. Like, one of the most important things about art, and that may serve at least partially as an explanation why Mirdian might not really want to publish the works. And that is one aspect of art that has not been touched in this video in the slightest at all, okay? And that is the process of not consuming the art, but the process of creating the art itself, the interaction between the artist and the art as it's being created, the dialogue between the art and the artist. And for some artists, the emotions that follow the creation of the art, the road to completing the art, might be more than enough, right? It might be that the act of creating the art the experience was so good for you that when the art itself is done, it's not the important thing for you. The important part for you was the experience that you felt when creating it, you know? And mind you, that the experience of creation can be amazing in itself, you know, when it comes to art. Like drawing, probably playing the music, etc., right? It's like a whole set of experiences in itself, right? So I think we should take this into consideration when answering the question why we don't necessarily feel the need to publish our works. You don't agree with me, you bastards, debate me. Get on voice right now, buddy, okay? Get on voice. Over here. Buddy! Okay, I will allow you to make your case in the chat before I order you to go in the chat, voice chat. The voice chat that is blocked that nobody can apparently go into right now, because the voice chats on the Discord have not been unlocked. I'm eating a sausage. So what's the thing that you disagree on? If we integrate that in the definition of art, in my mind it erases any difference between art and exercise. I am not sure I am ready to accept all the implications of this. But isn't like exercise sort of like yeah, but think about it this way. Exercise is like you train to do something, right? You train with a goal. And art, the act of creating art, is a communication with yourself. You know, you are your own interlocutor when you create art, because you unlock certain things within yourself that you might have not known about, right? Like, you can be your own interlocutor in a way, right? I'm, of course, speaking about the process of creating itself, you know? You look deep within yourself. Yeah. You know, it's a bit of a complicated thing, right? So I think we've sort of started touching upon it, but maybe it's worth exploring a bit deeper, you know? Maybe it's like an idea that is worth exploring more, because like the exercise and the creation of art is not exactly super easy for me to just be like, oh yeah, that's easy, you know? Like, I feel there is a difference, but I'm not super right now. Solipsistic engagement is very different from communication because of the exploration of the boundaries of art. To me, have a lot to do with the recognition that other human beings are out there. Yeah, but we should recognize that the act of creation, the act of creating the art, right? The act of creating the art and the act of taking the art that has been created and communicating that with people are so like sort of different things, even though you can technically speaking combine them and you can even create art in front of an audience, but that's a little bit of a different thing. But generally speaking, I think that the process of creating and and presenting the art are sort of separate, so to speak, if that makes sense. And I think for some people, the process of creation is enough for them to feel satisfied, you know? I can imagine someone like being, oh, I satisfied with how this went and I don't really feel the need to share it. Yeah. You know? Does that make sense? I think it's like a different category almost. The experience of creating the art and experience of having the art finished and sort of communicating it to the audience, you know? Because when you're in the middle of the process of creating, the thing is not created, right? It's not there yet. You're in the middle of it, you know? So it's sort of like a different thing, I think. It's like being in the flow, being in this flow of things, you know? It's like a process, it can be like a process of self-discovery. And then you sort of take the end result of that, and then the communication starts. You know? Does that make sense what I'm saying? You know? Does it make sense? Yeah. Oh, okay. So like, I think that you can separate the two components, right? Like creating the art, like composing the music, painting the picture, drawing the drawing, and the sort of state that you are in as you do it, you know? That can be called communicating with yourself, or maybe exploring yourself, right? Self-exploration and the feelings that go with it, and then finishing the art that you are making, finishing the song, finishing the painting, finishing the drawing, and then starting a communication with the audience using that. I think those are like two separate experiences, and there are people like that are like that just think that I think the self-exploration is enough, and I think that I do not need to communicate this further with an audience. I think I'm satisfied with just the process of going to the finished product, or the finished artwork, if you may. Does that make sense? Have good night, Connor. Good night. Thank you for coming. And I hope that you will have like a fun night giggling, okay? I have a bird brain, so it's okay. But does that make sense, what I'm saying? Can you follow my genius? I feel like I need a very smart and empathetic person to translate what I'm saying. Wink, wink. Wink, wink. Come on. I'm a mean bully. Okay, don't worry. We will get to that person today. Later, we will get to that person. It's exciting, okay? It's exciting world. Come on. Okay, so does it make sense what I'm saying, or no? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? We'll talk about it some more, and then we will continue with the video. Everybody went silent on me. Silent Hill. I mean, in a way you can, right? Because you can create on your own, right? So like, in a way we sort of are that self-sufficient, at least when it comes to the process of creating itself. Like, yeah, you can, and it of course depends, like, there are certain things that you cannot create on your own. Like, for example, imagine this, and this is another thing that you've touched upon, okay? This is actually really interesting. You have introduced a new element that even expands on the whole conversation, because if you create something on your own, that's one set of feelings, right? But what if you are working on a joint project, right? You have, I feel as though we are ascribing a purpose to art out of its possible functions. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's right. But I think it's worth exploring some of those, right? Some of those possible functions. Like, for example, what if you have a team of 5 people, right? Each of them is working on a separate component, right? And then you share the process with another person. Then suddenly it becomes communication, no? While it can have many functions to many people, with none of them being primary or the true purpose of art. Yeah, that's correct. Right? That's correct. This is what I always say, that because many people say that abstract art is meaningless, and I don't think there is such thing as meaningless art. I think the meaning is in the experience that the art gives you, you know? So there is no such thing as meaningless art, as long as you experience something through the interaction with the art itself, right? Does that make also any sort of sense? So yeah, I think we can unpause this unflattering. A genuine gut punch is possible through art, but it's also possible by having a stimulating conversation with the right person. Yeah, that's right. And the question becomes, because I mean, there is a term, the art of conversation. So can a stimulating conversation itself become a form of art? Like if art is the moment, right? If art is the moment, like the experience, then we could argue that by having a stimulating conversation, we actually create art, no? Yeah. Like, I think so. Like, even though, especially what if you even record the conversation? You record the stimulating conversation, then it becomes like art that is actually that other people can enjoy as well if they listen to the stimulating conversation and get something out of it. So that makes it even more that a stimulating conversation could possibly become a form of art. No? A podcast is art. Fight me. Debate me. Podcasts are art. Debate me. There you go. Debate me! Come on! Get on voice now, buddy. Okay, no time for memes. Yeah, everything is memes. Metal Gear Solid rocked my world today. No, actually, I'm serious, actually. I do think that podcasts can be art, you know? Like, I think art is a really broad concept. Like, I do think that art is like a really broad concept that can actually be about the day-to-day things, you know? Like, I'm not sure if like borders of art are clearly defined. What is and what is not it, you know? And I think like, yeah. The chat is screaming at me like, I can't believe, like, the inverse of the regular. The inverse of the regular streams happen. Usually the streamer screams at the chat, but the chat screams at me. I can't believe I'm being screamed at by the chat. I'm being scolded by the chat.
For your subjective interpretations than you do, because I think they're evidence of something
I'm
real.
sorry.
I think that art
I'm
isn't
sorry.
only subjective. I think that
I
your
apologize.
subjectivity is part of the art as much as the art object is. When you try to define art as subjective, it fails. And when you try to define art as anything objective, it fails because those are two small containers that cannot contain the entirety of the thing that created those containers. When multiple parts add up to something greater than the sum of its parts, what that specifically means is trying to understand the greater thing via one part is a limited perspective. You're missing the bigger real thing. You cannot contain it with the tools of its construction. This happens first, then we deduce the parts. I wonder if this is true. what I'm saying. If you're talking about the medium of photography, which is a large emergent thing that contains many constituent elements, if you try to define that and limit it to like, it's a photograph or it's a camera or it's the process of taking a picture, no, it's all of those things. None of those things on their own add up to photography. The concept of photography cannot be contained in an entire...
Have you noticed how often this person changes clothing through the video? This person owns more clothes. This person changes more clothing in the video than I own, which is actually a really sad thing to admit.
Subjective lens, like it's whatever you feel like it is, and you can't contain it in an objective lens, because if we had tried to define photography by one of its objective observable constituent elements in Vivian Meyer's time, I mean, she wouldn't know that her photography would be experienced in the context of a fucking YouTube video. Photography, the broader emergent thing of all these things interacting, is bigger, more meaningful, and more eternal, and more important than the many forms in which it manifests subjectively and objectively. The sum is greater than the parts. The parts are less than the sum. In other words, art is more important than us. That's my fucking philosophy. Are we creating it, or is it pulling us towards it?
It creates us, sort of. I mean, it creates us in the sense that it sort of influences us and adds onto what we are, right?
Before you say it, to avoid any misunderstanding, if you hear art is more important than us, and you think this is tacit endorsement for suffering for art, you're still thinking that art resides in objects. The object inducing the art moment is not the God we are worshiping. We are not on the side of products. We are on the side of art. Art is more important than us, and it requires us to exist. So love yourself and believe in yourself and be the best you possibly can be to be a better servant unto it. Behave beautifully. I don't think we play the striving game of art critique in pursuit of being objectively right, nor do I think it's for the pure intrinsic subjective pleasure of play and aesthetic engagement. We do it because our subjective interpretation is part of what the art is, and art demands to exist. We didn't invent meaning. Meaning existed before us. We are accessing meaning. You're in service of the eternal. You don't have to feel like a genius. You are simply the conduit through which genius passes. Be honored for every scrap of it. Art is an aesthetic engagement.
I am a genius.
What art is. Our subjective interpretations are fractal manifestations of transcendental, unspeakable essence and truth, and we must accommodate it spread through the collective consciousness like a virus. Part 7, Essence and Interpretation. People say this thing. Art is subjective. It's open to interpretation. That's what makes it beautiful. I think those sentences are correct, but people are wrong about what they mean. We don't just look at anything and interpret anything. Like for the dislike and dissatisfaction that Encanto leaves me with, and the resultant cheap shots I threw at it earlier to demonstrate a point. I hope it's clear at this point. If you've made it this far, I hope that you understand. I'm not married to those opinions that I shared at the front there. I do see how the different elements are supposed to all be about, as well as a pressure on them, even though I feel like that's never like actually directly shown. It's just everyone's saying that they're stressed and have high standards for themselves. And the thing is, why am I talking about this again? I am aware that the themes are in the movie. Most artists create things to share them with other people. If you make an art object and keep it under lock and key, an important part of the art process is not occurring. The object on its own is not the art. The subjective interpretations of the audience is the art. That's where it lives. Vivian Maier was unusually satisfied spending all of her free time simply prolifically documenting her life and perspective. By the testimonies of those who knew her, she didn't seem interested in becoming a popular artist or being understood even. It wasn't a hidden dream. She wasn't a failed artist.
She's a very private, buttoned-up person. She would have hated this. She just wanted to take pictures.
She wouldn't be proud of how good they are?
No, she never would have let this happen. That's what I'm saying to you. Because she wasn't interested in showing them to any other people.
Her intent was fulfilled. The art was...
Also, actually, like, this is very interesting because there's like this dilemma of artists wanting to... I will put on my more serious face. There's this dilemma of artists wanting to create beautiful things, like great art, but not wanting the worship of them as artists to overshadow their art, if that makes sense, right? They want their art to be in the forefront, not them as a person, if that makes sense, right? I think there are even artists who sort of operate from animosity, like anonymity, not animosity, anonymity, because of it. Like they want to be to remain anonymous without giving their name or how they look, etc. They want to just interact with my art and not with me as a person, if that makes sense,
between her and her camera, and that was enough. So no moral judgment there, like it was bad that she didn't share her art with the world and she was gonna let it die with her. Like, if we didn't have that art, then we wouldn't have it and we wouldn't know that we didn't have it. But what I do think, now that we do have Meyer's work, is that regardless of her intent for her life, what we see in those photos are the same thing that she saw. Her aesthetic intent was understood and fulfilled. There's a reason this makes you feel so wistfully affectionate towards humanity. She saw it, she caught it, and now we have it too. There is now a lot of aesthetic testimony about Meyer's body of work, but there remains that inescapable gap of her lack of stated intent. But stated intent or any other kind of aesthetic testimony doesn't change the essence. If what art was could be communicated by aesthetic testimony or someone simply stating their intent, then you wouldn't need the art. We wouldn't be bending the knee to the supremacy of the acquaintance principle. There is an essence to any given piece of art that can only be communicated by the art. It can only be felt, not spoken. If it could be spoken, then you could just say it instead of making a thing. After the art moment, we use words to interface with it, but the words cannot be the same as the essence. They merely point towards the essence. They orbit it. But that doesn't mean that the essence is vague or illusory or unknowable. It's there in the endless interpretations of every observer, all unique but all the same, orbiting one unspeakable space, like blowing leaves influenced by an invisible wind. Where would you point if I asked you to point at the wind? You'd point towards the wind's effects, the essence being interpreted by subjects. When one says that art is subjective and open to interpretation, it doesn't mean that we just make whatever and it means whatever. It doesn't mean that there's no essence. What art being open to interpretation means is every individual consciousness has its own set of sentiments and sensitivities and its own amalgamated circumstantial life experience. So when any given person has an art moment with an art object, they're processing the essence through their own unique analogs. Every person's subjective interpretation is a unique iteration of the eternal essence. It spreads into our minds using subjectivity to infinite new forms. The word becomes flesh. Art is subjective.
Basically memes.
It's open to interpretation. Singular, unspeakable essences are manifested in infinitely unique forms in the minds of the observers. That's what makes it beautiful. People can agree on an art object's essence while having completely different reactions to it. And people can critique an art object for being a poor vehicle for its essence. That was my feeling about sections of Encanto's plot. Trust me, I know what Emperor's New Groove is.
This person talks about Encanto a lot. Yeah, memes, the DNA of the soul. Exactly. Mirdian, you know you're a Metal Gear. You know you're Metal Girl. Metal Girl, solid.
100% sure that this movie doesn't make you cry. Most of the time, the essence of an art
what even then? You're judging me?
Intent. Even if the art object articulates that essence poorly. But sometimes consensus can observe a common essence to a piece that is in conflict with the intent.
I don't like your socks.
Realize an unintentional art moment that gives access to a different essence than the artist intended. Sometimes someone makes something and they don't get across what they wanted to at all, and despite that, an audience still finds a common value in the piece. However,
also your earrings change.
Isn't that kind of the definition of a bad artist? Someone incompetent that can't get their point across? In the misunderstanding case, the art moment that's happening is not linking together the artist and audience as we might expect. They are accessing different essences
like the room.
and are more disconnected from each other. It goes both ways, whether the audience is enjoying the art for reasons completely divorced from its intent, satisfying the observers and not the artist, or the artist who feels deeply passionate about what they've accomplished, but it's not connecting to anybody. Accidental beauty
like the art,
still beauty, but
the room.
No artist goes into the game going like, I hope that no one understands this. They might have a particular idea of who they want to understand it and who they want not to understand it, but you don't want no one to understand it. If you make art and it's rapturous and true and real to you, but it doesn't translate or communicate that art moment to other people, then the art is only happening between you and the object, which is fine if you're fine with that. But I don't think people are fine with that. When people say that they make art and they don't care if anyone understands it, I don't believe them. Even if the intended, curated purpose of an art object is to be abstract or inaccessible or difficult, or you arrived at it through intuition and you can only discover what its effects are by like observing the analysis and then trying to trace like what that meant about you after the fact, that's still an intent. People aren't just making shit up for fun. Audiences care about intent and artists care about intent. Barth's The Death of the Author argued against a system of thought that claimed that the essence of art is to be found in the intentions and biography of the artist. It controversially asserted that no, the intent doesn't matter. The essence is to be found in the interpretation interpretation of the individual. I say essence exists independently of intent or interpretation. It's what creates intent and interpretation. And an essence can be arrived upon and accessed completely accidentally without reason, and that's fine. But there's a reason we care so much about intent, and we crave that intimacy of accessing the same essence simultaneously. That's why we work so hard at our craft and medium instead of just sitting there and feeling the way that we already feel. We want to get that feeling that we can't articulate with simple words across to another person. The moment where intent and interpretation access the same transcendental essence via an art object is so much more than opinion or coincidence or sensory pleasure. It's a moment where we see each other beyond our capacity to express with
beyond good, beyond evil, beyond our wildest imagination.
Check if the essence of your art has survived the transmutation from the eternal to your heart to your subjective analog
It's
to an
also
object to someone else's
differs for depending on the medium.
Let's say the signal words for my YouTube channel are like art, chaotic, god, goblin. Goblin. When I get all the time, this is so soothing for my ADHD brain. Now, obviously, I don't think that any of those things encapsulate the essence of my work on YouTube, but they are kind of what I expect people to say if—
Hello, SJW Warhammer. It's basically about art, and it's like about what makes art good, what makes art bad, like about, you know, about what makes the art objective, subjective, how we enjoy art, how we interact with art. It's a very artsy video. SJW Warhammer, you can say that you know, perfect for us. It's like, it's an SJW. I think you will find a lot of neat value in this video. And feel free to sort of rewind it later, you know, to watch it from the beginning. There are many fun memes that are happening here. Also, welcome to the stream, and I hope you enjoy yourself. Yeah, we're just sharing this moment together, and we deeply hope that you will share it with us. And then we will make it into a segment.
They're getting the value out of the thing I'm making that I expect them to or intend them to. So when you're making something, you can think about your intent and also think about the essence that this art object is supposed to be a vessel for, and then think of some words that would surround that generally. Knowing your signal words and keeping an eye out for them and the interpretations of others is supposed to be a sign of essence effectively communicated. I never say I am a chaos philosophy art goblin. That's like the subtext, I guess. And those particular words weren't like the signal words that I was thinking of when I made like my first video essay. Not specifically. I mean, I made my
chaotic
and big brained and
goblin.
I don't know. Like I've been described
Goblin Slayer. I am the Goblin Slayer.
When people started feeding that back to me,
like that
from
anime
my, video essay capsulized version of my identity, I was like, oh, so I'm getting across. When I made that Tangled video, I'd only been doing this for like a month and I had like 1,000 subscribers. This subjective objective dichotomy is something I have a lot to say.
Freddie Mercury.
Video on it soon, especially if people want to see it. But when I saw this comment on it,
you look so great, but in a way that makes me want to fight you for fun. It's conflict-oriented eroticism.
I was like, oh,
Freddie Mercury.
In a signal wordy way, that and other things have told me that an essence I have access to and feels true to me and I identify with translates in this medium to other—
Oh, I actually stream on both. I was surprised to see you live. I enjoy your videos, but figure you just stream on Twitch. I stream on both now. I am like Twitch, YouTube. So on Twitch, I do Final Fantasy from 1 onward. And on here, I'm playing right now Metal Gear Rising. And also do smart content like this to explore art. I am a bit of an artist myself, after all. Thank you so much for joining.
They feel the same essence and they get value out of it. Importantly, your signal words can't be in the text. It doesn't count if you get your signal words.
And thank you for enjoying the videos as well.
Fed back to you because you said that and they're just repeating shit that you said. You're supposed to evoke your signal words by embodying the essence that creates them. I know that the signal words for my channel are not—
He's just like me for real. He is just like me for real. He's just like me for real. He's just like me for real. He's just like me for real.
Who are you?
For relatable. Signal words are a flexible tool to measure if you've gotten your intent across and if
you're like Freddie Mercury.
your audience are accessing the same essence. If you make art that successfully manifests an unspeakable essence into the minds of your audience, you are going to receive your signal words back to you in innumerable ways, more than you could possibly imagine or invent. But you will notice your signal words in some permutation crop up. The essence is still there. There will always be differentiation because everybody is different, but you will notice emergent common threads of CJ the X, gender envy can't sit right, goblin can't.
Yeah, cool, okay.
Cartoon show made me think about the meaning of life. I'm so inspired to make some now. That sounded like I was making fun of you.
Wow. Don't make fun of me.
It's very important to me that my intent be
I'm chaotic.
or analytical and
Am I chaotic or no?
up to the same eternal essence, and we're having an intimate, transcendent experience together. And if you're not having a transcendent experience, try watching one of these on shrooms. I don't do psychedelics because I'm already crazy. Who needs DMT when you're the chosen one? These concepts like essence and signal words. If
are you coming on to me?
For reason, and you're not comfortable being cosmic and caring, you can at least understand.
Yeah, that's a chaotic.
Pursue the subjectively valuable goal of
I
communicating.
need a dark avatar.
Communicate and having people like what you do or whatever. I don't believe that. I don't think that excellence and meaning is just a sociological mass hysteria delusional phenomenon. I don't think we live in Plato's cave. I think that our interpretation...
Do you think this is real alcohol or do you think it's just water in the glass? Answer in the chat what you think. Like, this is like a real discussion. This is what you come here for. Write in the chat if you think it's water or if you think this is actually real alcohol that in this glass. I want to know what your thoughts are on this topic.
And subjective reactions are actual signs that we're reacting to a thing that's real. Did every culture in history invent a kind of religion and God because we're all coincidentally the same kind of fucking stupid?
Yes.
Or because...
Yes. I mean, a bit different, right?
God was there to observe and interpret. It's not valuable because people like it. People like it because it's valuable. Or at least those are the same thing. But we are not finished unfolding. What if in order to be honest, you must be misunderstood? What if you don't care about being understood and you just want to be liked? What if your intent is just to do what people like? The question remains. What is the difference between CJ the X and Mr. Beast? Part 8, the Mr. Beast to CJ the X continuum. I still have never watched...
True, I'm actually surprised as well. Like, they kept holding it in many different ways. And I kept thinking, I'm so glad I'm not the only one. I kept thinking throughout this video, how did they not spill any of the alcohol yet? Like, this is like, you are actually asking the important questions here.
Watched a Mr. Beast video. I had never heard of this guy, and once I had, my subjective taste in Humean inductive reasoning did not encourage me to learn more. But two different people in my life that knew me and knew Mr. Beast independently came to the same conclusion that there exists a spectrum between CJ the X and Mr. Beast when it comes to YouTube.com content creation. Yes, one of them was Mia Cole.
I wish Encanto would be less focused.
Watch your mouth, young lady. Wait till your mother hears about this. Apparently, whoever this fucking guy...
He's like, ContraPoints? Oh, right. Wow, wait, really?
To the same conclusion that there exists
a spectrum
between CJ the X and Mr. Beast when it comes to YouTube.com content creation. Yes, one of them was Mia Cole.
I wish Encanto would be...
Maybe there's just juice in like an alcohol bottle. Like those video essayists are smart. Like they know what they're doing. Like they might just fool you by using up a colorful drink inside of an alcohol bottle.
Less focused.
Watch your mouth, young lady. Wait till your mother hears about this. Apparently,
your mother. ContraPoints, your mother. I don't know. ContraPoints seems like a very responsible mother. I'll show you. I'll show you. ContraPoints does not feel like a very responsible mother.
Lady, wait till you...
Like, look. Like, do you know how risky this is to have like a phone in your bath? You can just drop your phone and like, I don't know. Like, I get very nervous when I see something like this.
Your mother hears about this. Apparently, whoever this fucking guy is, he is the perfect inverse of me. If I am soulful objectivity, he is soulless subjectivity. So that merits investigation, but instead of subject myself to whatever this is, I just watched his Joe Rogan interview.
My 11-year-old is fucking obsessed with your show.
And as I finally made acquaintance with this much discussed fabled creature, and Jimmy hyped up his hustle, my Jimmies were rustled. I lied. I'm not like Mr. Beast. The creative philosophies are profoundly different. The examples are innumerable.
Isn't Mr. Beast's whole thing basically that he throws money in things and people do things for that money?
Is long, but number one,
True. Left
he
his
is very
vibe.
passionate about YouTube and being a YouTuber, and I am not.
Yeah, if you took it away from me, I don't know what I would do. I love YouTube more than anything.
I'm passionate about art, and YouTube has presented itself as a conduit for the time being.
I love giggling more than anything.
And I don't know what they mean.
If someone took away my giggling, then I wouldn't know what to do. If someone took away my giggling, it would be a bad time.
And I'm not curious. People are always trying to explain them to me, and I'm always like, Mia, shut the fuck up! Every thumbnail I've ever made has—
How dare you? Like, so rude. Like, this person, I'm not sure how to feel about this video. Earlier in the video, they said they called me a bitch, and then now they told me a shut up. Like, what the hell? What's going on? Do you have a problem with me?
It's taken me about 15 minutes. When they mailed me my silver YouTuber plaque, I didn't tweet about it. I threw it on the ground repeatedly as a 1-second joke in the intro of an unrelated video, and because of that, it is now permanently dented. I haven't even hung it up yet. It's just in a pile of stuff. And that's not because of the dents. It's because I don't know where to put it, because I don't know how I feel about it. It is physical evidence that what's happening here is real and tangible, but I don't know if I'm proud of it. So my life completely—
CJ tells Mia to shut up in real life? Oh no.
changed over the last year.
That's bad. That's bad.
My independence.
Not
Who
good.
needs a plaque when you have the life? What does this thing signify? What does it mean? Who is it
Don't destroy your cables by throwing a heavy plank on it.
really for? I'm suspicious that landmark achievements in YouTube and the commemorative events and social procedures are actually more for the branding of YouTube than it is for me. If a video of mine gets 1 million views, I don't feel like that's a personal accomplishment. Getting 1 million views isn't a reflection of my genius or the depth of my value. Stupid fucking awful exploitative garbage gets millions of views every single day. When you go viral, you are not in good company. I care above everything else if what I'm doing has meaning and if
It's true.
which I judge not by a big number, but by my own apprehension of what is meaningful and excellent. I'm not the way that I am because I thought it would be a good strategy for succeeding on YouTube. I just already was this way, and then it was a happy, unexpected coincidence and fruitful interaction to put my substance into the medium of YouTube. Turns out this union is mutually beneficial to the audience and the performer and the medium and the messenger. But Mr. Beast has a different way of doing things. Jimmy intentionally, systematically molded himself to accommodate the
I don't know, like whenever I watch like Mr. Beast, and by watch I mean someone sends me, it's something like Mr. Beast pays 1 billion million to someone in order for them to pour juice on their nipples, like something strange like that, you know. Mr. Beast donates $1 billion to a person that can dance on their butt, like stuff like that. It's just him throwing his money around for people to do things.
Medium.
We basically talked every day for 1,000 days in a row and did nothing but just like hyper study
Like-
what makes a good video, what makes a good thumbnail, what's good pacing, like how to go viral. Take 1,000 thumbnails and see if there's a correlation to the brightness of the thumbnail to how many views it got. Videos that get over 10 million
Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should become like a Miss Beastie.
views is like how often do they cut the camera angles?
I hate this very much. The philosophical concept of an aesthetic act is another thing that Nguyen utilizes, initially proposed by Big Daddy modern aesthetic philosopher Dominic Lopez. Is this a person you know?
Yeah, Dom Lopez is this incredible philosopher of art.
Yeah, he says great stuff. An aesthetic act is one that counterfactually relies on the actor's evaluation of aesthetic value. In other words, if it didn't have aesthetic value, why'd you do it? Why did you arrange the things in your bedroom that way when you could have just done it any other way? Was it exclusively to help you sleep better and reach things quicker? Why did you bother to use this word instead of this word when they both would have communicated the same thing? If you
Wait, did he just spill the drink? Did I say that correctly? Did he just spill? Okay, let me rewind. I'm sorry.
is another thing that Nguyen utilizes, initially proposed by Big Daddy modern aesthetic philosopher Dominic Lopez. Is this a person you know?
Yeah, Don Lopez is
Have
an
you seen?
incredible philosopher of art.
Because, yeah, he says great stuff. An aesthetic act is one that counterfactually relies on the actor's evaluation of aesthetic value. In other words, if it didn't have aesthetic value, why'd you do it? Why did you arrange the things in your bedroom that way when you could have just done it any other way?
I'm sure that
exclusively to help you sleep better and reach things quicker? Why did you bother to use this word instead of this word when they both would have communicated the same thing? If you don't have an answer,
I think it's spilled. We'll have to do a slow motion in like editing and see if I'm pretty sure it's spilled. I think it's spilled.
beyond, I thought it was beautiful. If you don't have any external value to appeal to, then that's an aesthetic act. A painter who paints a line.
But if you make something you're proud of and it also gets 1 million views, do you no longer think that's an accomplishment? I mean, that's not a bad question, you know? Like, people like to be appreciated, and getting 1 million views certainly feels like being appreciated, no? Especially if you like I think it tickles a part. They are ideally unrelated, but I think people still sort of like to feel like this appreciation that 1 million people felt that your thing was worth watching and appreciating. Like, there's a part of us that really likes this sort of thing, right? Like, you feel like a genius, just like Lucy.
Just so, because it will make the painting.
People like to become like Lucy. Like, I get not being proud of making content you don't like, even if it's popular. Yeah, quality of engagement does matter. It's true.
Aesthetically valuable is
like this beautiful engagement that we're having here. This is the best engagement and your best gigglers. That is because the pond is the ultimate like community, okay? The giggler pond.
Forming an aesthetic act. For if they had thought that some other line would have been aesthetically better, they would have painted that instead. A painter who puts the line just so because paintings like this tend to sell well on eBay is not performing an aesthetic act.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Capitalism. If you do art to just play the game of capitalism, then is it still even art? Is the question, basically. And it ties to the question that my mother asked. Can you create art under capitalism? Wait, are they? I kept switching between he and him and they, them. Does anybody actually know what the pronouns of this person are? Because I can see in the chat they, them, and I actually switched to they, them as well, but it would be helpful if someone told me he, they. Okay. All right. I don't think they are arguing against getting 1 million views at all. I think they are arguing against working specifically for that 1 million views, regardless of your creative will. Yeah, that makes sense. In other words, creating art in order to play the game of capitalism, as opposed to creating the art and finding some success while creating the art. It does.
Didn't buy and arrange these flowers and let them die on camera over the course of a week because I thought it would get me more views. I suspect that didn't have an impact. If you find me appealing, you're probably gonna find me appealing, and if you don't find this thing appealing, then yeah, it's loud and hard to ignore.
You are appealing.
Tune into my videos not because
You appeal to my sensibilities.
but because they try.
But I don't like your socks. I'm sorry. I do not like your socks. Change your socks, please.
me to make
They
it
are
worth your
very
time.
not
In
nice.
C.T. Nguyen's other key academic paper, Trust and Sincerity in Art, he ties this concept of Lopez's aesthetic act to his concept of aesthetic sincerity. Nguyen claims that our trust in each other's aesthetic sincerity, our trust in people to make authentic aesthetic judgments, and
Right.
our artists to make aesthetic acts is
It's like
an essential
self-ID
part
of art.
our art appreciation ecosystem. We trust the testimonies of our experts and friends. We trust difficult, inaccessible pieces of art to be worth our time and attention. We trust artists to make aesthetic acts. We want artists to create art objects.
I create art.
Art moments specifically based on their own actual convicted sense of what is good and beautiful. We feel borderline betrayed when we find out that an artist made a thing in a way for some ulterior, unartistic motive. If you like,
Yeah, I feel this as an artist. I feel that I don't really. I think when I do art, I just vibe it, okay?
painting and you think it's beautiful, and then if you find out that the painter made it that way just because someone told them to, you're like, well, this doesn't mean as much.
Of course, keep in mind, this can go, even this is layered, right? Like, there's a difference between making something because it's like part of your thing, right? Like, when, there's a difference, but also there's the technical aspect, right? When you're learning to do the thing and someone tells you to do something in a way because you're still learning the technique. And once you learn the technique, you are free to break the technique and become your own person. True, let's not bash the hit of dopamine reading the signals can deliver. Yeah, and let's not underestimate the hit of depression that it can give you. Surely millions of dollars of R&D went into it, and it does feel yummy. Yeah.
Anymore.
You don't love art at all.
We're fine with people
Persona 5!
famous off
Which
their
we will pay on stream sooner or later, okay?
aesthetic choices if they were
Consider this like my official, what's it called? My official announcement that I will play Persona 5 at some point.
But if we find out that someone was doing something they don't believe in and got rich and famous, they're a fucking grifter, piece of shit con man.
True, con man.
A popular rapper used a ghostwriter for something that they are beloved for having made. It's almost a rap song that's literally specifically about your originality and individuality and capability and power, and then it's someone else's. In hip hop, like many art mediums, we expect our artists to be aesthetically sincere. Deep affection and trust can be parasocially cultivated when we believe that an artist is acting with aesthetic sincerity, pursuing what they personally think is beautiful without regard for what we want. They're ignoring what we want and they're pursuing essence. In aesthetic life, we often trust not those who have goodwill or who are considerate of our needs, but those who are aesthetically sincere. There's
I am
explanation
sincere
for this. Nguyen lands at the fact that when we're all aesthetically sincere, we get to
Wait, I have to check something real quick, okay? Like, this is weird, but I have to.
Personality and individuality.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing this to you. You will understand in a second, okay?
And then it's someone else's. In hip hop, like many art media,
You will understand. I am not doing this without a reason.
To be aesthetically sincere. Deep affection and trust can be parasocially cultivated when we believe that an artist
I have a reason behind my actions.
Pursuing what they personally think is beautiful without regard for what we want. They're ignoring what we want and they're pursuing essence. In aesthetic life, we often trust not those who have goodwill or who are considerate of our needs, but those who are aesthetically sincere.
I am super sincere.
There's a lot of
Woo! White socks are much better. So, okay, these socks are much better than the ones before. So basically, well done. White socks are better than gray socks. And there are a lot less thick socks.
Potential explanations for this. Nguyen lands at the fact that when we're all aesthetically sincere.
I've been live for 5 hours, 45 minutes. Hello, Ginger Snaps back. Hello, welcome to the stream. We love you, Ginger.
We get to really know each other. We get the joy of intimacy. It's like a sociological good that comes from the aesthetic sincerity. Or maybe aesthetic sincerity is the only way to actually access beauty or the only way to innovate. I keep spilling this, whatever the
Jalapeno?
person who is aesthetically sincere is often heralded as the true artist, acting on authentic conviction about what is aesthetically beautiful, regardless of other incentives.
I don't know if I agree with this take. This leads for the lack of a better term, hipsterism. Maybe. But it's iffy. Is hipsterism that bad? I don't feel hipsters at heart.
And by this...
Wait, you don't agree with my take that white socks are better than gray socks? Is the hipsterism above that, or?
Metric and many metrics. Mr. Beast is categorically not an artist.
A fiend like
True.
you has no right to speak about the world of art.
Jimmy, by
True.
is a businessman and seeks to turn an optimized profit and be as popular as possible.
True.
I don't even mean it as a criticism. It's not supposed to be my opinion. It's just...
I mean, I don't think Mr. Beast even tries to be an artist. Like, I don't think he even describes himself as an artist. I don't think he would even take that label, considering what his actual content looks like. Okay. Like, I don't really think that Mr. Beast self-identifies as an artist. Like, I can give you a sample of what Mr. Beast's content is like. Yeah, the socks are nicer, right? So yeah, I will for sure, like, I can show you a sample. Like, I don't think Mr. Beast even, like, claims to be any sort of an artist. Let me see. Mr. Beast, 100 million subscribers. I guess like he's...
We just hit 100!
I guess he's able to optimize the whole thing well, right? Look, $1 versus $1 million hotel room. The Rock versus Mr. Beast for $100,000. Like, see, this is like, I literally told you what his content is about. Survive 100 days in circle, win $500,000. So basically the whole modus operandi of Mr. Beast is do thing X, get money. You're right? You know? Like, I survived a plane crash. I gave my 1,000 million subscriber an island. 100 girls versus 100 boys for $500,000. See? 90% of the content on Mr. Beast is do a thing and you will get money. You know? A lot of money. Which is like, yeah. With the face. You know? It's like a YouTube reality show with a lot of money, to be honest. Maybe that's not a fair characterization, but I really think that is basically it. Reality show, money, and faces. I just think that if I see art that I subjectively think is trash, my opinion doesn't change if I learn that the artist doesn't care about what I like. I mean, I guess fair enough. Oh. So yeah.
Just like what he...
And he did it with uplifts a poor person and uses it as a signal boost to make more money. Yeah. Basically, that's not an inaccurate description, actually. That's not inaccurate.
He says, I would think that he and I could agree on this. His barometer for success is views and profit.
Yeah, basically, Miriam, capitalism's cheerleader, basically. You know? Like, it does follow a certain formula. If you know, do X and I will give you money, basically.
profit. That's what he means when he says good.
If you knew what I know about like how to make a good video and go viral, even if you had 0 subscribers, you could be making $100,000 a month in half a year.
I cannot imagine working harder on a video to piggyback a trend before it goes out of fashion. It literally just, it's not in my brain.
You know, you spot a trend, Squid Game's hot. It's not like you have 6 months to pull it off. It's like, fuck, this is hot. It's not gonna be hot in a couple months. We gotta do it in the next month.
I hope it's abundantly clear by now that the subjects I select for videos and the time at which they drop has nothing to do with the likelihood that—
Like, this is also a problem that I've tackled. I'm gonna be honest, this is a problem that I've tackled, and I think that it was like a bad thing for me. I wanted to do a video on history some time ago, and I really wanted to be like within a certain frame, within a certain time-sensitive spot, okay? I wanted to land it when it was quote-unquote hot, okay? And now I think I want to approach the topic from a more holistic and time-agnostic sort of attitude. Now I want the video to be more timeless, so to speak. I don't just want it to hit that one period of time when it's relevant. I want it to be more viewable across longer periods of time. Yeah, and I agree that Mr. Beast would likely never call his work art. He'd probably say he's a content creator. Yes. I think that the way you conceive of your audience and the way Mr. Beast conceives of his audience cannot be more different. Yeah. We did argue about it hard. And I think I'm starting to see, I think I'm growing to start to see more benefits of your approach to it, you know? I wanted to be a bit more time sensitive, but I think I was a bit too stubborn about it myself. So I think when we started from scratch, we are going to, I think I'm ready to take on board more of your ideas about it, because I think it's good when it comes to making it last long, in the long term, you know? That a person will be able to go to that video in 2 years, watch it, and still get something out of it, you know? It won't be that super time sensitive and linked to a particular current event. And that was sort of the point of the first version of the planned video. You know, it's a little bit of what Mr. Beast was talking about. You know? So I think I'm ready to not be as stubborn about this, but that's part of growing, right? Like being able to take some ideas on board as you move forward. Mr. Beast doesn't see an audience. He sees piggy banks. His art form is making money, I guess. I mean, that's fair. I'm not sure if I disagree.
Will Google Bo Burnham and accidentally click on my face. In a different YouTube video that I made about 1.5 years ago, I tried my hand at—
Which, by the way, is also, you can treat this as my official announcement that we will be working as a team on videos about history. Yeah, you can treat this as also as an official, you know.
Subjectivity, objectivity, art thing, and it was cute. I said a bunch of stuff that I still agree with and I still think is interesting and worthwhile, but there's one thing—
Oh, spilled! 100% spilled. There you go, we've got spillage. There we go. I want, okay, I think we need a spillage count in the edit. When we make it into a segment, we will need a spillage count or something with a special sound effect like bing or like or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Are you excited to drink from my well of content? Leave a comment.
I cannot drink. You're spilling it. You're gonna spill it all by the end of the video. So how can I drink?
Excited to drink from my well of content.
What the?
I am excited to drink from your well of content. A call to action is a marketing term that describes the moment in a piece of media where the thing prompts you to actively do something that will make someone money. CTAs increase...
Exactly. So if you want to if you want to help me not live in poverty, okay? If you want to help me, then I encourage you to pay me, give me some money on the coffee, or become a Patreon on the Patreon, because for me, even just $1 donation per month is a lot, because the Polish currency is about 5 times $1, okay? So if you decide to become my Patreon, the $1 tier, that's actually not a small amount for me, because it's 5 times more. So I'll be eternally grateful, and I will add you to my special Hall of Fame. And I am an artist. I draw art, okay? And if you decide to become a Patreon, each month the amount that you pledge to me becomes a discount for a commission. Thank you. This has been like a chill moment, a call to action moment. And now we return to regular giggling and stuff.
Your CTR to boost your RPM so you can buy an HD TV.
Or pay my bills, or buy food, or go to the dentist. There are many things you can do.
Prompting meaningless, mindless, unproductive interaction in the comment section of a YouTube video that earns ads.
Also, press like on the stream. It helps apparently a lot. If you press help, if you press like and subscribe and hit the bell and all that stuff, of course.
And can
naturally
negotiate higher prices for brand deals as a result of good analytics.
Exactly.
Could be understood as a call to action. CTAs are just a description of a thing. They're not inherently morally bad. But way back when I made my leave a comment, I didn't expect that people wouldn't detect the irony and resentment. Leave a comment if you're excited to drink from my well of content. Obviously, I don't have any ill will towards anyone who commented that in reaction to me saying to comment that. Thank you for your interaction and your attention and your patronage. And remember,
you should comment some quacky ducky comment in my comment. Yeah.
Ad block earns me less money, but the video's better. However, since that interaction, I have tried to avoid sarcastic leave a comment prompts that will generate endlessly zombified regurgitations of what I said back to
I want zombified
ghost of a witty retort. I did it earlier in this video just to fuck with you. Can you imagine if you left a comment that you liked your new tools and you're at this part now? The shame. Although CTA comment prompts are provably effective, I will
never shame you.
Just as
I will never shame you.
It's okay. To latch onto and interact with if they don't have an original comment otherwise. I just don't like them. Beyond a certain gravitational field of viewership, you will inevitably get repetitive comments, and that's fine. That's often where you're gonna find your signal words. However, I don't wanna feed them to my audience, depriving them of the simple pleasure of coming up with a boring comment that I won't read. My avoidance of that—
What? No. Your comments are not boring, and I read them all, okay? Don't listen. Don't listen to this person. It's a lie. This person is lying.
More beautiful if I don't. I try not to do what I think is best for YouTube. I try to just do what I think is best. When Mr. Beast says words like best,
your homepage is curated the best videos possible. YouTube's trying to serve people the best content possible.
When he spins internetified finance bro business inspo folk wisdom about better ideas being the key to success.
Theoretically, most YouTubers watching this, you could pull triple the views with half the work if you just had better ideas.
His metric for the meaning of the word better is concretely and exclusively more money, bigger number. What higher truth could there be above your analytics? What he calls aesthetic goodness colloquially is just the engineering—
You're not boring, okay? You're amazing, and I read all of your comments, I actually do. But it does help that I don't get that much comments.
Of the attention of children He's not even proud of his ideas. He's proud of the big number that the ideas generate. He talks like virality and retention are so inherently desirable for anyone making anything on YouTube that like you can't conceive of what else would constitute a good idea.
It is nice to go viral when you're poor and desperate. Nothing wrong with a call to action. We live under capitalism and you gotta do what you can to survive in it. Yeah, exactly. And with that said, I will once again remind you that if you choose to become a $1 Patreon, your $1 is like my 5 times more that, and it will help me be able to buy food and pay bills. Okay? It's like a desperado call to action. Lucy has this desperado call to action, okay? And it will help me to be able to start my transitioning. If you care about my transitioning goals, then you will become a $1 Patreon.
Description of his so-called creative process makes me want to kill either myself or everyone else.
I used to just spend an hour every day brainstorming ideas, and I would just do something different. One day I'd use a random word generator, like, I don't know, just say a random word.
Dog.
Brain!
100 dogs. I gave my friend 50 dogs, or I gave a dog $1 million for dog treats, whatever.
Although those are just random examples, I hate them as much.
This is so easy, like, just give people $500,000, right? Like, easy. Like, I should, why didn't I think of such content? Like, why didn't I think of just giving people $500,000? Oh, wait, because I don't have that money. We're not here to hate the game. We're here not to hate the players. We're here to hate the cheerleaders. I'm getting a Dunkin' Duck emoji with my commission discount. Yeah, exactly. Which, interesting enough, there's an actual channel called Dunkin' Ducks, which is a weird stunlock, but there we go. Like, here we are. Dunkin' Ducks. Here we go. You should all subscribe to Dunkin' Ducks. But you didn't know about Dunkin' Ducks, did you? Try a new Dunkin' menu with Munchkin the Duck. Ranking my ducks. Duck Pyramid Week 14. I will show you a short. My favorite throwback costume. Love you. Where's the voice? Wait, where's the voice? Why is it voiceless? What's wrong? Where's the voice? Oh, here we go.
75-pound tortoise.
There you go. Duck
To a
YouTuber.
day in the life of Tiptoe, my 175-pound tortoise.
Woo! Turtle! Turtle! Okay, let's one more.
Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it?
Aww. Amazing. Okay, now I've showed you the best. This is the best content on YouTube. Not some Mr. Beast. Like, you know what's good. If you know what's art, then you know this is what it's all about. Okay, this is what real YouTube is all about. This is objective art.
Much as I hate everything he actually goes through with, and they're demonstrative of his priorities. He's not thinking about beauty or even things that excite him. He's literally specifically just trying to get as many views as humanly possible. His excitement comes from external validation. Mr. Beast's work is definitively not aesthetically motivated. It is motivated by views and money and
I'm excited.
Retention, whatever that means. He makes choices in service of the god of big number. The first 40 minutes of the Joe Rogan interview is just a series of...
I mean...
consecutive instances of Jimmy saying a big number and Joe Rogan being impressed by that.
That one was like 800 grand, and then we put like 100 grand into like renovating it. And then
Say another big number.
A little over $4 million.
Jesus.
Please say another big number, please.
What do you have now? 90 million subscribers?
Well, we across everything, we're closing in on 200 million subscribers.
He's a walking, flowing, ceaseless reference to the self-justifying goodness of his sheer magnitude as he makes this off-screen dude repeatedly pull up things on the screen so he can point it and go, big.
Have you seen our dub channels?
No.
Can you pull that up? That was actually one of the fastest growing channels last year. Have you seen our Beast Philanthropy channel?
No.
Can you pull that up as well? Did you see that Squid Game video? We have one of the largest studios on the East Coast. Have you seen our gaming channel, our reaction channel?
And because his sole metric for value is what's popular on YouTube, he can't conceive of a situation where his needs and the platform's needs diverge.
You get a piece of the ad revenue, but you essentially don't have a contract. YouTube can just go, you know what? Fuck Mr. Beast.
Well,
let's get rid of him.
Why would they?
Of course they shouldn't.
The absolute lack of behavior just floors me. Yeah, I guess if you don't have an aesthetic bone in your body and you're just trying to max out your numbers within the thing you've been placed inside of, why would your interests in the platform's interest ever diverge? Fuck it. It just wouldn't even occur to you to sacrifice.
True. I mean, isn't he wealthy enough that technically speaking he could just quit? Capitalism cheerleaders are running the end.
His number go big for artistic integrity because you never had it. Joe Rogan, of all people, is the one that speaks my heart suffering into existence within this conversation, pointing out truly that Jimmy could own his own servers, create his own institution if he wanted. He could reshape the fucking world as he sees fit with his fortune.
You're so big at this point. You could have your own servers, your own website, your own deals with advertisers where you get 100% of the revenue. Have you been approached to be independent?
That's my dream, to have the ability to give anything that I do directly to my audience. No cuts to Patreon or YouTube advertisers. Just make the art, make it great, sell it directly to the people who want to pay for it, and then pay the people that made it and use the money that is accrued to make more of the thing. Just like a clean, beautiful, independent, direct transaction. And when Rogan points this out, we observe once more that Mr. Beast and I have different dreams.
I love being the biggest creator on YouTube. I fuck going and doing my own thing. That sounds stupid. Like, hell no.
For all your big numbers, you still have no ambition. This isn't a star. This is the perfect employee.
Bro, they should massage your feet.
Yeah.
They really should. Jimmy, you're doing so well.
Part 9, the resurrection of the art.
Oh no.
Art is both a place where you can do this delightful interpretive game, and it's a place where people try to communicate.
Although sadly, if you want to create art, this is like the problem, right? If you want to create art, then in order to survive, you do have to play the game of capitalism, like we are forced into it. Like, serious, like this is the sad reality. You have to play the game of capitalism in order to like, does that make sense? In order to be able to do anything, because otherwise you won't like, you will starve.
Really deep and powerful things about their humanity and existence. And that is not a game. So weirdly, I mean,
Schoolboy Q is a label mate of Kendrick Lamar, who had breakout hits in the early 2010s, like Collard Greens, who everyone recognizes.
So is this alcohol or is this apple juice? I'll let you decide. Whoa.
After he had that initial
apple juice, alcohol.
Debut album to great commercial success, he made this like evil, fucked up, ambitious thing called Blank Face.
What?
Black off, thug like niggas is 96. I want the gang bang. Belling through the motherfucking street, y'all.
I love this album. Critics love this album.
Decent, strong 5.
But despite being a critical darling, Blank Face didn't spawn as many viral hits as Q's previous album, and he's since expressed feelings of failure and regret about that.
When the last time you think your success took a shot at you? Blank Face. I just keep crawling back to Blank Face. I was the nigga, and then it was just like big reviews. And I'm
this is really sad when you have something that you perceive as like a real success in your own mind as a piece of art, but then it sort of fails in the game of capitalism, and then you start like questioning yourself. You start being like, is this really as good as I thought it was? And this is like a really bad result of tying art to capitalism, you know? That, like, the fact that we live in a world where your value as a person is dictated at how good you are at the game of capitalism. Like, this goes beyond art. This is just a rant about capitalism at this point, but if you think about it, from the moment you are born, everything you do, everything you learn, everything you choose to have as your goal is being judged through the lens of how much capital it can produce. If you cannot produce capital, then you are treated as trash. You know? This is another base conversation I've had with my mother when my mom also agreed with me. If you can't produce capital, you're trash. This is why homeless people are treated basically as below human, because your value is basically linked directly to how much money you've got in the bank. This is your value. Like a number can be placed on how much you are worth as a human, you know? And this is like a really sad reality that we are living in. Like, and this spills into art, of course, because many, like, you create art, and because it fails at the game of capitalism, you start thinking to yourself, hey, my art is not creating capital. Ergo, my art must be failure. My art must be bad. Like, this is the attitude. Like, this is like part of the much huger problem, but it does affect art in big ways when paintings become just basically real estate, mobile real estate that people sell and speculate on, you know? Mr. Beast isn't even really gaming the system. He is a set cheerleading dude, doesn't want to branch out something different. He really is just using the same copy-paste, but because he targets, like, he has money to do that thing. The richest YouTubers are also ones whose audiences is mostly children. Yes, he's happy being a lapdog, although he could be like not a lapdog. Using homeless people as a spook for the middle class is like the oldest trick. Yeah, like the human. Yeah, it is. It is, and we do need to also speak about it. Like, there are so many topics to cover, so many topics, so many reasons for you to tune in and spend time with Lucy. Okay. There's so many reasons.
Still be the nigga, and I just wasn't the nigga.
Wouldn't you rather have the dope reviews than the
Fuck
sales?
them reviews, bro. These is nerds reviewing your shit, dog. These are fucking nerds, dog. Like,
nerds.
I don't even make music for these niggas.
Might be me he's talking about.
I don't even picture these niggas in my mind, like, when I'm writing this shit.
Yeah, that's probably me.
Fuck them good reviews.
When I hear Schoolboy Q take this principled anti-incentive stance of fuck them good reviews, I hear him echoing the same essence that I would think that I'm tapping into when I say I don't care if I get 1 million views. When you go viral, you're not in good company. But he's also saying something a little more Mr. Beastie. Like, he doesn't refer to this moment in his career as a time where he experimented and was so sincere and people just didn't get it, man. On the contrary.
Yeah, poor people as the end result for not participating in the game of capitalism, exactly. Or not even for not participating. Like, this gets a lot more devious. It says that people who are homeless deserve it somehow. That it was the lack of their discipline or the lack of their ability that they deserve to be poor. Because keep in mind, there are many people who say that billionaires deserve to hoard 70% of the world's wealth because they deserve it. And by extension of that logic, they also say that the homeless, but they also deserve their fate. Like, it's a very, very messed up system that we live in.
He refers to it as a problem of ego.
You thought the poor sales was your fans saying, I ain't fucking with this shit.
Exactly, exactly.
Too cocky and having to eat.
Anybody can make it, and in fact, if you don't make it, then it's your own fault and you should have tried harder. Hello, Jacob. Hello, welcome. We're discussing so many things today. Like, we are on fire, but we are doing it through the vehicle of a really good video that touches on a lot of good points. You know, we're really touching a lot of points.
The response of good reviews and seeing shows not sold out made me confused. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, why is it not cracking?
He was so focused on his insular aesthetic sincerity that he failed to consider what art moment the art object would induce. As a result, yeah, he accessed an essence. Yeah, he made a beautiful art artifact to manifest that essence, but there's still this disconnection and dissatisfaction. This whole essence artifact paradigm that I just...
Also keep in mind that even capitalism does not take into consideration. Capitalism can also be, and usually is, extremely short-sighted, okay? Like a thing due to circumstances can make not that much money in the moment and not be a great success in the moment, but in the long term it can become really powerful and really popular, okay? So art can have staying value, you know? It can become rediscovered, reappreciated, and it can become, so you know, people can view it in a different way as time goes on. So like that thing is often overlooked by capitalism, that really really short-sightedness, right? Yeah.
Thrust upon you and announced without any citation is really just an argument for objectivity, that there is a real value there for us to perceive. And I know that I am biased to believe this with my like subjective sentiments. I skew towards the objective when talking about aesthetics. I prefer the analysis part to the opinion part. So the opinion part reveals itself to me as like this necessary evil or something. Like ideally all the people would die and then we just have art, but art wouldn't exist if we didn't have the people. You gotta have the interpretation to have the art. What acts...
Like cult movies that flopped when they came out, but then became beloved and make their money on sales after the fact. Yeah, remember that most golden age of animation movies were made during World War II, for example, and they flopped. Like Disney almost went bankrupt several times on their golden age of animation movies. Like this is important to keep in mind. So
is this, but it's beyond argument and a simple fact of life to be contended with, that art moment that I so passionately proclaimed to be like what the definition of art is involves other people. Schoolboy Q is understandably not satisfied sitting in a basement making this scary evil experimental gangster rap album and then getting a bunch of good reviews, but then not actually being understood. His sense of beauty and aesthetics drives him not only to just make art objects that he sincerely thinks are dope, but to connect with people on mutual ground.
Some shit just be too introspective. Some shit be too turned up.
I want to connect with people as
That's
well
my biggest regret
from
with
my art.
Besides a couple of songs, I just made the whole album pretty dark. I regret that so much. Why did I do that?
So if you think about it, I'm a little stuck here between Mr. Beast's anti-aesthetic agenda and Schoolboy Q's regrets about exclusively following his aesthetic sincerity in isolation without considering his audience's needs. The truth about that continuum is, yes, when it comes to YouTube, Mr. Beast and I are diametrically opposed in the principles that have generated our relative success.
It does go back to my mom's question. Yeah, I think it's very good. We've had really nice conversations, my mom and I, recently. It does go back to it, right? Can you create art under capitalism?
Very, very relative success. But I'm not the edgy, esoteric artist that actually doesn't care about their audience and is only thinking about what they think is beautiful. That's not what I do. Just because I don't be tweeting and responding to YouTube comments doesn't mean that I don't think about my audience. I think about them a lot. I try not to post on social media, not because I'm not prone to Twitter addiction. I very much am. Everything I say is a good...
Elon Musk platform addiction.
Tweet. I try to resist the temptation.
Or maybe I should call it the N-word platform now.
Post on social media because I'm not convinced that constant access to a creator actually enhances your experience of what they create. I suspect it actually damages that relationship. I put big sections in videos that nobody asked for and I'm not sure that people will like because I suspect that if I'm passionate about that, the audience might
have a nice nap of sissy.
And I prefer to be
and we will, you know, how you say, talk about our plans later, okay? I would like to meet you later and we're gonna giggle, okay? And we're gonna giggle. We're gonna giggle more than we have ever giggled before. or even more.
By someone's
It's true.
passion than just be fed
Come
what
on.
I already want. I'm aware that I've spoken progressively louder in these videos. I'm biased towards art. Death coming quickly, ain't no time to dilly-dally. I get passionate and start to speak.
Because you're drunk. Unless you're drinking water and juice. Like, then you are not drunk. But at least you've changed your socks for the better.
Louder
Which
sometimes,
is nice.
especially when it comes to art. And now I kind of intuitively, intentionally get worked up because the tone of that seems to resonate. Something goblin yelling about art, that's the brand, right? And I'm not talking about brand in a derogatory way. I mean brand as an art medium. Brand, to my view, is an art moment that emerges from many different artifacts, including tweets and editing and the little references.
And memes! Just like Metal Gear Solid
All these
says.
pieces work together to communicate an essence and an experience to the audience. And I want that essence to be true and authentic to me, but I also want it to be an exciting aesthetic experience.
Metal
If
Gear.
you think about it the right way, is about cultivating excitement, like hype, like the joy.
I'm excited. I can't even hide it.
Participate in something. I know that what I say and do while observed impacts an audience's interpretation of me and the work that I care to generate. And I'm not in control of other people's perception of me, but I am in control.
Ooh, I will take this I will take a pause to thank you. Thank you so much, HJW Warhammer, for becoming a proud Patreon of the pond. Thank you so much. You are helping me, and I will join the list of proud patrons that are always listed at the end of the videos, okay? Thank you so much. I wanted to take this moment to thank you very much for your patronage.
Of what I do, and I'm perfectly capable of ascertaining the reactions to those things. So yeah, I perform aesthetic acts and I make aesthetic choices, but not solely in service of my own aesthetic judgments or sentiments. I'm thinking about the art moment that I want to happen. In that 100-minute interview with CT Nguyen, which is available in full on my Patreon, he
maybe I should have waited for. I didn't know. I could not have known that they would be talking about Patreon now. That was the perfect moment to thank you. But you know, it's too late now. I will pay for my lack of vision as the Emperor of Star Wars. And well, capitalism, their critique could still exist because making compromises to art to make it more popular would still be a thing. Not for money, but for validation and drive to be well loved. Yeah, and also, as Mirdian often says, and I actually agree with this, okay? I agree with this. Maybe, I don't know if I should like wait for Mirdian to maybe make, I don't want to step on their toes, okay? Like they will talk about it in their own things, but I will just say now that art as a communication is a two-way street, right? You sort of make certain moves in order to communicate better with people, right? It doesn't have to really be for money or for validation. It can also be in order to facilitate better communication, right? If that makes sense. I think there could be a third reason, facilitating better communication. Like, what sort of thing will communicate better with people, right? Does that make sense? So I think so. But you know, you have to wait, you know, for the media to like flesh these ideas out, you know? Yeah. I would like to, I will, you know, maybe I would like to come in and maybe talk to you about it.
Onto so much aesthetic philosophy. The Anne-Eaton, the robust immoralism. Dominic Lopez for Being for Beauty. Nick Regal, is that what he said?
Nick Regal.
James Shelley is the other person.
Yeah.
James Shelley. Karen
Gordesky.
Karen, oh, that's not going to be easy to spell. So Tuesday was the interview, and Wednesday I read 10 straight hours of philosophy, and Thursday I wrote 10 straight pages of philosophy, and now
I need to read more. I feel ashamed. I am gonna try to read more. And actually, President Sunday has said a really interesting thing about how to make notes. Like by rereading the same thing that you hear or read in your own words. Maybe this will be my new modus operandi for taking notes for books. like trying to rewrite what I'm hearing or reading, like in my own sentences. That could be nice.
Synthesizing it live. I'm a genius, not an expert. Nguyen brought up his colleague Nick.
Or maybe rewrite them as I would like to present them to an audience. That would also be pretty cool.
Riggle several times, and eventually, upon ascertaining the nature of my particular taste and instincts, recommended me a particular book.
Have you read any of his stuff?
No.
You would love his stuff. What you should look at is Nick Riggle has his
book,
and it's sold as a philosophical definitional account of the notions of awesome and sucking.
Oh, it's a variation of the Feynman technique. I think I like this. I think I like this approach. I think I will try it.
Basically, as you know from your freshman gender studies elective, in life we often follow social scripts, static patterns and conventions that are normalized to make life intelligible and generally better. Your interactions with the clerk at the grocery store are pre-written and cordial.
So let's say I'm the customer, you're the barista, we have
Right.
a script, we know how to interact. It makes things easy
Right.
to do this kind of thing.
Riggle points.
I mean, there's like this sort of like a code of conduct in places like this, right?
That in our lives interacting with each other, there are moments where we are offered an opportunity to break out of our social script and experience ourselves and each other as individual, conscious, unique beings instead of mere pawns in God's sick game of Parcheesi.
He thinks that sometimes we break script.
Oh, we all should. We all should read more. We need more reading in our lives.
Calls this a social opening, and it's an invitation or opening for us to break out of our scripts and interact and appreciate each other as free, creative, full people.
Socialism.
To be awesome is to create, foster, encourage, and take up social openings. To suck is to crush them and mock them for no good reason.
Yeah.
Awesomeness is larger than aesthetics, but I think he thinks that the place that you see
This person knows what's up.
is the most potent place
Very
for breaking
cool.
scripts
Very cool.
and inviting
Very
each other
smart,
to appreciate each other
I
as free
think.
beings is with art and aesthetics like that. That's the center of awesomeness.
Yeah, that's why I make it. Awesomeness is larger than aesthetics. Is it true? I suspect one of the reasons that Nguyen's art appreciation really compelled me but didn't stick and actually convince me is because I'm not an art appreciator, I'm an artist. And what seems most consistently true is I'm not an artist because I love art objects or because I love aesthetic engagement as play or because I want to be understood. It's because I feel in service of that art moments. The shock that plucks people out of static patterns and reimagines them as autonomous individuals. It's what I live for. But not awesomeness on its own. Particular kinds of awesomeness. Perfect awesomeness. Seth Godin is a person I've been occasionally compared to because of the way that I talk about art in the creative process, and I understand why. He's a gentle, firm, self-helpy force, pushing people to ascend above their immobilizing perfectionism and actually just start making things because you're in service of others and in service of what you're making, not yourself. The only difference between someone who does something and someone who doesn't do that thing is whether or not they do that thing. So if you want to be an artist, be an artist. Perfect.
Yeah, I do thing, even if it's like not perfect, you know? I do the thing. Do the thing to do the thing, and I do the thing, I think, and I'm doing the meme, you know?
Perfectionism doesn't lead to perfect things. It leads to you not making anything out of fear of not being perfect. If you're really passionate about perfect...
Ooh, yeah, I've actually read a few books thanks to Mirdian. Mirdian gave me some really good books that I would like to reread some books. Some books are just worth rereading, you know? You should read some books more than once.
Perfect and perfect moments. Ditch the perfectionism. Start making things now and fuck up all the way to your ideal intent, interpretation, synthesis, system shock, awesome art moment. That's how I'd say it, but Seth Godin says it too in a different way.
So what it means to have a practice is that you do it. You simply do it. You merely do it. You do it without commentary. You do it without drama, and you do it in service of whoever you're.
Yeah, let's celebrate the books that we've read. This is true. Let's.
A difference for.
But here's my aesthetic judgment. When I read his books, I fall into this rapidly fluctuating binary state between approval and disapproval. Yes. No. What? Yes. What? No. Yes. Why the first divergence is he pretty explicitly packages himself as a self-helpy, accessible small business guru. I don't mean it as an insult when I say he's a folk wisdom machine. His job is to inspire via concise, catchy anecdotes and truisms, and that's exactly what he does. But since he so perfectly embodies the nexus interim state between businessman and artist, he's the perfect person to broker peace between me and Mr. Beast. To my understanding,
Mr. Beast!
Gooden would assert, without judgment, that Vivian Maier was a hobbyist. The art was for her, not others. And if you're not satisfied with being a hobbyist and you want to become an artist and you concede that part of the art is going to be the interpretation of others, that's where the art exists, is in that space between people. You have to not just be a hobbyist, you have to act like a professional. You're not just doing art for fun, you have a job to do and you think it has meaning and you want to give that value to others. Otherwise, if you fall and hit your head and die and this twink isn't around to circumstantially immortalize you in the canon, what are you gonna do? The practice puts this in its persistently ambiguous businessman but artist way as the difference between doing creative work and shipping creative work.
I am immortalizing my
creative
art.
work demands that we truly hear and see the
I'm
dreams
an
and
artist.
desires of those we seek to serve. Creativity is fun and can be a process of
Lucy's
self-discovery.
an
Everyone
artist.
should be
Come on.
allowed to engage in the everyday aesthetics of their lives. Everyone's
Yeah.
an artist, but you're not going to change the world with aesthetics or art if you never give it to anyone.
I am in favor of hobbies. Totally in favor of hobbies.
My
But
hobby
don't try to
is
sell them to people. Do your hobby because
being
you
a
love it.
genius.
Do your work because it's your work.
Capital A artists, if you identify as such, are not the ones who sit around and wait for inspiration to strike. That's what everybody does. You act when you are inspired to. It's called feeling like doing something. If you're an artist, you create the inspiration.
I think we've discussed this even like this, waiting for the for waiting to be inspired. You know, you just need to do it. You know, do the thing like yeah, motivation and motivation can be tough, you know, but motivation is what we have, is what we build communities for, you know. We support each other, we help each other, we motivate each other, and if you need motivation or support, ginger snaps, then you know you can talk to Lucy Haze, okay? Lucy Haze has got your back. I will hug you. For now only virtually because we live on the other sides of the globe. But I will gladly take part in bringing back your motivational spark, okay? This is like what the group, I will drop name, Chaotic Poppy is for, you know? Like Mirdian is like a big part, like the main heart of this. Like that is, that's I think it's safe to say that one of the goals is to help you get your motivation and creative juices flowing to create great things together, you know? Like this is the goal for us, to give you the tools and to allow you to flourish.
Artists are committed to
I will get to that in time, okay? I'm not gonna spoil that either too much.
manifesting art moments, and they involve other people. If you're on the side of art, you want it to be interpreted, you want it to resonate, and you are pursuing that zenith intent interpretation syncing to the same essence, that intimacy that we're really seeking, that awesomeness. You don't want your value to all be accidents, you idiot.
Woo! The socks are nice, but they are a bit dirty, I think. I think this is a dirty sock. I think I smelled a dirty sock. I mean, like, we all, like, well, we can talk about it in the end if I went on about just existing, not living in any moment. It can be too depressing for the chat. Like, yeah, you know, we will work on things step by step. It's okay, you know. We have our, like, difficult times, but we can work on it all together step by step. It's like, I believe so, you know. We can work on it step by step. Like, I think sometimes we try to fix everything at once, and we forget that by taking one step at a time, and that by accepting the help from people that are around us, we can achieve great things, you know?
I consider the
and I want to be a part of that for others as well.
perfect art moment, you need to use your intuition and your analysis. If you only use your analysis when making a piece of art, you're either bettering your craft, exposing yourself to static patterns of quality that
So
can
yeah,
enhance your
yeah.
endeavors, or
Definitely let's talk after the stream, okay? Hit me up in the DMs and we can discuss, okay?
you're Mr. Beast, just serving pre-existing observable wants and needs without imagination or conviction. If you operate entirely on intuition, you get an entirely valid kind of artist, the kind that Nguyen describes in Trust and Sincerity, the person who is submitting their subjective data out into the world, and the result of it might be these intimate art moments if everyone stays true. Some intuitive artists simply work for themselves. They bet that if the work moves them, it will move someone like them. They don't have to extend themselves at all because there's already a successful alignment between their taste and needs and those they seek to change. But that's not what I do, and if you're a fan of what happens on this YouTube channel, you might find yourself realizing that that's also not enough for you. I'm fine with manifesting unintentional, beautiful essences. I mean, accidental beauty's better than no beauty, but I'm not fine with my intent and my essence just never connecting with anyone. It needs to plug into a brain to fully exist. That's the art moment I'm pursuing. People make art objects with intention. It's okay to care about intention. It's kind of the whole thing. Every work of art has also a certain end or purpose for which it is calculated and is to be deemed more or less perfect as it is more or less fitted to attain this end. An art object is valuable in every way to the audience, except that it's disconnected from the artist's intention. That's not a perfect moment. That's not what we're going for.
It's like The Room. It's like The Room that became the best worst movie of all time, but I don't think that the artist Tommy Wiseau had that in mind when he made the movie, you know? I think this is basically the disconnect that we are describing here, right? The Room, if you've heard about that movie.
Sticking to my grandiose metaphysical quasi-religious claims about art being more important than us and only resulting from our interactions with each other, and so by that point necessitating our participation in it for this goodness to manifest, which is like an inherently good event. Or if I'm gonna like back down and then agree that art is like instrumental to this awesome moment of true understanding that is desirable in its own way, that is somehow not aesthetic, not beautiful, and I don't believe it. Both of these things can concede that art is about communication, and that's what I believe, at least.
Art is how we communicate subtle shit. Art is our deepest form of communication and expression.
Right.
And in many ways, I think the study, aesthetics and the philosophy of art, is a particular study in the different capacities for expression of different technologies of communication.
And communication can be successful or unsuccessful.
Right.
You're intentionally constructing a gateway to the unspeakable that either works or it doesn't. It's not a good gateway if it only works for you. Yes, we made language up. And yes, words can mean whatever people believe they mean. I can say something and you can interpret it in a completely different way. However, if we're on a walk together and I want to say, look at that juniper tree to you, and instead I say, Tooth Alp discount biscuit foreplay wrench regard, I've objectively failed to communicate my thought. There was a provable correct way to do that, and I didn't do it. The blanket of subjectivity.
I have to praise my mother once again, because I live like my mom is a painter and my grandmother was a painter. My mom is actually really good at communicating certain ideas through her paintings.
Interpretation and meaninglessness, the necessity of inventing meaning at all existing in our minds. It relieves you of the responsibility of noticing if you've succeeded or failed in a holy mission. Every element has a purpose. If you don't even know what it is, how will you do the work to achieve it? The most honest justification for not answering what's it for is, I'm afraid. Fuck subjectivity. Why are you making the art? Stand by it. Is it valuable? You're still entitled to all of your sentiments. They require no justification. Accidental beauty is everywhere and that's good. But do you actually believe that it's beautiful and meaningful?
Yeah.
If so, prove it. Pursue perfect, not as a distraction or for your personal pleasure, but because you know it exists, because you've experienced it. And I know you have. Your experience is always revelatory of truth, either internal or external. Yes, there's a meaning to art. No, you're not inventing it. You're discovering it.
Yeah. And I don't think there is such a thing as meaningless art, quote unquote. Like, I really don't. Like, the fasci types say like that abstract art is meaningless. Like, there is no such thing. Art has meaning.
Tonto, watch Miraculous. I think
I'm an addict, want the world and I'ma have it. I'm so fucking.
Woo! Amazing.
Also, like, full disclosure, not even sure I'm gonna put this in a video.
Yeah.
Come on. Okay. How did you like this video? Are you ready for something less? Are you ready for something a bit more fast food like? Are you ready to go from this amazing state of being like super? I liked it super much. Like I liked it especially since we were able to. Oh. I liked it because we were able to touch on many interesting things, that we were able to discuss many interesting things. It's okay, Miriam. You stayed for the good content, and I'm not so sure if you'll enjoy me going over Steven's and Mr. Girl's discussion as much, okay? I love CJ's video on No Face being an incel. Okay, we will watch more of CJDX, okay? We'll watch more. But for now, we go into more like Destiny, Mr. Girl, there we go. The ultimate fast food. Destiny, Mr. Girl. There you go. Yeah, Ginger Snaps. Miriam is like a amazing person, okay? Very nice. Destiny and Mr. Girl coverage collapses. There we go. Time for some drama. Time for some popcorn. There you go. Oh no, Mr. Girl is censored.
About your moderation. You're framing this as you will never capitulate to a demand about.
You'll never capitulate.
So again, I'm giving you. No. I don't agree with that. I think that I'm trying to make a point, and you're trying to disintegrate the conversation, so I can't make.
I think the conversation right now is meaningless. Like, is some level of conformity required?
I think you have derailed the conversation.
Okay, I know you hate examples, but I'm going to give examples where I think you're wrong. He lost his.
You're wrong, okay? You're wrong. You are wrong. And I will prove it to you. I will prove it to you why you are wrong and incorrect. And ugly as well. I will prove it to you scientifically with my science logic.
YouTuber as an artist, because he is an artist, and he put a lot of effort into that channel, and it's super sad.
Big art. Oh, this is like epic music, okay? Epic music moment.
That it got shut down by a bunch of losers. Yeah, so
by a bunch of losers. A bunch of losers, like, shut out his channel, you know? A bunch of losers. So sad.
Feeling bad about that. He's feeling bad because the one community that he can still kind of hold on to that's like
music
against him. And then at the behest of seemingly the owner of that community, who he thought was his friend, it seems like now the moderators, everybody, are furthering
the heartstring music. Okay. This is our fast food moment. Our fast food content.
The aggression against him, and it's not even hitting somebody while it's down, it's like drilling into his head while he's down. So
drilling?
Yeah, I'm sure he's like ultra super mentally, because it seems like literally the whole world is against him.
Oh no!
So yeah, I'm definitely empathetic towards his position, of course.
Is against Mr. Girl. I cannot believe.
I wanted to talk to you because it feels like
the world.
You know, things seem tense.
There's a lot going on.
The whole world.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. I'm gonna match the tone of Mr. Girl. Me being quiet like this right now was doing the dramatic Mr. Girl pause. Because, like, you know, there's a lot going on in here.
Said about a lot of different. What do you? What would you say the purpose of this conversation?
Yeah, what do you think we like to? I'll put my mouth closer to the mic. What do you think maybe I'll even go a bit deeper. What do you think the purpose of this is, Stephen? What do you think the purpose is? Oh my gosh.
Should we agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's your conversation, so you tell me whatever you want the purpose to be.
I want to I don't like how things are going.
I don't
That's
like.
understandable.
I don't like how things are going. Don't worry, they'll sooner or later they will start screaming at each other sooner or later. So you know. Thank you.
Yeah, and seems like maybe
Yeah.
you don't too, in some ways.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just kind of floating on through.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Well.
Right.
I'd like.
Couldn't they agree on a topic beforehand? It's like this is so awkward. This is so strange. Will I have to fill the void of their weird awkward silence of Steven just playing his game and Mr. Girl just awkwardly trying to start a conversation? This is like a very awkward date.
Things to change. And
Couples counseling.
I guess worst case scenario is like if I
right.
Don't like the way working with you is.
I will dump you. I will break up with you. We'll no longer be married.
I'd like to just be friends.
See, I would just like to be friends. Oh no, that sounds like a breakup. Oh no.
Okay.
See, now we're more than friends, and then I would just like to be friends. This requires me to make a face. Not this face. No, okay, this face. Oh no. They are breaking up. They will only be friends. Ah! Okay, back to normal face. Okay,
gotcha.
Gotcha, said Stephen, playing it cool. Not caring, not having a care in the world about the feelings of Monsieur Femelle.
So.
Like this is Mr. Girl in Lucy French. Monsieur Femelle.
People keep talking about like me attacking you or like turning into Vosh or Hassan or.
Wait, why was Mr. Girl is turning? Mr. Girl is definitely not changing into Vosh. That's for sure. They could not be different. Who says that? Who said that?
Career or
I would destroy you.
Which I don't want. I
don't want to destroy you. I want to fix our relationship.
I'm basically just setting boundaries, you know? There's like certain stuff happening that I just don't want to happen.
Okay. Oh. She does? She loves my voice? Thank you. Tell her thank you and that she is best giggler, okay? Tell her thank you. Isn't Destiny too old to be anything more than friends with Mr. Girl? That's a good question. I think so. Maybe that's the boundary. Maybe that's why Mr. Girl wants to set the boundary. Maybe that's what's happening.
I don't want this to turn into.
Here's to you both resolving these issues. I'm a big.
You don't want this to turn into, say that last thing again? Sorry.
To a debate.
Oh.
Debate me. Debate.
Okay.
Debate.
Okay. Can we agree on?
This is gonna be a weird, like a lot of silences that I'm just gonna have to cut out of the video outright in editing. Will do. She hears, yeah. Laying next to her right now. Talk to you later. Love ya. Yeah. See you. Love you too. Bye bye, Giggler. I'm gonna listen to Steven here and Monsieur Female.
On a premise.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure, go for it. Well, I mean, I don't know, but we'll see. I mean, you could suggest it. We'll see where it goes, yeah.
I have been dogpiled by your community.
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. Of course.
Okay.
Of course. So proudly, Stephen states, yeah, of course you've been dogpiled by my community. Naturally. Why, duh, Monsieur Female, duh.
Fact 1.
Okay, fact 1.
2,
Yeah.
I cannot defend myself in the subreddit, nor can other people.
Nor can either people defend themselves, or nor can other people defend you.
You definitely can't post Civil War and everything.
Civil
Pretty hard
War.
for other people to, I'd say, right now. I think I'd probably agree with that.
Okay.
Okay.
So it is within your subreddit. It is a hands tied behind my back dog pile.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it seems like it.
It seems like it, yeah.
You could.
Also, we might need to break this into separate streams, okay? I'm not sure if I want to sit through 3 hours of Destiny right now, so we will watch some of it, and I will turn into I don't know, YouTube TV series or something. We will go back to it or something. Okay, that's true. Well said, Warhammer. This might be a video you don't have to pause because they're gonna give you plenty of time to talk between sentences. That's true. That's the nature. Maybe that's why Mr. Girl does those awkward pauses for React streamers.
Stop that if you wanted to.
He speaks.
You could
He
stop
talks
the
so
hands tied behind my back
slowly.
part if you wanted. You could have unbanned me at any point. Or you could have told Forethought to stop banning my fans at any point.
True.
You've not done that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't. That's fact number 3.
Um,
He does give me a lot of time to speak between the sentences. Oh my god. Like, I don't need to pause at all. What the hell? This is so strange. Oh, he's so flustered. He's biting his lip.
I have posted a total of 9 times.
9,000.
Made posts on my own.
Okay.
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 Starting 6 months ago. I think my first post
Okay.
was after the doll
Okay.
review.
The what? The what? The doll?
And
The doll review?
that was my first dog pile in the
Dog
subreddit.
pile in the subreddit.
And
Amazing.
I
Amazing.
did a AMA. Where I was like, I need some control over the narrative.
I also thought like
That was
that.
the first time I felt like you're really just writing a story about me that's like very unfavorable to me, and I was like, okay, I need a way to add my voice to this.
I
It's
see.
your subreddit, it's your stream.
Well, too
whatever.
bad, right? This is such a
So
strange
since then,
beef.
I think every time I have felt like you.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, real quick, just on that.
I have
You
not
said
done
you'd written
anything.
some posts, right?
Yeah.
9 posts, but
Yeah.
you more comment. You're not counting the comments there, right? Just checking.
Right, I've commented a ton.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right, sorry.
But I've only written nine total. 9 times I've been like, I need to
Destroyed.
I need to tell a story.
Set some boundaries.
I don't like the story Steven's telling about me. I need to tell my own story.
Yeah.
And I think the way you've kind of taken the higher status position in most of our interactions has been okay with me. I noticed it like immediately, but if you usually like there's never a conversation where you do a stream with someone and I come in and I'm like, buddy, Steven, let me tell you how you got to talk to people. Like you did this all wrong. Let me give you some pointers on like how to have a like human conversation. Like you're autistic. Like we don't have conversations like that, right?
Okay.
Do we agree on that?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Premise?
Okay.
Okay. So usually if we're having a disagreement,
What a
in communication
difference!
styles,
What a difference! Like they make such they treat this as such a deep conversation while it's all a bunch of nothing. I'm gonna be honest here. It's all a bunch of nothing, and I think even Steven knows that it's all a bunch of nothing, which is why he basically half-assedly listens and just plays the video game.
It's you telling me why you think I did something wrong or spoke to someone the wrong way, and you giving me your advice. And a lot of times you're like, it's not.
I just want to be clear. I
don't always
think, and I could be wrong, but I think every single time it's generally you've come to me for it. I'm not like messaging you like, hey, we need to talk about how you spoke to this person, right?
I don't think so. Like after the Lauren conversation, when you were telling me to rub the cat, like get the cat to roll over before you rub its belly.
Yeah, but I don't
Oh
think
my
that conversation
gosh.
started with me saying like, hey, you need to come on and we need to talk about how you talk with Lauren, right? Didn't that just
Well, you
kind of
DM'd me asking me if you could come in and moderate.
Initially I did because you guys got stuck in on thing, but
okay, right, but there's never been a conversation where I was watching you and then I DM'd you and I was like, Stephen, you need a translator.
I don't think you've done it explicitly. You kind of did with the lab stuff, but maybe you'd say that's a little differently because you felt like she was getting dogpiled. Although I could argue there was a translation thing on there, but sure. But I mean, I think for all intents and purposes, yeah. Obviously, there's one way that it tends to go. Sure. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Steven.
I'm
now
okay with. I'm okay with you being my streaming big brother. You know,
Streaming big
I'm
brother.
all right with that.
This is so weird. Like this is like I'm not sure how to describe this weird dynamic. I'm not sure how to describe this dynamic of Mr. Girl being mad at Steven, but at the same time trying to be like near Steven. The weird, creepy dynamic of two quote-unquote misunderstood geniuses. Mr. Girl needing that's, I think he said on a different conversation, like that he needs a smart, empathetic person to translate what he says. Like this is, I don't know.
I don't need to be like the expert in our conversations. But sometimes when you come in and say, here's how things are, you'll say it in a way that starts a dogpile against me or in my point of view, fucks me over somehow. And so it's been very important to me to, in trying to navigate this, figure out like how do I want to talk about other streamers? How do I want to communicate about it? How do I want to talk about like conversations after they happen? Like you've got the pre-talk, you've got the post-talk, you've got the breakdown,
the mid-talk,
status in the conversation, and you've got the audience on your side. So with all that stacked, I've still been kind of okay with like, okay, as long as I can tell my story and have my essay, which are usually well liked, then it feels like I can handle the setup. But now that's
really awkward, and I don't know.
Oh, it was
like,
starting to be taken away.
Like I'm not like he deserved to be taken away his platform. Like I don't have much to dig into yet. Either. Like he's not saying much. Like I had a platform. I was at your TD. My YouTube Big Brother, and now it's been taken away. Like, you've fallen out of grace like many other people. That's what happened.
Away from me, I think, when Forethought started just banning people for supporting me. And then, like, the narrative was, like, there's a mod with a hate boner against Mr. Girl, which is obviously chilling, has a chilling effect on support of me. Do you agree with that? Not that it was banned, but that it's not encouraged for sure. Okay, so, I guess what it just comes down to is like, I feel that you are defining me unfavorably, particularly.
It's pretty difficult to define.
Disagreement with each other.
Like you're discovering like Steven is. Steven will just lie to talk about you favorably when it's convenient, and will just stop doing it when it stops being convenient. Okay, like it'll be a thing. Too bad.
And if you're gonna do that, I need to be able to
be a genius.
be defended somehow. And so I heard what you said earlier, where I'm
Like,
saying,
why does it have to be on
there's no way
the
to get around
Reddit?
that.
Like, defend yourself. Oh, wait, you've been banned from everywhere. You cannot exactly make a case for yourself.
Because if you're making the conscious decision to not delete good criticism of yourself, then you must be doing all this consciously. That's a good point. I guess
What? This is like such self-masturbation. Like, I don't know. They're just...
I see it this way.
Okay, how do you see it?
You're not
Explain.
intentionally preventing yourself from
Loving me.
like hyper defensive moderation. Like you're not, there's no like separation of powers where you're like trying to stop
Separation of church and the state.
yourself from impulse banning people. Like obviously.
Why is this being framed as such a serious conversation?
Some
Why?
posts seem like bullshit criticisms of you. But in swearing, like, how does it have 500 upvotes from your own fans if it is truly bullshit criticism?
Oh, it feels... Well, that's because Steven does not like criticism. What do you mean? Like, Steven is here to... Like, Steven will only agree to... Steven will only accept criticism that he will think is very easy for him to quote-unquote debunk. Otherwise, he will just ignore it or run away from it. Like the President Sunday debate that he keeps running away from because he knows he will not win. What do you mean?
I guess
He's not open to criticism at all.
it just...
Do you think that the upvote system is a good way to foster the most intelligent type of conversation you can have on Reddit?
No.
Then why would I use upvotes as an indicator for whether or not criticism is good or bad?
Yeah, when you can just agree with the criticism that you can easily disregard. Safe criticism.
I don't think I was saying...
Because that is what it basically goes down to, right? It being easy criticism that you can accept easily and
You
disregard.
seem to imply that I'm saying some criticism is bullshit, and you're saying, well, how could it possibly be bullshit when it has so many upvotes? And then my question is, do you think upvotes are indicative of whether or not a particular post is good or bad, or criticism are good or bad? And you said, well, probably not.
No, they're
what did I
indicative
miss?
They're indicative of resonance.
Okay.
And if a criticism resonates with your own fans, that is an indication that it's probably not bullshit.
Sure, possibly. But I could also just not want that criticism.
Yes.
Yeah, you clearly don't. You clearly don't want criticism. We've now hit the nail on the head. Like it's been known for years that you don't accept criticism. It's nothing new. Maybe it's new to Mr. Girl, but it's not exactly anything. It's not exactly anything new to anyone else.
So that's a different idea than the criticism is bullshit.
I guess it depends on
So
what
yeah,
you
if
mean
you-
by bullshit. Like, because I wouldn't say the criticism is good or
Not
valid. It's the
exactly.
same as it resonates. There's a lot of things that resonate that I wouldn't care about, right? But sure, we can say that the criticism resonates, for sure. That's
So
probably...
why are they suddenly talking about the inability of Steven to accept criticism? Like we all know that's the case.
Yeah, and I think even criticism that resonates,
Like this is
create
like
an environment
this is not a thing that I can just watch and not. I don't know.
fair to your orbiters.
Not fair.
Creating an environment that is fair to my orbiters. I don't know what that means.
You're not.
Well, no, or why
That's my
should
whole-
I?
I mean, that's my whole...
Yeah, of course. It's not. It's my environment. It's not. I would never say that,
Why
like...
See? Steven just doesn't care about others, that's why. Why should he care about others? What do you mean? He doesn't. He just doesn't care about others. Like, it's as simple as that. Stop trying to make Steven care about others because he just doesn't. And he has told you that multiple times. I don't care. I'm just a person that doesn't care much. I just don't care. How many times must Steven tell you that he doesn't care because you come to the obvious conclusion that Steven just does not care?
Should you?
Yeah, my subreddit is a place where everybody can come for equal representation, have equal access to my community. Like,
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so you said that I'm creating a subreddit that is unfair to a group of people that don't own the subreddit, which seems to imply that I ought to make the subreddit, the contrapositive is, I ought to make the subreddit fair to most or all people. And then what I'm saying is, well,
just orbiters, not all people.
Say orbiters, yeah. But then my criticism would be, well, why would I do that? Or why would that ever be my...
Hey, why would Steven ever care about anybody?
One, I think it's what's best for us.
Why would Steven care?
I think it's immoral to not do that.
What if it was at the detriment to myself? Do I have an obligation to run my community in a way that benefits people that interact with me that I feel is detrimental to myself?
I will answer that, but I don't think it is. I think what you're doing is already detrimental to yourself. So I think the two interests are aligned, but
can you provide like
examples
for that?
There you go.
On the flip side, and I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but on the flip side, I would say that I have one of the most successful communities on Reddit.
Yeah, he cares about himself.
10 times the size of me. So I feel like something is working right.
You have a...
But go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, size-wise. Okay, wait, so what am I arguing that it's in your best interest to...
Well, you seem to be implying that like the moderation decisions that I'm making don't even serve my own interests. Yeah.
I don't think they do.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it seems to me that so far the way the subreddit's ran has been wildly successful for the sub.
It is, but compared to what it could be, we don't know. I mean, obviously the sub could be better, or the sub could
the
be
hypothetical thing you're comparing it to could be, you can't give me any other example of a subreddit that's like that. And in fact, I would even...
That allows...
Yeah, because almost every subreddit that is considered of high quality on...
Hello, Oren. Hello. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Well, good morning from Canada. Good morning, good afternoon from Poland, Oren. Welcome. Make yourself at home. We're watching Steven here discuss things with Monsieur Female, and I think that I owe it to you to at least give you some form of gameplay to go along with it, because I'm afraid that otherwise this might be a bit too much. You need some form of visual stimulation to go with this, okay? I think we owe ourselves some sort of visual stimulation to go along with this sort of thing. So I will turn something on while we... Okay, Doom. There we go, Doom. Doom is always safe.
On Reddit has extensive moderation. Nazi-like moderation, some might even say.
Nazi-like moderation.
What does Nazi-like moderation mean? Like Nazi-like moderation? Like, what does that even mean? Okay, I will add the game. And then I will just go to the toilet real quick. Don't go anywhere. Okay? And then we continue. Like, what is those weird things? What is Nazi-like moderation? And it's people like Steven that then go on to cry that words like Nazi mean nothing because people overuse them. And then Steven here goes Nazi-like moderation. Okay, Steven, okay. I get it. Funny, Steven. Be right back. I'm going to the toilet. I am back. I have some food. I have some food here. And I'm ready to continue looking over this weird conversation, okay? I'm ready. We've lost some viewers. Wow. People are not having it. People are not having this conversation between Steve and Mr. Girl.
That's not what that's not what I'm arguing against. I'm arguing against unfair moderation that humiliates your coworkers, colleagues, or underlings, wherever we are, orbiters. You have moderation that specifically humiliates your orbiters and generates dog piles against them. A vicious dog pile. So I'm not. It's not the amount of moderation. It's the kind of moderation that I'm against. And it's not that you're intentionally generating dog piles. It's that you're not intentionally trying to prevent them. I think the kind of content you make and the kind of conversations we all have, you would have to go out of your way. You'd have to go above and beyond to protect your orbiters. And I don't think you're doing that. I mean, you're saying you're not doing it. You're saying
probably not.
I
don't think so. Yeah, I don't know if I would, but
okay.
You wouldn't.
So
Steven doesn't care.
Well, okay. What am I answering? Why should you? For your own interest, or am I saying what would be my take if it was somehow against your interest, but in the interest of your orbiters?
Well, one, I don't actually agree that it is in my interest. I don't think I even agree with that.
Okay.
Because you don't care.
Start on that one.
Whether it's in your interest?
Yeah.
A lot of the conversations you have with your orbiters are boring.
True. You're like this one.
Are sycophantic toward you. And I think my sense is that you dislike this.
Are you trying to say this conversation is
and I think that
interesting?
comes across in the streams. So while the subreddit health is different from the stream health, I think that if your orbiters feel like they have to suck up to you or become a copy of you or be ultimately a worse version of you, then I think that really impacts the conversations that you're able to have with those people.
Really?
I mean, I've started using the derogatory term white blood cell when I'm having an argument with you or even a conversation, and they start flooding into the room to just parrot whatever you're saying, and then you're playing video games and they're parroting you, and I'm like, do you like this? Like, how this not like why would you want to surround yourself with people who are afraid to disagree with you?
Because he gets money and he
most
doesn't
people
care.
that have my opinions, do you think they're afraid to disagree with me?
Yes.
I think your orbiters are afraid to disagree.
Because they think their careers depend on you. Yeah.
Gotcha. I guess it's possible. I don't know how either of us would prove it, but I think that the answer is probably like a lot more boring, and that's just that they all watch my content. I tend to do the most research on the issues I talk about of most of my orbiters, and then therefore they tend to kind of just have my.
Oh yeah, you tend to do most research, just like the orthodoxy, the woke orthodoxy in academia. Oh, you do so much research. Oh yeah.
Opinions. There are exceptions to that, but the exceptions are the people that do more research than me, and they do tend to disagree with me on things. Like Roseburst is a good example. He's come on my stream and he's argued with me about things before. He's disagreed with me things. I think Pisco's disagreed with me about things. Striiimmmm has come on and disagreed about things because these are people that have specialized knowledge where they've done more research and they've come on and they're like, oh, you're wrong about this. But it seems like they have no problem
But generally, you're
My view is
amazing
that
genius.
having orbiters who are also your fans hurts your content.
True.
I mean, do you think that like ABBA is a bad person to jump in and talk to me, or Muda is a bad person to, like, I think all of my orbiters / fans have disagreed with me, I think, at some point in time. Like,
Oh wow.
I don't want to call anyone out
I
specifically.
would just say that it's
call out a
safe
dynamic that I
disagreement,
see
okay?
where,
It's safe disagreement. I'm just gonna say that.
I don't see. I see a filtration. Like, there are people on the internet who are well-spoken, interesting, and have heavy disagreements with you about really big topics that would probably turn into really interesting debates, discussions, high conflict streams where you'd be able to really, really hash things out with people. That I think those people are being turned away. So again, it's not that I'm trying to.
can we think of, not to put you on the spot, but like, what's like an example of one of these people? I'm super curious.
I'm super
Like, I'm
curious.
thinking like Pisco is probably one guy that I probably.
Like, I don't even like
He
this.
actually even triggers at me in chat when I just.
Wasn't this not supposed to be a debate? And it's already a
He does it a
debate.
lot, and I think he's probably one of the most overwhelmingly positively received people in my subreddit, and that's like a high conflict person.
Who?
Yeah, that's good.
Right.
No, I don't want to give an example. I just want to, again, I mean, like, did you disagree with this idea that like you have a lot of sycophantic clones of
Yeah,
yourself?
I disagree. I mean, there are people
Of
that
course you will
think of my
disagree.
manners and stuff, but I don't think that it's to the point where like they're scared to disagree with me. I don't agree with that dynamic. No.
Well, of
Okay,
course
so
you wouldn't.
So my
yeah.
my sense that this like dreadful fog of boredom descends
But
over
yeah,
the stream.
I would say, yeah, you have a
to
lot
just
of
kinda shoot the
sycophants
shit and agree with you about
that
something
basically
that
just
doesn't-
mindlessly
you don't-
copy your
Oh,
way
that
of
definitely
thinking
exists, but I don't know if that's because people are scared to disagree with me. I think that's just the nature of like
of life,
what I
of
do
the
in terms of
world.
political conversations. Like I'm gonna tend to talk to
Just
people
like the nature of the
agree with me
world.
because the people that heavily disagree with me generally don't want to talk. Like I think that's just like the nature of doing like political content online
Oh,
in
yeah.
general.
Well,
Is the
I'm
nature
saying
of
I
life.
think you're contributing. I know that there's a narrative that people who disagree with me don't want to talk to me, but I think this is part of why that's happening.
Okay.
Because if you do
It's
disagree
the circle of life.
in a certain way or a certain number of times, you're gonna face a dog pile.
It's just the name of the game,
I mean, that
baby.
can happen, but I mean, like that. It's. I mean, like
Yeah.
there. In some ways, it's controllable, but in other ways, it's like kind of uncontrollable. Like it just depends on
On
what's going on.
what
Okay,
does
well,
it
I have
mean?
some suggestions on what I think you could do to protect your orbiters. But you're saying, why is it good for me to protect my orbiters?
True.
Well, now you're not talking orbiters. Now you're talking to anybody that I can have like conversation with. So, like for instance, I made like there's like a
People who
3-day.
become orbiters, potential. I'm talking about hypothetical.
Well, like so, I have like a
orbiters.
3-day.
Am I even hitting at enemy?
Posting threads for like people days and days, or people like posting successfully. Like, just stop. This is like cringe. So, like that's a rule that I've
Okay, there
had.
you go.
I don't know when I started that, but it was in response to people who were like shitting on some people. It's too much. It's like this is too much. But like,
sure.
There's also going to be people that. So here's the issue: when I talk to people that I massively disagree with, that I have huge disagreements with, chances are my sub is going to have huge
It's just
disagreements with
gone.
them as well. So I mean, like they're. I mean, like I can tell people to be nicer, but like if I argue with theoretically, if me and Lauren Southern argue about immigration and her hypocrisy related to like immigrating to Australia was a big one that Peace argued about, my sub is probably going to shit on her. Like, but I mean, like I could tell people to be nicer, but there's still going to be a ton of people saying like she's a
Well,
hypocrite.
that's not
blah,
what
blah,
I'm
blah, blah.
suggesting. I'm not suggesting you tell people to be nicer.
Right.
Okay, what do we? Okay, go ahead then. Sorry.
So they don't. The geniuses are not
Talking about
connecting. They are
debate with
not
Lauren Southern about
understanding
immigration,
each
and then
other.
You ban anyone who agrees with her, and then you ban her.
It would depend on
And then-
what her and her fans were posting, though. Like I've kind of done that with, like, if Graper is posting
Do
my
you see how that would
subreddit.
make-
If Graper is posting my
that would make
subreddit
it-
about some things, then I like it's okay-ish, but sometimes it's just like literal sycophants that just show up and like engage in shit that I don't want on my subreddit. It's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But I wouldn't
well,
ban
in
every
this-
single person who would defend Fuentes or whatever.
Well, yes, only every single person who bans me. I mean, who defends me.
Well, that's only
So
after the
that-
war declaration and everything. But like,
That's fine. I know. I understand. I gave you the ammunition needed to justify this, but I still think it's wrong. And I still
well, hold
don't
on,
think
wait,
you
you're
should do
making it sound incredibly arbitrary. Like there were already issues popping up beforehand with like the
This
like,
is
the
like-
sycophantic like defense stuff that I think was like irritating.
This is so strange. Like, this is like such low energy. I'm not even sure what this whole discussion is about. Like, what is this about? Maybe I will turn the volume a bit up for the game.
Defining it as sycophantic defense is already smuggling in the premise that you're right and I'm wrong, which is
Well, isn't that kind of what you've done with my fans? And I feel like the way that you conduct yourself with my sub is kind of pretty similar in terms of like the type of defense that I see. In terms of like,
Wait.
yeah, go ahead.
How would I've done with your fan?
Like the
What
way
is
you
this?
represent, like if I so.
What is this talk about?
Prepared to be calling
And
something
when will the
But
bridge
I think
start
if you go through
burning?
my posts and Vosh's
What is
subreddit,
this?
I think my posts are pretty good. My comments.
What?
Usually when I'm responding to people, I'm generally pretty polite.
Oh, yeah.
I'm generally
Everything
like,
you
these
do
are
is
facts,
good.
This is what I feel. Blah blah blah. But
Yeah,
I feel
of
like when I
course.
saw your posts sometimes in my subreddit, it was literally like, you guys aren't smart enough to understand this. You don't get this like my fans get this. You just don't understand this particular thing. Like those kinds of defenses, and then the people that see that and then make similar defenses are gonna like. It's gonna breed a certain
You're not
style
smart.
of conversation.
You're
where
just
it's like,
not
I
smart
just don't
enough for
want-
me.
I just don't want to see it.
You're not smart enough for Monsieur, Mr. Girl.
Saying people are too stupid to understand your arguments is something that you do a lot.
On my stream,
Yeah.
But if I went into I think I've had this exact conversation before. If I went into Vosh's subreddit and I started saying that, I would fully expect to get banned. Like when I post in my subreddit, I'm an actual.
Vosh is your bar.
If I've been posting in my subreddit, I'm a feral monster, and I fully acknowledge that. I'm like, because it's my subreddit. But if I'm posting in other people's subreddits, like, okay, well, this is I'm like a guest here, and I'll post it in a way that I wouldn't want to get banned if somebody else was posting my subreddit. Like generally how I function.
Okay.
This is
yeah, I
so
know that's how you
silly.
function. That's the thing I'm complaining about.
This is so silly.
Okay.
That I have to be polite and nice.
Pathetic
and you
almost.
get to tear into me
Or maybe just pathetic.
in front of all these people.
I don't know.
Well, I don't think I've ever
And-
posted on the subreddit like tearing into you before. Like anything I say is generally done on
kinda-
stream.
You kind of have. You've made some comments. We had a tense comment exchange where you said, maybe if you're getting this feedback after these conversations, then you're the one with a problem.
What was it in reference to?
Maybe you are. You're above the problem.
Some conversation I had that you thought I didn't have right.
Mm-hmm.
People were
Okay.
arguing about it. And
Okay.
somebody said, somebody quoted Shaylin's
I
twit
see.
longer and said, it's not true that you can't ask Max to be nice. And then you made fun of that person and, by implication, Shaylin.
I think I would make fun if I remember correctly. Yeah, I probably would. I probably did. I
Okay,
probably
so I'm
still
just
would.
saying, it's not all. It's not true that it's all on stream. You have.
Okay, there are
made
some
critical-
comments that I do make on my side, but it's pretty rare. It's generally not. I'm generally just talking on stream.
Okay.
Hey,
Like,
what
I
is
think
this
at this point,
discussion
I
about?
actually think you've probably posted my subreddit more than
What
I
is
have.
this
I think you posted,
discussion
like, almost-
about?
Somebody said
What's
some
the
700
point?
comments on my subreddit. I don't think I posted that much on my
Like,
subreddit.
this is so childish. This is like
Yeah.
But
Well,
okay.
primary school level.
There's a lot of dogpile is happening. So.
There,
that's why I've been
I've been
doing
dogpiled on my subreddit way more than you have.
Oh, yeah.
that. Yeah, but it's different when it's.
Sure. Okay. I'm just saying. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So I feel like we're getting a little lost in the weeds here.
Yeah. Go
the
for it.
last point
The weeds of
contention was,
childishness.
I think. I can imagine a more interesting stream
Ouch.
where people who have genuine disagreements with you, and I'm not saying there are none. But
Like, are you saying that what's happening now is your idea of an interesting stream? Because I'm not very entertained. This is Mr. Girl and Destiny just having what should be a private conversation on stream. That's the vibe I get. Yeah, basically, it's trying to farm it into content. And at the same time, Mr. Girl is just saying, I will give you interesting content. And I'm going to be honest, so far this is not very interesting. This is a lot of nothing. This is like primary level. I'm being dogpiled, you know? I don't know. This is so... Like, I don't even know how to describe this thing that I'm witnessing here.
saying that your orbit, I think, is mostly, there's a trend of people just.
Like, I'm just gonna comment by saying this, okay? In the video about art, I had to engage fully, and there was back and forth with the chat, etc. And here, I'm being forced to just start playing Doom while this is playing because there's not much here. That there's not much here of substance. I think Sunday said it best last night. Destiny is just monetizing his recreational time. With that in mind, the conversation doesn't matter to Destiny. It's just content farming. Yeah! Like, it's not hard to notice that it's just nothing. It's just a bunch of nothing. Like, arguing about insulting people on Reddit, about moderation Reddit, on being spicy on your own Reddit and not spicy on someone else's Reddit. This is a bunch of nothing. There's nothing here. This is empty content.
Kind of soft disagreeing, fake surface level disagreements.
Like, this
drenched
is
in
so...
sycophantic. Dick.
Like, I was expecting this to be at least funny in some way, like, but this is just nothing. Like, I'm gonna see we're not even about politics anymore, exactly. It's about nothing. It's about exactly nothing. Like, I'm gonna check the President Sunday thing. Like, maybe, did anything interesting happen between, did President Sunday actually, did they have an interesting exchange at least? Or did not happen either? Did that happen?
Clicking. And I think that does hurt your stream.
Okay, it's possible, but I don't know if like changing the subreddit moderation impacts that at all.
Well, I haven't slept a full night in like 2 weeks.
Because of
and a lot of
Reddit.
that is because of your subreddit.
I see.
Just endless. I mean, like, man, you ban some criticism that you just don't like in your own subreddit because of how it makes you feel. Imagine how.
I hate to be the one to say it. Like, I hate to be the one to say it, but literally cis white men problems. Okay? Cis white men problems. I couldn't sleep because of your subreddit. Your subreddit have deprived me of sleep. I cannot rest.
Imagine how it would make you feel
My
if
gosh.
you and anyone who had agreed with you was banned from responding, and for periods of time you are the main topic of the subreddit. It's a really terrible feeling watching this story be told about you.
Yeah, obviously I understand what this feels like, right? You certainly understand. I know what this feels like. I've had plenty of subreddits do this to me before. Yeah.
Okay.
Gee.
But it feels worse when it's your friend, and not just friend, but like
husband,
professional. We have a professional relationship. Like, you're not just we work together, and this also impacts my work and my career. So
yeah, sure. But I don't know if I would ever I understand we have different ways of dealing with things, and that's totally fine. We can have totally fair to have different values and everything. But I don't think I would ever let my comfort zone extend into somebody else's community. Lauren's community has had pretty awful things to say about me at points. Fuentes' community is atrocious towards me. Vosh's community, even at our original separation point and coming back and somebody coming back, has said horrible things about me. But like, even if I'm friends with these people, I can never imagine David. They're like, hey, you need to moderate your community differently because they're saying bad things about me. Like, that's what the community does. If I don't like it, I just won't engage in that community. Like, I'll stop posting. If I feel like I want to argue, I'll go to those communities, I'll have some arguments. But yeah,
wait, didn't you have like a whole argument with Mr. Girl, you're almost 40. Come on! Your subreddit has left me, I cannot sleep, I cannot eat. Your subreddit is my nightmare. Your subreddit is my biggest nightmare, okay? Like, Steven, do something. Steven, like, I might need to get a therapy because your subreddit has traumatized me deeply, okay? Like, what is this? What is this? Like, traumatized by, this is like, those are the real priorities, okay? Taking care of the subreddit moderation, this is like where it's at. This is where the real issues start. The real deep conversations.
like, you need to change your moderation style because that community is not suiting my needs when it's not my community.
My community.
So we can just back all the way out, and your objection is that I made a
my community
demand about a subreddit that
that's my community you're talking about.
No, it's more specifically that it feels like you want a subreddit in particular to cater to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you saying that asking you to not ban me and all my supporters is also the same as asking you to cater to me?
In a sense, yeah. It depends on why the supporters were banned, though, of course, right?
I don't know. I think if they break your TOS, then
you could just
ban them.
go.
I'm not saying you shouldn't ban anyone who's a supporter
I
of mine,
mean,
but at this point, you're banning people just.
You could just go your separate ways, That's
it's
like
hard to think of it.
just a suggestion. If like the subreddit really makes you sleepless for weeks on end, then you could just go your separate ways, right? You could just disengage with Steven, which would maybe, I don't know.
Quality that all
You could
supporters
try
of mine
that,
would
right?
have that would break the terms of your subreddit, unless being a supporter of mine is not allowed, which is the case.
Or I could just feel like there's a certain type of like culture or community brewing
Culture.
that looks to be like really detrimental to my own, and I want to like
I
curb
see.
that. Yeah.
Right. That
Yeah.
seems to be the case.
Yeah.
So if you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it's overstepping, period, to ask you, I just don't know why we're switching to the word cater to. I think we should just say, I'm asking you to not ban me and all my supporters. I feel like
You're
that
asking me to
doesn't
make
take
a
much.
moderation decision that's in your best interest. Now,
True.
originally
I don't
we
think it's
approached
just
this.
in my- I don't think
Well,
it's
I know
just in
what
my
you're
best
saying. Now you're saying, but that's a different argument. But like, yeah, if you want to say like, well, it's not in my best interest, it's in your best interest too. That's one thing. But if it was
But
in my
yes,
best
I
interest,
would be asking.
it
Yeah,
would
I
just be a
still
conversation about like, oh, well, it's not that I'm like upset or anything. I think your sub would be better for everybody. But obviously, you're not
Yes.
coming here to like, I'm trying to increase the power of your brand, and here's my suggestion. I'm super irritated that this particular thing is happening.
power of
and
your
this is what
brand.
I hope you do to remedy my irritation.
Your brand is pretty bad at this point, I would say. You're a professional at damaging your own brand.
What the conversation essentially is, right?
That's part of it. I
The
think on some
Steven
level, I
brand.
feel like I'm trying to save you from yourself. But
Well,
Savior.
I know
Oh,
offense,
the
but I've been here
savior.
for 12 years. I don't need to save it for myself. I'm probably
The
going to be here
savior.
for, well, hopefully longer. We'll see. But I mean, like, I think that it's generally coming from like,
Steven
a
the
place of, like,
savior.
I'm getting fucked in this community, and I want to unfuck myself in this community, and now I'm going to seek
that's
to-
what that is what I'm saying. I'm telling you that.
Yeah.
I
Even
also
before
want to-
you're-
I
even-
also genuinely want to save you from yourself.
Okay, fine. But then
Steven
even
the
before
savior.
like the declaration of war and everything, like you were of the mind.
I will
that you
save you.
wanted
I'll fix
explicit
you,
changes
Steven.
in the moderation of the community
I do.
because you felt like you're.
But
yeah.
I don't know why we're abstracting this to explicit changes or a moderation decision. I think I've been pretty clear. I think that you should not impulse ban people.
I
and
mean,
I think, and that,
he
I think
doesn't
that should
care.
be like enshrined into some sort of agreement
also, it's
with
just
your,
a really childish conversation overall.
your audience. And I think that forethought or the way forethought is operating should either change or he should be fired because he is just banning people for agreeing with me, even about shit that has nothing to do with you. So it just feels a little dishonest to abstract
shooting
that
at
into
me?
you're asking me to make a moderating decision in your favor. Like if you banned all Jews from your subreddit, that would be also, I would probably complain about it. It would be technically me asking you to make a moderating decision in my favor, but it's not really, you wouldn't really frame it like that.
Well, it depends
So
on
I-
if
I
Jews
would-
were having like a horribly negative impact on my sub. If we started posting like if a Palestinian issue popped up and it was starting to get unbelievably insane, and every other poster was like, I'm a Zionist and this is why we're gonna fucking nuke the Palestinians, fuck all of them. At some
Not
point, I might just be like,
every,
fuck it. Like, yeah, I'm just banning all these people.
not
Now,
every,
obviously, that wouldn't be
every
so
When you
Jewish
say banning all
person
these
was-
people, when you say banning all these people, you mean banning all the people who are posting that, or you're saying if there was someone else who said I'm Jewish in a different conversation, about a
Exactly.
different
You
topic,
just
you would
ban
also
what?
ban that person.
It's so
I don't know if I would do it in a different topic. It would depend on how far things had escalated.
what?
So there is a point at which you would say, okay, we just have to ban all the Jewish people from the subreddit.
What
I
the?
wouldn't do it with Jewish people because that's like an immutable trait. It's a little bit different than explicitly being the fan of a particular person, but.
Okay, so then we can go back to my hypothetical in which if you did ban all Jewish people, I would probably complain about it, and it would technically be me advocating for something in my favor because I would get banned along with them. But I don't think you would make the counter argument. You just can't make moderating suggestions. If I think you're doing something unethical,
Well, I wouldn't make the argument there
I'm gonna call you
because
out on it.
I wouldn't make the argument there because you're intuition pumping something else. It's way different here, and that's that the unethical thing isn't the mistreatment of you and your fans. It's the mistreatment of Jewish people. So when you're making the comparison, like, well, would you ban all black people? And if I were to suggest that you stop, would that be me advocating for myself and making a moderation request?
Okay.
Well, yeah, but like you're kind of pumping in this other idea of like, well, you're doing something that's
Okay.
obviously wrong, right?
So now you bring us to, you should be able to do whatever you want to me in your subreddit, no matter what. If you do, and there's no rule or command or direction or anything you could
That
post
is
about
what
me, or
he's
anything
saying,
anyone can
yeah.
post about me, where it would be appropriate for me to ask you to make a moderating decision that protects me. It is just inappropriate.
Lucy, you are 100% correct. I've been waiting for someone to realize how serial this Reddit drama is. I mean, it is like it's like kindergarten, like sandbox arguing level. Like, oh my gosh, you've banned me from the subreddit, and I don't want to be banned, and I have been like sleepless for 10 years because of it. And Steven, how would you feel if you yeah, oh my god.
Appropriate for me to ask for any
Okay.
protection from your subreddit,
Okay.
regardless of the circumstances or what's happening.
I
I'm
think you can
overstepping.
ask for anything. I think that's fine. There's no reason
It would
not
be
to.
inappropriate for me to demand it.
Yeah, the demand is like, well, at some
Demand.
point, you know, we're gonna disagree, and then yeah.
The
Okay, so if you
subreddit
started
is serious
like
business.
photoshopping like nudes of me like getting fucked in the ass by dogs.
Oh,
and this was
no.
just like a super popular thing on your subreddit. Everybody was doing it, and it got so popular that when people search Mr. Girl or Max Carson, the first thing that comes up is just photorealistic, perfect shots of me getting fucked by dogs.
Yeah, because
You're
of
saying
subreddit,
that
it's
for me
true.
to say like, hey, I think maybe you should make like a rule against revenge porn, or like some kind of rule against like
The sleepless night of Mr. Girls crying into the pillow because of the subreddit, you know? Because of the evil moderation of the subreddit. And being, I don't know, molested by dogs on the Photoshop or something. I don't know.
dog photoshops or something.
And now when you
point, you'd
Google
say,
Mr.
well,
Girl,
you can ask,
you just
but
see
for
the
you to
dogs.
demand this is overstepping.
This is hard because like it's implying that I'm doing something that's like directly shitting
This
on
is
you
hard.
while like trying to
It's hard.
while I'd still be receptive to like feedback. But I mean, I guess I would say that like no, if that's like the memes or that's the way that my community rolls, I mean like at some point you'd have to decide like okay, well I don't think I can be associated with your community if that's how you guys run things. And then I'd have to say, oh okay, well I guess that's how it goes.
Sure, but that's not the question I'm
Yeah,
asking.
bye.
The question I'm asking you is
Bye, Mr. Girl.
you've rug pulled this entire conversation
See ya, never.
because
Like,
you are
wouldn't
now
want to be ya or
implying that
something.
to forcefully ask or demand.
This is a really, like, this is, by the way, a really long-winded way for Steven to say for the 100th time that he doesn't care, okay? Like, I'm not sure. Like, Mr. Girl is finding it. Mr. Girl is struggling with getting a hint, okay? Like, I'm not sure how many different long-winded ways Steven can find to just say, basically, I don't care. I wish the bigger problems in my life was Reddit people being mean to me. Yo, me, that's life on my easy mode. Yeah, it is. But also, like, being so weirdly desperate for Steven's approval. Like this is that what Destiny just said is easily, like super easily translatable to, oh yeah, I don't care. Like, hey Steven, what if they made dog porn about me on your subreddit, and you know they just did those things and those things, and you said that it was, would you say that it's like too much for me to demand that it changed? At which point just Steven just says, oh yeah, I don't care, you could just disengage with the community. Like, and I am making a prediction, this is just going to be Mr. Girl blabbering some incoherent things and Steven just saying, I don't care in 1 million ways. Like, I am willing to like make a prediction here. It's gonna be just Steven playing Factorio and saying, I don't really care.
A friend or colleague to change how they
Yeah, but I
moderate
don't
their
really
subreddit,
care.
regardless of anything else, is in itself
But have you considered that I don't care?
in an attempt to like take over the
Have
subreddit. So
you-
I'm
I don't
so
know.
giving you an
It's hard.
extreme
I
example.
don't know if I'd say it's like it's necessarily overstepping or something. Like you can always make a request.
But Max,
There's nothing
have you
wrong about
considered
Yeah,
making
that I don't care?
but we're talking about a like a boundary, like a forceful
Yeah,
demand.
that can
of,
even be a
like,
boundary.
I
But
need
at
this
some
to
point,
change.
like yeah, but I mean, like I wouldn't. I don't know if I would ever acquiesce to somebody else's request for me to change my moderation.
Max, have you considered
Maybe
that
you
I
wouldn't,
don't care?
But that's different. That's a different question from framing it as overstepping or controlling somehow for me to make those requests. So I just want to get you clear on record. Are you saying that it is always overstepping to say, like you keep saying, like why would I change my moderation style to benefit you?
Exactly.
Like, well, because I'm your friend and I work with you, asshole. That's why. Like you can say like I don't think this merits that, but like I think of the dog example, you probably would change it.
Yeah, for sure, because
know.
that doesn't seem like it benefits my community anyway, and I don't know why I would need pictures of you.
But you wouldn't change it for me. If
No,
it
I
did
would change it
benefit
because
your
it's
community-
clearly like f***ing with my community. Yeah,
There
I
you
always
go.
prioritize.
What if it did benefit your community? What if it was really funny? Your community started growing. You were making more money. What if you started making like tons of money, like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars per month?
It's
because
really
just so
hard because
funny.
the example is so unrealistic. But in this case, I would say, yeah, then we keep it. That's just how this community is ran.
There you go.
Okay, so the way your community is ran is that
And
no
he
matter
doesn't
the
care.
detrimental effects it has.
Like I told you, he's gonna just keep repeating the fact that he doesn't care because, spoiler alert, he doesn't care. Like what other new thing? You know, like what other new thing do you expect to hear apart from "I don't care" from Steven? He clearly doesn't care. He's telling you point blank, I do what's best for me. I do what's best for my bottom line. If it's for my bottom line, then I would just screw you. I don't care. Like, he's being pretty explicit. And at that point, you're just sounding desperate. I don't know.
The mental health of your orbiters or people who work with you, no matter
my
how
gosh.
humiliated or hurt they are by your community.
Yes.
You will not
doesn't
even
care.
consider a uniform change to your moderation
Yeah, because he doesn't care.
that would protect your orbiters from you or your community.
I think it's going to depend on the reasons why it's happening, and then how that plays out.
So
Those are two things
he
that
doesn't
can
care.
augment. So, for instance, if I had a debate with
Bausch.
some girl and she made a lot of dumb points, or this is kind of
Dumb
what we're doing right
points.
now, and everybody would just start like posting like, "Oh my God, what a
There you
whore! Go
go.
open OnlyFans! What a stupid cunt!" I'd probably start banning those because that's not good criticism or valid criticism.
Oh yeah.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
can come up with.
Oh yeah, the girl that debated made so many stupid points. Oh yeah. So many stupid. I know who Steven is talking about. I know.
But you're framing this as it is. You will never capitulate to a demand about your moderation
Almost
style.
never.
So again, I'm giving you almost never.
Yeah, he just doesn't care about anyone, to be honest. Like, that's easy. Easy. Oh, I died. Like, easy. Easy clap. He just doesn't care.
Yeah.
But you might. Okay, so.
Well, I'm
making the
saying I
request
would,
that-
but it's going to be merit based. It's not going to be because like a friend asked me.
I'm not asking you to do it because a friend asked you. I'm trying to present a case to you.
Okay, what was the case?
And I'm asking you to view the merits of the case and make a decision on your own. But
Okay, wait.
but
What
you're
were the
pulling
merits of the
con-
case? We can talk about that. What are the merits of the case? I guess.
Well, I would like to before we could do that. You've rug pulled the conversation because you keep saying.
What if I? Okay, we can go back to the beginning if you want. Or sorry, go ahead, finish.
Okay, the premise of the conversation is that I have a problem with your moderation, and I'm telling you that I think it needs to change in order to protect the mental health of your orbiters and their careers,
I see.
and your professional relationships with these people, namely me. That is the
Namely me.
premise.
I see.
We started talking about it and kind of trying to agree on like a narrative of what's happening, but then after, I don't know, 30 minutes, you said, I would never change my moderation style to benefit someone else or to protect someone else.
Yeah.
no
Well,
matter
for the I should say for the sole purpose of If there's other like compelling reasons or arguments, then sure I could. But
so if you're saying basically
Because Steven doesn't care.
I'm not going to protect you.
Yeah.
No matter. Okay. Well then I don't know if there's anything to
Steven
talk about.
doesn't care. Steven doesn't care.
Because like the merits of it don't matter because you're saying that the request in itself is already out of bounds.
Well, no, that's not true. Like I said, it depends on the merits of the
Or the
request.
demand.
It depends on like
Well,
if it's
so
like
if it-
so like let's say there's a whole bunch of people like people are making.
So if all you're saying is I will not grant a meritless request, like I already knew that. That's why I'm arguing with. That's why I'm presenting my side to you because I assumed you would think of the merits and then take it in and take my feedback and think about it. But now you're saying that you will never do it unless it directly benefits you. You will never protect anyone else except you're just like saying.
Steven doesn't care.
Selfishly, it's your community.
Well,
You don't-
yeah.
Protect mental health of your orbiters. There's so much wrong with that. I don't know where to start, Max. I mean, this is basically like this whole circle. Like, this, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Like this toxic waste of a circle of people that just care about their own bottom line. Like, am I characterizing this correctly? What I can only infer of what I'm saying. I cannot get into the minds and, know the intent, but I can basically guess that when a person says, I don't care, then possibly, maybe, what they mean to say is that they do not care. But,
like earlier,
who knows? Like, we can never truly know, right?
you were like, oh, I will imagine you do this because I'm your friend. The answer is no, I don't do it because you're my friend. But if you've got like good arguments or good reasons why the moderation should change, then I would change it. Yeah.
My friend is, me being your friend is one of the arguments.
Okay, I don't consider that to be an argument with merit. But if there are other arguments, and I could hear those.
I don't care. There you go. I don't care. I will translate what Stephen is saying for all of you. I don't care. There you go.
I think it has merit because...
Well, it doesn't matter what you think. You're trying to convince me. Unless you think you convince me why I should have merit.
I think that's what I'm doing.
Okay, go for it.
That's my plan in this sentence.
Okay.
I'm not saying I want you to give me a special pass or special treatment.
The Stephen
because I'm your
pass.
friend. I'm saying because I'm your friend and presumably you care about me. Seeing the detrimental effects.
Stephen, I'm not telling you to do it. Stephen, I'm not telling you to do it because I'm your friend. I'm simply telling you to do it because I'm your friend. What? What a strange conversation. I mean, oh my gosh.
Because our friendship is part of the content. It's not that we have a professional relationship separate from our friendship. The content is our friendship.
This is so desperate and pathetic.
Our friendship kind of falls under
content.
What you're doing.
What?
With your moderation, what you're doing with your stream.
So pathetic.
So because you're seeing this up close and because everyone is seeing it up close.
But we're friends and that's content. What?
I think I can make a moral appeal to you to say like you're kind of like psychologically harming me and care about that, and your caring is part of your content.
No, it's not. It's literally the opposite of his content.
I'm not saying that's like a slam dunk case, but it seems like something you should take into account.
Well, it's always something I'll take into account. But...
Yeah, but have you considered that actually Stephen doesn't care? And there you go. Have you taken that?
Yeah, so then it does matter that I'm.
Have you taken that argument on board? That actually he doesn't care and he will not stop and will not change the moderation. Have you considered those facts, Max? Have you have you internalized those talking points? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Friend, like I'm not saying, again, when I say it mattered, I'm not saying like
it's not enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean that could be part of a thing, but like, yeah, we're gonna need.
Yeah, but
sure,
I'm
not asking for special treatment.
Like, caring might be the content, but have you considered that in reality he doesn't care? Oh my gosh. What's going on here? Please, Stephen, can you care about me? Can you care? Can you care? Yeah, that's a great argument, Senator, but have you considered that I don't?
Your friend, I'm saying as your friend, I can tell you and show you up close in a way that other people might not be willing to because they're too sycophantic or just don't have it as intimate.
But have you considered that I like having sycophants and that I don't care?
They're not as willing to express their feelings to you or whatever. Tell you up close, like that.
Close and personal.
It's pretty bad.
Monsieur female.
Yeah, I think that should be one thing you take.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
There you go. He doesn't even have to say I don't care. He just didn't say okay and indicate it with the tone of voice, okay. I am from Poland. Okay, I am a Polish trans content creator, Tammy, you know. And welcome to the stream. Right now I stream on both YouTube and on Twitch, but who knows, if Twitch falls any further, I might have to move fully coolly to YouTube, you know. And I'm still like learning the ropes on the whole content creation thing. But I think I'm doing pretty well right now as the translator of Stephen lore. So yeah, I'm from Poland. A Polish Jewish trans creator. You know? Living in Warsaw, the capital of Poland. It's true. I might actually start a separate Polish YouTube when I will do content 100% in Polish for the Polish audience. You know? That might be a thing because the situation in Poland is quite wild. But yeah, thank you. Now let's go back to Stephen.
I want to unpoison the well.
Unpoison the well?
It feels poisoned
Okay.
I'm
gonna unpoison the well.
Saying
That's a first.
no
Unpoisoning the well.
for the benefit of your orbiters, or no demand that you will hear because it benefits your orbiters. Then there's no.
Why are you so angry for being German? Isn't like Germany? Germany is pretty cool right now. Actually, Germany is like light years ahead when it comes to many progressive policies. Like the Polish far-right government is currently super anti-German, mind you, but German is actually super progressive right now, especially compared to Poland. Also, my sister lives in Berlin, so I don't think there's anything to be sorry about in that regard, you know? Germany is pretty cool. Germany has done a lot of cool things when it comes to trans acceptance. Yeah, Germany is doing really nice. Like there are a lot of gender-related healthcare is also falls under insurance. Like a lot of really nice things. Also, there have been a lot of German people historically living in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You know, back when nation-states were not a thing, and nations were not a thing, so being German did not mean that you were just part of that big unified thing called the German nation, and many different peoples lived in many different countries. It was like countries were a much bigger mix of different sort of peoples, you know? It was a better time. So yeah, as you can see, I'm a little bit of a rambly streamer, but I'm a bit of a history streamer as well. But since you've said you've watched a bunch of my videos, you've probably seen some of my history videos. I have uploaded some history videos.
Point in discussing this. But if you're saying there's no meritless demand, you'll capitulate.
He's just saying he doesn't care.
I'm not expecting you to do it because I'm saying to.
Okay.
I think you should do it because it's right.
Gotcha.
Gotcha, but I don't care. So we're like...
does gotcha mean you retract your argument that it's not right?
No, it means Stephen doesn't care.
Moderation style?
No, he just doesn't care.
Sure. If you think my earlier argument was that there was no possible argument that could ever be made by an external party to change my moderation, then sure, I'll retract that. If that's what you really thought I was saying, then I'll retract that.
There you go. But what he's really saying is that he doesn't care.
I think you were really saying it.
Okay. Then I retract that. There are indeed arguments that can be made externally that would change the way that I would moderate my community.
There you go.
Okay, so then we can dispense with any discussion about the appropriateness of making
But they're not...
strictly to the merits of the demand itself.
Sure.
But they're not the arguments because Stephen doesn't care. There you go. Have you considered
I've made my case for why I think it benefits you.
I see.
I don't think you made it very well, but... Unless you're implying that, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I know you don't agree with it, but I think that's it. I think that a lot of your orbiter relationships are dull. And even the existing ones would probably become more interesting if people felt
Stephen doesn't care. Stephen doesn't care.
Do you think
Steven
that watching you
doesn't
get
care.
dogpiled, ruthlessly, in hearing you basically just say you don't care?
Even Max understands finally. Finally it dawned on Max, you don't care. It seems to me that you don't care. Oh my gosh. That might be a possibility.
Do you agree that that is kind of happening? That I'm getting dogpiled ruthlessly and you're kind of saying you don't care? You don't care
Yes.
enough to protect me.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say so, probably.
Oh my gosh. I've been saying for like how much? 45 minutes now I've been saying, yeah, but have you considered that Steven doesn't care? Have you considered that Steven doesn't care? Hey, Steven, can it be that you don't care? Yeah, I'd say that's the case. Well, I didn't expect Steven to just say it outright. You know? Wow. Wow.
Effect on and other events like it has a chilling effect.
I do have a Discord server. I'm gonna give you a link, but remember that you have to read the rules, and in the rules you have like a way to, there's a specific way to verify, and it's written, you have to type a command into the verify channel, and the command is written within the rules. I will now post the link to the Discord channel. There you go. This is the Discord. And remember to read the rules in order to be able to verify. It's important. Okay? Wow. Wowzers, trousers. We've gotten to the truth of the matter. It seems like Steven does not care. Oh.
His willingness to go against the grain.
Wow.
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 Some behavior, but I mean, the point of moderation, of course, is to have chilling effects on some behavior, right? You're trying to discourage some behavior.
Do you think it has a chilling effect on Orbiter's willingness to go against the
I'm getting the chills.
No, I don't think so.
I'm getting the chills from this
I think it does,
conversation,
but
from
we may
this
have
deep
to
discourse.
disagree there.
True, agree to disagree.
I think the prospect of being thrown to the wolves is
Agree to disagree, Max.
probably
The wolves of
people's
Reddit.
mind. But
The wolves of Reddit that leaves Steve, like Max, poor and sleepless at night. Yeah. Yeah. Max is speechless now, betrayed by his friend.
I think if you're looking for some give here, like I do think that like excessively shitting on people is a bad thing to evidence
There
up
you
for,
go.
no matter who it is. But then, like I've said before,
But
like,
then, have you considered, Max, that ultimately I do not care?
tried explicitly to moderate with a couple different rules.
Have you considered? Have you
A
considered
post of like shitting on a person, and it's a little bit insane. So I mean that.
that I do not care?
I don't think that really works though. That gets to the good cop bad cop thing
But
that I
you
was
do
talking
not-
about before, where you get to be the good guy who comes in and stops a dog pile.
Who's shooting at me?
Setting the conditions up for the dog pile.
The conditions are always there in every single community. The conditions are always going to be there for a dog pile.
Oh.
You said it yourself that you accidentally set off a dog pile on Brittany in a community that wasn't even your own. I don't think you intended to. I don't even know how much you felt like that comment was a serious comment, but it did. So I mean, I think the conditions are always going to be there by virtue of who we are. Yeah.
But you created those conditions, and it happened in your community.
But the conditions are such that you have a large community. That's the only condition. And then dog piles are always possible in that context. It's just
Okay, are
the
you saying
nature.
that dog piles happen equally across large communities?
I didn't say dog piles happen equally. I said that the conditions for a dog pile to happen are basically just have a large community. because you're implied that I
so you
created
think-
special conditions for like really bad dog piles.
Also, have you considered that Steven just doesn't care?
Okay, so you're not
You know?
interested in the special conditions that I think that you're creating
No,
because all
no.
large communities
No,
have
he's
the
not.
ability to
He
dogpile,
doesn't
and
care.
therefore it's not worth talking about anything that you are doing to insidiously.
True.
I think there's a special thing I've done that's gone above and beyond creating dog piling. It's always worth discussing, of course.
I think
But he doesn't care.
create dogpile.
Yeah, well, jump into them.
But keep in mind, Max, that he doesn't care. Like, I feel like I'm being boring and repetitive, but this is what's happening in the conversation itself.
Or criticize you.
Please
in
care,
a
I do
way
not
that
care. Dance.
You don't like in high conflict times.
The please care, I do not care dance that Steven and Max are having. You know? Steven and Max hit the road. Oh my gosh. This is like, is this gonna be is this gonna be 3 hours of Max saying, please care about me, and Steven saying, but have you considered that I do not?
In a subreddit, that do.
Also,
that
I
probably
cannot
has a chilling
sleep because
effect
subreddit.
on nonconformity.
It probably is a chilling thing in terms of criticisms, but I think that's one of my favorite forms of moderation. I think I've done exceedingly well.
Yeah, by not just
I look at the
by not
effects of that type
caring.
of moderation, and I think for the most
Yeah.
part, it's gone pretty well.
Yeah,
Do you think that it has a chilling effect on?
I have a style. I
I
have
think it has a
like
chilling effect on certain types of nonconformity, which
yeah,
I don't want in my
like,
community.
it's like I'm getting the chills from the.
Do you agree that nonconformity is
I'm having the chills from how much you don't care.
ingredient to inhibiting a dogpile, or stopping a dogpile, or
It's
slowing a dogpile?
chilling me.
No. You could
Do
probably
you
have
agree that
spaces that have
conformity-
maximum conformity.
No,
that
no, I
it's
don't
probably
care.
possible.
I don't
Do you think
care.
that conform?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, well that's
Go ahead, but I
doesn't
don't
refute
care.
my claim. Do you think that conformity is a requirement for a dogpile?
No, I don't know if conformity. I mean, some types of conformity probably play into dog piles. Some types of non-conformity probably play into dog piles. But I don't think that if I was looking to stop or start dog piles, I don't think I would be like, we need to conform or not conform. I don't think that would be like a thing I would focus
Yeah,
on.
but
So if you wanted
also
to build a community that was a weapon that dogpiled people when you snapped your fingers, you don't think conformity would be a good asset?
I mean, not necessarily, but it could be. I guess
if
conformity
I
is
were
like
gonna-
really broad and vague. I don't know what I mean by conformity, I guess.
Well, conformity in this
Steven
case means people going along with what the group is doing, even perhaps against their own
Steven!
or beliefs.
I understand what you're saying, but like
But I don't care.
at some point, like
But I
we'll
don't
have this
care.
conversation. I think we have to like start to iron out percentages because we're talking about like everything here is like falling on like you don't ban criticisms, you just ban certain criticisms that you don't like, and that's really vague. And you're not looking for maximum conformity or maximum disconformity, but you're looking for some amount of conformity to cause some types of dog piles to happen. Like at some point, I don't actually even know what we're talking about anymore because like you could have been talking about like 5% here,
plus I don't
95% here,
care.
5%. I'm not sure like where we're.
Plus, I don't
So
care.
it's like, yeah, I think so. We should back up and start doing this conversation again, and then we need to start like nailing down some percentages on how much we feel like these things are important about.
True. Plus,
Okay.
I don't care.
I don't agree with that. I think that I'm trying to make a point.
Plus, I don't
Disintegrate the
care.
conversation, so I can't make.
I
it.
think the conversation right now is meaningless. Like, is some level
True.
of conformity required?
I think you have derailed the conversation.
Okay, I know you hate examples, but I'm going to give examples where I think you're wrong. I think that there are some places or some groups that can be very non-conformist that can conform
But I don't care.
to some things. 9/11 in the United States is a great example.
But I don't care.
Disparate country, lots of different opinions and ideas, and we
But
all
I
came
don't
together
care.
to dogpile Iraq and Afghanistan after that. Incredibly, huge amounts of disconformity throughout the entire country. So I don't think that conformity was required there. There are other places where you've got like maximum conformity.
Well, I disagree with that.
But have you considered
What's the disagreement?
that I don't care?
Well, I think you're poisoning the well by.
I don't think anything I said was objectionable, but tell me what you think the disagreement is.
True. Imagine thinking
Do you agree
that,
that you're preloading, you're priming the audience to think that I am about to say something stupid and worthless?
I just want to know what okay, I'm sorry for having an emotional response.
Imagine thinking that Steven could be wrong about anything.
my bad. Let me take it back. Okay. My statement was that in 9/11, you had a group of hugely nonconformist people, tons of different ideas, beliefs, ideologies, but an external threat motivated them to come together to work on something. So in that example, you didn't really need conformity. An external exogenous threat motivated them all to work together. That would be like one example of a...
Okay.
Yeah.
So in an environment where there's a terrorist attack, a certain type of conformity is generated by that happening, and it also reveals a certain type of conformity. So you can have different layers of conformity.
Steven!
I'm an atheist, you're a Christian,
You're
I'm
a
a
Christian.
Republican, you're a Democrat, whatever. We disagree about all these things. But there's certain things, like it's not like, North
But
Korea
I
or
don't
China where you're
care.
expected to, toe the line. But there actually is a certain degree to which you're expected to
Okay, but then at this level, now we
walk the party line in the United States. So when a terrorist attack happens, that brings out, it does bring out a certain conformity. Like, it would be very scary if you were the opinion of like, well, fuck, who cares? There's 3,000 people, who gives a shit? That would be very unpopular, and probably conformity played a part in people not expressing that at the time, whereas now, people are a little more free about their opinions about 9/11, and they're a little more mixed.
Sure, but now it sounds like conformity is anything can be conformity. A community of people that aren't conforming at all of a sudden are conforming, so now it's conformity. I don't know now. I don't know what conformity even means now. I'm not sure.
Well, conformity, I'll remind you. Conformity means the willingness of people go along with the crowd, even against their own beliefs and values. That's conformity.
Okay.
Gotcha. The pressure to go along with the crowd.
Gotcha. But I don't care. But I still don't care.
There is conformity in certain topics. There isn't.
But Max, I don't care.
You'll see people who disagree with a lot of stuff. Suddenly, they all start saying and doing the same thing, not necessarily because they believe it or feel it, but because they have to.
Imagine conforming to a person that doesn't care.
9/11 example is a good counterexample. However, I do agree there are certain situations where everybody can be doing and saying the same thing, and it is not because of conformity. I just don't think the 9/11 example is one. But that still doesn't really address what I'm saying. I'm not saying that conformity is... I guess I think a dog pile...
It's okay. You're sleep deprived. You're sleep deprived because Reddit, right?
Some element of conformity.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll just agree with you.
Gotcha.
Well, when you say I'll just agree with you, it sounds like you're saying you don't agree with me, but you're rolling your eyes.
I don't know if I would, but I kind of want to move on to the next part of the conversation. I don't know if we're like agreeing or disagreeing on what conformity means, but I don't want to get like hung up on.
Well, the reason we're on this side tangent is because you wouldn't bite the bullet that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. And so now we've been talking about what conformity is for 10 minutes for no reason.
Well, I mean, it's just because I think that conformity is going to be a proxy for something else. Like, what if in Max's community, what if our ideals were that we do not dogpile on people? In that case, maximum conformity to your rule set would decrease dogpiling. That's why I don't think...
That's true.
So I just don't like the conformity thing. And there are types of conformities that could probably lead to dogpiling, and there are types of conformities that could probably lead to less dogpiling. It just depends on what's being talked about. Yeah.
All right, so I think we should stop arguing.
Argumentation.
I think if you want to hear me out about what the effect of... certainly how I think that you are increasing conformity, chilling non-conformity, and how this hurts the mental health and careers of the people who work with you. And
but he doesn't care.
Then I
Have
can
you
lay that out for you.
forgotten?
Yeah, go for it. Just lay it all out. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Have you forgotten Steven's ground argument that he doesn't care? Have you forgotten that already?
That
Steven doesn't care. Steven
you can have a
doesn't
dog
care.
pile where everybody in the group happens to actually agree that the person is horrible. And then you start slipping away from that when you add the upvote system, because everybody in the group has two reasons to say things now. They're saying things because they believe it, but they're also saying things just because they want the points. They want the attention. There's a flood of enjoyment when you get like 500 upvotes on a post. I think we can all relate to that. That increases dogpiling behavior. And then in turn increases conformity. Then when you start adding other pressures to increase conformity, like banning people who go against the grain, and the grain is usually in your favor along with you, so banning people who go against you in certain ways are too hard, but not banning people who go against me in certain ways or go too hard. This systematically creates more and more conformity. You then increase conformity further by allowing
Steven
the
doesn't
unban
care.
process. So you overban impulsively or otherwise.
Compulsive
and then you're very
banning.
lenient about letting them back in, but then your community now
banning.
becomes all the people who don't want to put up with that are filtered out. So again, increasing conformity, people who are willing to jump through hoops, and people who are willing to have their speech suppressed, people who are willing to make alternate accounts to rejoin a community that doesn't even want them there in the first place, so they can pretend to be somebody else. All of these things increase conformity. Then you start chilling non-conformity and say anybody who goes against the grain too much could be, not will be, but could be banned. I believe that this is just one of the elements
I've been
was
hit.
thinking of when I
I've
said
been hit.
set people up for dog piles.
That
I've
been hit.
When you're,
Come on.
you're saying
Don't
the
kill me.
really harsh things you say
Aw.
about people
Don't be harsh.
and painting
Come
the
on.
pictures of people that you do, that combined with a
Don't be harsh. Don't be mean.
hive
But Steven
mind.
doesn't care, so.
It's not a real hive mind, but the appearance of one.
Steven mind.
Or a cultish
Steven Universe.
of high
Steven
conformity.
Universe. Uh-oh.
I think that increases
I'm
dog
hurt.
piles. And it increases the
I think I'm
viciousness
hurt.
of dog piles too.
Aye. Steven Universe.
Okay. It's possible.
Okay, but I don't care.
But, I mean, I guess I
guess I
want
don't
to
care.
encourage some level of conformity around certain thoughts or ideas that I have. So I don't necessarily see this as a negative. I would have to see it playing out in ways where I'm like, oh, I don't know if I really like this, so we're going to change this particular behavior. So one example might be that I'm trying to cut down on misogyny, so I'm personally trying not to make any jokes about it, and then I'm trying to ban people in the sub or moderate people in the sub that are making too many jokes about it. So that would be like an example of...
Max, you're almost making me care, but have you considered that I still don't?
Oh, well, here's something that's happening in a way that I don't like it happening, so we're
True,
going to change
Steven Universe.
or try to.
Max, I don't care, change my
yeah,
mind.
I think that makes sense.
I don't care, change my mind.
The moderating away from misogyny, I don't think I would do it, but I think it makes sense.
True.
And
Max loves
Why would
his
you not do it?
misogyny.
What does that mean?
He loves misogyny, what do you mean?
I think...
so that you don't feel ambushed, I'm going to ask you, like, because it feels like all the chilling
Max
effects you just
cares
talked
about,
I would
Max
say would apply
cares
to women,
about
and
his
that's why I'm moderating
misogyny.
away from it. But it sounds like you're going to say you shouldn't, so I'm just curious what your
Like,
argument's going to be.
he loves misogyny. Misogyny is like,
my goal with misogyny is to try to own it, rather than
true, and do it more.
hide it.
Do like,
I would be worried.
like Max's goal with misogyny is to first own it and then to do it more. Not discourage it, to encourage it, to reward it, you know? Like it's like, yeah. Reward it, do it more. We need more misogyny. We don't have enough.
Worried about suppressing expressions of misogyny because it sends a message of like, look, we all know we fucking hate women. It's not gonna...
True, like of course, everybody hates, of course, yeah. We need more misogyny, yeah. Naturally. Duh.
I'll talk about it, all right? I would be concerned about that. I'm not saying that that's like the literal truth or that's the only way to look at it. I think also my community is smaller than yours, and
so we need to all be sexist,
probably,
yeah. We need to all be sexist pricks. We
is
need
more
to.
on the
We
same
need to own
like
it.
wavelength as me in terms of how I'm
Exactly.
thinking about this.
We need to be.
They all just like 90% of my community just got
see.
banned from your community for
I see.
defending me. So this may change as like I grow, but
What a creepy community.
no, I don't. I mean, I don't think my community will ever. I think we would rather just get banned.
What a creepy community.
My approach to addressing that kind of hate would be more for me to be vulnerable about my own. Like I would start interviewing. Like if my community dogpiled a woman, and I wanted to stop misogyny, I would interview her about it. I would say, well, how do these posts make you feel? Let's go through this. How did this affect you? And then I would post that video in my subreddit. So I would try to change the course of how people are talking about it without banning the topic. But I agree with you that banning misogyny from your subreddit is not going to increase dogpiling behavior, even though it is pushing for conformity around a certain topic.
Okay.
It could increase a dogpile against someone the community then later perceives as misogynistic, but I don't have an issue with your ban on misogyny.
Gotcha.
Wow, how generous.
I think my issue is around moderating decisions focused on people rather than ideas. So
Gotcha.
Me,
But I don't care.
banning fans of me just for being fans of me definitely feels like it's setting the stage further
For a
dogpile
coup d'etat.
beyond the other, you know, factors I've already talked about.
Okay.
Okay.
I knew it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, but I don't care.
What, do you have anything to say about that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't
expect me to
care.
wanna Say something about that.
There you go. I do have something to say about it. I
Well, it's
I
gonna
don't
go back
care.
to the
So I
what we
don't
just
care.
said is that like
I
I just need to
don't
feel
care.
like the moderation style is in my best interest. Otherwise, I'm just not gonna
Yeah.
yield much. I don't think.
And I don't care.
Okay. Well, all empathy and care about other people is ultimately self-interest.
What?
At the end of the day.
Yeah, and but
And
that can be
some-
really roundabout gotten to sometimes. Just depends on.
And also,
So
sometimes
is it
people
in your best
don't
interest to
care.
create an environment that is intolerable to me and that
Yes,
hurts me?
because Steven
It
doesn't
depends
care.
on what tolerating you looks like. If that includes like some level of what I would consider like detrimental.
So if that includes, I will translate, okay? If that includes any level of actually caring, then no thank you, okay? Caring is not cool. And I just don't. So there we go, I guess problem solved, right? Got it. Like, glad we had this. Glad we had this talk. Glad we've got this figured out. I don't care. I never did. And thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED talk.
Anti-jerking in my community, then I say. Well, it's probably
Anti-jerking?
not worth it.
What's anti-what? Anti-jerking.
Yeah, it sounds like that's where...
You're a jerk. Come on.
I mean, maybe.
Not to draw the
Why are you
conclusion for
being a
you,
jerk?
but it seems like that's the way you're leaning, especially since I've, been banned for a week or so now.
Well, that's because
Ooh.
everything keeps going on. The temperature hasn't
From
cooled
the
off. at all.
subreddit.
Because if I unban, and then everybody comes back and immediately starts shitting on everything again, then it's like.
And
okay,
then you are sleepless.
now it's going to be even worse. And it's like, there's never, everything is fucked at that point.
True. And Steven does not care.
I'm just kind of like waiting for
Come
things to
on.
chill. But this has been like a hot button, hot topic news item for like over a week now.
And Steven just wants to chill.
I can't chill.
Okay, that's
Chill, Mr. Girl. Chill.
because
the
it
only thing
reinforces
worse-
in everybody's mind, like, oh, well, this is the reason why they were banned, and it was probably good that we did it.
See,
yeah.
you are your
as soon as
own
you unban
worst
me, I'm gonna
enemy.
write an essay about what fucking assholes you guys all are. 100%. It's gonna be the best thing I've ever written.
Well, then Godspeed.
Okay, that just makes it sound like. But then
And
everybody's gonna be like,
Steven
okay, well,
doesn't
this is a
care.
mistake, and now you're back to square zero.
Yeah, okay, so maybe it's a sunk... do you regret banning me?
No,
Me?
he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Well, I'm technically fourth
No.
I did it, but I'm not sure now. After seeing how everything is played out, now it's like, holy fuck, maybe something needed to happen. I don't know.
Yeah, Steven doesn't care. What the hell? He doesn't regret it or not regret it. He doesn't care. Like, there's no... What the hell? There's no regret
Well,
here.
this is evidence
Like,
of what I'm saying when I say I don't think it's intentional. I don't think you're plotting or scheming against me. I just
yeah!
think things are happening.
Yeah, he doesn't care. You don't have to plot or scheme not to care. Like, it's worse. It's worse that he's plotting or scheming. He just doesn't care. There you go. I'm telling you. I'm translating for you. I am a smart, empathetic person needed to translate what Steven is saying here directly. And the thing that he is saying is that he does not care. I hope I'm being helpful. I hope you will see this video. Okay? Max, I hope you will watch this video. And I hope you will come to the conclusion that Steven just does not
Systemically.
care.
I think the nature of your content is shitting on people. Often. You watch things, react to people, mock people, attack people. That's just like kind of part of what you do.
I mean,
and so your community is obviously going to mimic you shitting on people, and I think that also increases.
Yeah, to some extent. That's why I've tried to like chill a bit over long periods of time because
Well, I'm a very delicate, sensitive person. And I make content and talk about things in ways that are really easy to misunderstand and really easy to dogpile. And I really hate being dogpiled.
Oh no. Oh no.
I think part of what made me form such a strong emotional attachment to you was your willingness to see through that. You actually lifted me out of a dog pile. A way bigger dog pile.
Steven,
and a way worse dog pile.
But Mr. Girl,
you pulled me out.
Have you considered that Steven does not care? Have you considered that possibility? I keep repeating myself like a broken record, but it is what it is. Please care about me, Steven, but I don't care. That's cool, okay?
I will be forever grateful to you for that.
Okay.
But it's upsetting to have that and then see.
Okay, I don't know what to tell you or something.
Vaush and Hassan,
Vaush.
And, other people, and people see whispers of people saying, "Oh, we'll see when the bridge burns. We'll see when you turn into the bad guy. You'll see what's going to happen. You'll see what's going to happen." And me saying, "Well, no, it's not going to happen," and then slowly see the lava around me rising and slowly understanding, like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this is true, but so here's something.
But I don't care. This is true, but I don't
Brittany
care.
said this, and it's something that I've thought about a lot. I don't understand why people are so keen to give up so much agency over themselves. Like, it feels like right now you're screaming at me, begging me to pull you out of the water, and you're drowning in a puddle that's 1 foot deep. You're like rolling around in it, like, help me, and then you're throwing your face back down. And I was like, please, just pick me up. And I'm like, just chill for like 3 days, and it'll all go away. Like, so much of it is like self-invited.
True. Plus,
and most of it will clear
plus,
up. It even almost kind of sort of.
Plus, Steven does not care. I would like to remind that Steven does not care. Does not care. Come on.
I think even after you declared war, you had your no jumper thing, and I think there was like a 500 comment thread. It was like overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah.
It was like like one more interview or funny interaction like that, and almost after that, and then everybody would have probably been like, oh yeah, everything's chill. Then the subreddit would have been like, why is Max still banned? It's actually really lame that would be the whole subreddit. Like, it's kind of cringe that you guys banned him. Like, why do you blah 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 blah? That would have been the whole sub. And then if I would have started banning people at that point, my sub would have revolted. They'd been like, what the fuck? This is bullshit. But when you guys keep upping the ante over and over and over and over again.
This is your fault,
gone the past
Max.
2 or 3 or 4 days. That's why you said, like, do you regret banning me? Now my community is like in unison. Is like, no, these people are fucking horrible, blah blah. Because of like, and I understand how when the pressure is up, you guys are motivated to act in a certain way.
Steven only has 2 modes. Steven only has the I don't care mode and the ramble mode. I'm not sure what mode I like more, the I don't care mode or the rambly mode. I might do okay, I cannot do a poll. Okay, I'm gonna do something different.
But it's like people just.
This is like the pains of. I guess this is the pain of. Can I do a poll from the? Wait. I'm just gonna do it from the chat, okay? Press 1. There we go. Press 1 if you like Steven's I don't care mode. Press 2 if you like Steven's rambly nonsense mode. There you go. There you go! We are having ourselves a little bit of a poll here.
Just like chill.
Chill.
It's like boom. Then you're like good. Everything would go away and everything would be like
exactly. Just chill and everything will.
And you're done.
Solve itself and you're done.
You're asking me to be resigned to the extreme highs and extreme lows, roller coaster, addictive nature of your community.
Yes, I am. Because I am resigned to the exact same ebb and flow of my community and external communities. That's just always how I go. I literally joke about myself. There are times when there are things that I do, and I'm like, you know what? Taking a 2-day break from the sub because it's going to be brutal. I'm going to talk about NFTs all fucking 2 days, and there's going to be some combo they hit, and that happens. Sometimes
fair enough.
disconnect from my sub. I don't check it for a day or two. And I'm like, fuck it. I know they're going to be this way. And then you
that's good. Like, yeah, fair enough. It's more entertaining when he just doesn't care. When he starts rambling, it just gets like.
But then you have a funny debate,
oh
you do
my
a funny
gosh.
thing, and they feel like, oh, cool, he's cool again, and then that's always like the ebb and flow of large
I see,
communities.
the
It is what it
ebb
is.
and
There's no
flow.
escaping that ever. I don't think there's any
True.
controlling that.
True, it's like the force of nature. Force of nature.
Well, I
The
don't think
flow.
that's true, or else you wouldn't be banning all of my fans and banning me. You're banning me to control the flow.
Not the flow, just certain types of things. There's
The
things.
flow.
The ebb and flow is always going to be there, but there's types of persistent
But
toxicities that you can
banning
moderate
me
against.
to change. You're banning me to change the atmosphere.
Yeah, a
and
little
that
bit. Yeah, you can have a
changes
little
an
bit.
Changes.
A little bit.
But I'm not.
changes
But
the
you.
atmosphere.
But your implications
Well,
are
I
always.
feel like it's a little disingenuous to have your finger on the button and then say like, "Oh, it's just the weather," when it's not just the weather. You are trying to control the weather and successfully doing so. I'm now universally hated on your sub. You banned me, banned all my fans, told everybody
My
that
friends.
I'm gaslighting,
My fans.
narcissistic, whatever.
Aww.
And now,
But now we're going back slowly to the I don't care mode, okay? This is when Steven will turn around and say, but yeah, okay, that's all true, but I don't care. There we go. The universe is at peace again. Now will we get the rumbly mode or the I don't care mode?
I've been.
I feel like we might go back
been
to one
rewritten.
now.
That's who I am now.
But it's not
I've
though.
no way
None
to
of
push
these
back
things
against
are
it.
permanent. These things can come
I'm not.
change.
I know it's not. Oh, I know it's not permanent. I know.
But you're
that- I
making it
know that I
permanent.
will be-
You are making
Yes.
it permanent.
Yeah, because
True.
I don't want to do it anymore.
Why are you hitting yourself?
But like,
I don't
Stop
want to do it.
hitting yourself.
here's what.
I can handle the natural, inevitable ebb and flow, but you making it worse. No,
Stop hitting yourself.
you making it worse for me to make it better for yourself, and in the moment. No, I don't want to do that. You should have to ride it the same fucking way I do, or else I don't want to be part of the community.
I don't have to write it the same way because it's
True.
much the same that you have the right to moderate your community how you
If you
want.
want, if
I don't have to write it the same way because I don't care. Because I don't care. And I never will. Come on. Caring is for losers. Caring is for weaklings. I don't care, says Steven. Okay? That's a fact of the matter, as Steven likes to say, that he does not care about anyone. Okay? He does care about imaginary bullshit like the Progressive Orthodoxy in Academia. There we go.
if you want me, if you want me to be in it, you do.
Okay, that's fair.
Then I don't, and I don't care.
Because it's not.
But then we're back at the thing that you said wasn't happening.
Psychologically sustainable.
Sure, but then we're back at the thing that we said at the very beginning, which is you explicitly said this isn't you just making one argument about yourself, it's the merits of the argument. But now we're back at what I said I thought it was in the beginning, which is like you have to do this or like
True.
I'm not going to be okay with it. So it sounds like that is the what's on the table.
Well, that's one of my arguments is that certain of your orbiters can't tolerate the way that they're treated.
Yeah, and for those people, I would say don't.
I don't care.
Just don't.
Yeah, just don't. There you go.
If that's how it is, then
It is what it is. Come on. What do you want? What do you want?
maybe
Leave me
one
alone.
day we can do like a movie review, or if I have a panel, I'll invite you on. But like the like, am I gonna come on to talk about my fight with Shaylin and whether or not I'm abusive? These like I'm very vulnerable with you. I'm very vulnerable with your stream. I've exposed a lot and
Wow.
opened myself up to a lot of
Wowzers,
criticism in ways
trousers.
that like
If only Steven cared. But alas, he does not. You're just source of content for him. Alas. Mm-hmm. How sad. How sad. How can this be?
I think that's one of the things you like about me.
Such
is that
a
I'm willing to
gentle
do
soul.
Yeah, but when you're willing to take positions like that, I think you have to be willing to like deal with like I take very edgy positions on some things as well.
Edgy boy.
Sorry, like
Edgy
blowback.
boy.
It is what it is.
And I can deal with that. But what I can't deal with is you, my friend, colleague. I said in some
Husband.
ways my boss.
My
I don't think
boss.
this is true for me anymore.
My
but
boss.
You know, you're the one with the more power.
My
Certainly
boss.
in your community, but I think also in our professional relationship, for sure. With you making
My
it worse.
boss.
on
Big
me
boss.
To make it better for yourself. That's what I can't deal with. I can deal with the dog pile, but I can't deal with you encouraging it.
Okay. So then we do agree then that what I said at the beginning was that this is about you making a particular demand just on the merits of you wanting to feel better about the moderation. That's what this was.
I think
always about.
I think.
There
I
you
don't think
go.
it's about one
And
thing.
Steven doesn't care.
Arguments is that
Come
I think more
on.
sensitive people who are more vulnerable are not.
Was I right about this? Was I right
I
about
also think
Steven
that
not
people
caring?
who want to push back on you against more things and who disagree with you and argue with you about more stuff, or maybe people who are more egotistical and also are just not going to want to put up with it. People don't. So only.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I'm not going to want to change my community to acquiesce to those personality
Okay,
types.
you don't
right?
have to. I'm just pushing back against your characterization that my only point in argument here has just been that I don't like what you're doing. That's one of
Well,
them.
but that is. You're saying there are some people that are too egotistical to deal with your moderation style. I don't
Yeah,
think that's a
that's one of
compelling.
them.
But
That's
that's
just
not a
one-
compelling argument for me to change my moderation style.
Max can handle 9 bullies. TV doesn't care. Conversation summed up. Yeah! Yeah! And now you multiply it by like 100 and you get
I don't think it is on
the
its
gist
own,
of it,
but I think it's worth considering.
basically.
The types of people who you're going to push
There you
away, including me, and the types of people.
Okay,
that-
so
Push me away!
I know you didn't want to do this before,
I
but this would be a
died.
really good spot to like, okay, give me some examples. Because there are certain types of people, it's like, fuck, I can't believe I lost this person in my community because this happened. Or I
Aw.
can't believe that I lost this person in my
I've
community.
lost Max.
Like, if that was happening over and over again, I'd be like,
Come
okay,
on.
this probably needs to change.
Max.
So, like, two things that I think needed to change are there is a lot of dogpile on my subreddit, and that's something I tried. We did that with the 3-day rule. No more posting for weeks about people. I might even cut that back even more because, like, the posting incessantly is, like, really annoying. No more of the Coomer posts.
Also, it's time for a call for action, okay? It's time. It's time for some call for action. If you like Lucy's content, okay, please consider becoming like a what you call Patreon and like a coffee machine, okay? Let me go to some older content, okay? And link you want to subscribe, you want to, Patreon, if you want to subscribe. Even $1 subscription is a ton of money for me. So this is like a call for action. Boom. Patreon, $1 is like a lot to me. And if you want to give me a one-time payment, then it's like boom. And it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. And now we continue with our regularly scheduled programming of please care about me, I don't care.
A lot of women don't like.
Between-
A long time ago, it's funny because somebody brought this up recently on my subreddit that harem is bad or blah blah blah. I actually banned all references of harem anything because that type
Harem.
of humor and these types of jokes made it so women never want to go on stream. That's one of the reasons why the misogyny ban is in effect. I have women that I would like to come on stream and talk, but they're like, I don't know, like there's some stuff that goes on, it's a little bit weird. It's like, okay, I understand that, but then I want to change my community. So if you can demonstrate, like, oh, well, here's people that you've lost, and the examples you pointed out are ones that you're not fully aware of. So you point out like Hassan and Vosh that had nothing to do with this, but if there were,
So I guess it's, I'm gonna make a rough guess. It's all about your bottom line, otherwise you don't care.
like people that
There
I've
you
lost, is
go.
like, oh fuck, I could keep these people around. Then I would probably.
Bottom line, right?
Then there are things that I'd probably reconsider.
Yeah, bottom
Don't
line.
say.
Facing bit-
Okay, go ahead.
You don't think?
It sounded like you were about to say.
You want to lose me? Yeah.
That's what I thought you were gonna say. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I think you're. I know you're being funny, but you're also just making fun of me for being upset.
I
Just
mean,
curious what your answer will be. Go ahead.
that is what people that don't care do, generally speaking, That is what happens when you're friends with somebody that does not care. There you go. That is what happens. Welcome. Welcome! Come on! Gosh. Gosh darn. Gosh darn. Gosh
Oh,
darn.
Skills Me was another example. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't
Sorry,
think
go
facing
ahead.
vitriol from your community had anything to do
Go
with your
ahead.
falling out with Vosh or Hassan?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I think that you got the cause and effect wrong.
Yeah.
Most of my community there was actually against me. And then I made a choice that I was like, I don't think I want communists and socialists in my community. And then I said, if you're a communist socialist, like, fucking leave. And then I axed out all the, like, commies and socialists from my community. But it wasn't because I didn't get upset at, like, Hassan and Vosh because, like, or they didn't get mad at me because my community was, like, vitriolic towards them. They might say that because they're, like, if they pick out, like, any... Hassan might say that. Vosh, I don't think would. Hassan might say that. But, like, when Hassan was posting in my subreddit, I'm pretty sure he was generally getting a lot of support almost all the time, except for, like, 1 or 2 particular things. He was almost always.
See, Steven is amazing.
Me too.
Well, wait, then what? Hold on. Then where are we even at? I just lost the whole conversation.
You lost the plot because you don't care.
Getting vitriol from your
You don't
community
care.
has nothing to do with what the falling outs with Vosh and Hassan. And I'm saying it seems like it has to be a factor. If if like you and I are like questioning or renegotiating our professional relationship, I get a lot of support in your subreddit.
Okay, wait, then what exactly, what even is the, what is your problem then? Hold on, I'm not actually even sure then. Or I lost the whole conversation.
True, because you don't care.
So you're saying they get a lot of support in my community, but they still have a lot of vitriol they have to deal with.
Yeah, because you eventually ban all the supporters and then have a falling out with the creator. That's the same thing you're doing right now.
True.
Like, I
Oh
don't want
my
these people on
god.
my subreddit, fuck off. And then it just feels like really bad to the person you're doing it to. And then
Whoops.
Okay, yeah, but it wasn't, they didn't.
But I
I'm just
don't
saying that
care.
These people didn't leave because the subreddit was vitriolic towards them.
But I don't
I
care.
started to have disagreements with them. I haven't had any disagreements with you where it's like, I need to kick Max out because I super disagree with him.
Oh, 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 oh,
you just
oh.
feel like it.
All right.
Well, Forethought did.
And you felt like allowing him to.
Well, he is allowed to. He's my moderator. Yeah.
Because
So
Steven does not
Even a week
care.
later, you won't own the ban.
I mean, I'll own it. Yeah, he's my moderator. He's like, he does what he does.
Okay,
I mean,
so
it's
can
my,
we just say that you banned me and stop talking about Forethought? I don't hate Forethought. He's
Okay,
just an
if that makes you
extension of
sure. If that makes you feel better,
me,
then yes,
yeah.
I banned you.
Forethought is a
you go.
tentacle.
But I
coming out of
don't.
your body.
I don't
True.
care.
It may have a mind of its own,
Maybe.
but
We don't even know.
Ultimately, you control it. Okay.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. There you go. If that makes you feel better, I will tell you, but I don't care.
I don't know. If these things were different. I don't know what would have happened with those friendships. I don't know them, and I don't know your relationship with them that well. It's not the kind of thing that.
Spoiler alert,
like
Steven does not care.
Or provable. Like, I don't think we're gonna see somebody saying like, I would really love to stream with Destiny, but
he
this
doesn't care.
community is so toxic. There's people thinking that. I mean, I don't know. We don't know who would be in your community or who would be willing to talk to you if this were different. I don't know. I think that there's something about your content and things you're doing.
Imagine
that are
thinking that
attracting misogyny,
Steven cares.
or that attract dogpiling, and so you're.
But the reason why I push back against this is I think every single online community of a certain size dogpiles. It's like that's just a nature of online. Like,
Yeah,
can you think of
it's
a
just,
single large community that does it?
He's just like
I don't know.
he's a force of nature.
Because I feel like that's everybody. But go ahead.
Everybody in the universe.
You're not going to do the things I'm suggesting.
Everybody in the universe dogpiles. Everybody.
Curb some
Come
of
on.
it. What my point is that
Of course.
even
Everybody's a
if you do things to
doggy.
address misogyny, dogpiling,
Everybody's a dog.
you're not really addressing the core issues. Again, you just come off like you're like the good guy who's like, hey, I'm protecting women and I'm protecting people from getting dogpiled.
Well,
which is like
when you
good.
imply that I'm just being the good guy, you're implying I'm not trying to take an actual serious step to change anything.
I think you're taking a surface level step to change things, but that makes you look like you're trying to change it. And in some cases kind of does change it, but you're not really addressing the core structural issues.
That's because he doesn't care.
Behavior.
Did you know? I have a secret to
And
tell
those core
you.
structural issues are what, banning people that disagree with
Steven
me?
doesn't care. Steven doesn't
that's
care.
one. So that if 51% of people in your subreddit are misogynistic, if you ban people, if you increase conformity, you're necessarily going to end up increasing misogyny as a side effect. If you make a misogynistic joke and your subreddit is full of people who just parrot whatever you say, you call Lav a dumb bitch, they
Mhm.
parrot whatever you say, then all of a sudden we have this explosion of misogyny that if there were people, if there was encouraged to have people in your subreddit who were like, dude, you're really sexist, like you're misogynistic all the time, you're constantly misogynistic, what's your problem, man? If that was like sentiment that was encouraged for
Steven
people to have,
doesn't
then
care.
maybe somebody wouldn't get dogpiled if you call them a dumb bitch.
Um,
So I'm not gonna be able to draw like a perfect through line for these
yeah, no,
things.
I know, but I don't think, like I said earlier, I think every single online community is prone to
True.
dogpiling just because it's they're large online communities.
True. So Steven is doing
Well, I mean,
everything correctly and
so it sounds
perfectly.
like you're not interested. I feel like we're back to then you don't think it's worth hearing what I think you're doing to contribute.
True. He doesn't care.
What were the things?
True.
Dogpiling?
He does not
Your
care.
content, mocking people and talking shit about them.
Yeah.
So now you want me to
That's one
change.
thing.
So now you want me to change my content. That's
My
the main
nature.
complaint, or one of the big complaints.
I don't have a main complaint.
Change your
This is a
nature,
complex
bastard.
situation with a lot of nuanced points I'm trying to make. You keep trying to boil
Yeah,
everything I
nuance.
say down to one stupid
all
argument
about
that I'm not making.
nuance.
I'm just pointing out that when you say,
Nuance.
well, I do everything to curb misogyny, and I'm doing stuff to curb misogyny in my community, and I'm like, well, you haven't really, whenever it's brought up that you screamed at Lav that she's a dumb bitch, you just defend it. So yeah, you can outlaw
No, hold on. Okay, if anything is
Steven getting mad and rambly.
on my stream, I wasn't calling her dumb bitch one time. I know that's like the narrative that you guys have like super like enjoyed like
Yeah,
running
you
into,
guys,
but that
you guys, yeah, you guys. Steven is getting rambly. Now he cares. Now he's been attacked directly. Now Steven cares because that could possibly hurt his bottom line. So now Steven's getting invested. Now, when it comes to caring about other people, Steven doesn't care. But when he gets like, insulted, ooh, now it's on. Now it's on, mother quackers. Now it becomes like serious. There we go. Now it becomes like serious
That
business.
is absolutely not the case.
Absolutely not the case.
Okay, can I finish a thought?
Yeah, go for it, but you brought it up
Absolutely
like
no.
3 times. I know you keep trying to edge it in there, but go ahead.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Bringing Lav on my stream increases misogyny. Do you see how this is in itself a anti-woman misogynistic statement?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So you have just made a misogynistic statement in a conversation about how you decrease misogyny. Do you
Saying
see
that
how...
calling somebody a dumb bitch increases misogyny is also a misogynistic statement. You should be able to call somebody a dumb bitch without increasing misogyny. Like,
what?
So I
would you never call a woman a?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
My bad. I'm sorry.
Can I
Okay,
finish a
go
thought?
ahead, yeah, go. You finished playing thoughts. So go ahead. Keep going.
Steven.
I would never call a woman a dumb bitch and then argue that I didn't increase misogyny in my audience
Oh my
after doing
God.
it. No. Like when I screamed at Lav to shut the fuck up over and over again, that was me increasing misogyny in my argument in my audience, for sure.
Okay.
Okay. So, now that we've dealt with your hypocrisy claim, I would like to finish what I'm fucking saying, which was
But
Lav on
Max,
increases
but
misogyny
Max Steven doesn't care.
a more vicious,
Still does not care. Okay, I have to go to the toilet again. I'm very toiletry today, huh? Huh? So, okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to the toilet. Don't go anywhere, okay? Don't go anywhere. Because I'm gonna come on and boom, 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 okay? We're gonna have tons of fun together still over this strange conversation. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Be right back. Okay, we're back to doom, and we're back to gloom, and we're back to this fascinating exchange of please scare, I don't care game, okay? Please scare, I don't care, I don't care, I can't care. Come on, come on. Boom, 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 boom. Whew. Steven. Bam, boom, bam, bim, boom. Pepsi Cola is here. All right. We are having a blast. And we are, you know what we're doing. We know what we're doing. Doing it correctly right now. Okay. So, I'm pausing.
Then calling her a dumb bitch. It is actually more misogynistic to say just
Misogyny.
presence on the stream at all, regardless of anything I do, will make people hate women. That is a extremely misogynistic thing to say.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So,
but I don't care.
You can.
But I
brag that
don't.
You've banned misogyny from your
But
subreddit.
Hold on. You have to stop framing the world through like you're trying. I'm not trying to brag that I'm banning misogyny. I don't care about
Can I
good boy
finish?
point.
Can I finish? You
Okay,
can put. You just
okay, go
just
ahead.
push back on it afterward.
Gotcha.
But I gotcha, but I don't care.
Defensively announce in an argument about how you run your subreddit
I don't
that you have banned
care.
misogyny from your subreddit. But then 5 minutes later, you are making a deeply misogynistic statement. This speaks to what I'm talking about overall.
But I don't care.
I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm saying
That you don't care.
it's not really a sufficient pushback if I say there are underlying structural and systemic issues that are causing problems downstream
I
that are
don't
making
care.
people's lives, including
I
mine,
don't
shitty.
care.
And I want to address those. And then you come
you?
back with surface level responses and you say,
Whoa.
well, no, we addressed that.
Whoa.
We banned criticism after 3 days. The
Whoa.
dog pile's only allowed to last 3 days. That doesn't really address what I'm saying. It's like,
But I
you
don't
have a closet
care.
full of toxic waste, and then you're like, we've increased our like mopping schedule for the hallway outside the closet. Doesn't really address the problem that I'm talking about. But it appears to, but it doesn't.
Okay. I've never claimed that I'm addressing the specific problems that you're talking about. Because I don't know if I am saying that I believe that there is a specific problem about what you were talking about.
But I don't know if I care.
If I do think there are problems,
And I don't.
I do take steps to fix them, and I've given
And
examples
I
of that.
don't
None of the examples I
care.
gave were supposed to remedy the problems you're bringing me, because I don't know if I agree that those are problems. Okay, go ahead.
I thought one
Go
of the
ahead,
problems
I
I
don't
brought
care.
up was dogpiling, and I thought you said dogpiling posts, drama posts have to stop after 3 days.
Yeah.
I thought that was in part to curb dogpiling.
Yes.
Okay, so that is an
Yeah, but I
example of the
don't
problem
care.
I'm bringing up, and a surface level solution that makes you appear to be addressing the problem, but there's
But
all
do
these
I
other
care?
things you're doing that
It
are
is
perfectly
addressing the
setting-
problem.
But do
Well,
I
I don't
care?
think it is. I think
You
it
don't
is
think
addressing
the
it in a very-
3-day thing does anything.
I do.
The 3-day
So
rule.
then it is addressing the problem. Hold on, because you use these.
So,
I don't know.
okay.
Wait.
But I don't care.
Hold on, wait. You just start.
Wait. Rumbly Steve is here. Wait.
That there is some level of like malevolence or
Maleficent.
cold indifference. You're pretending.
Come on.
Points for trying. That's not what's happening. It is by what you just said. It is doing something about it. It might not be enough, but it is doing something. Stop saying that you're like trying to be the good guy. I'm not trying to be. I don't give a fuck about being the good guy. Obviously.
Yeah. I don't care. Basically, Stevenson.
Okay.
See?
Your problem-
How many times does Steven have to say that he doesn't care before it lands home? How many times? How many times must this be stated before it hits home? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe one day. But for now, let's go. Next level of doom.
With that is that it implies malevolent.
Malevolence.
Is it
Maleficent.
also that it's not true?
That what's not true?
Life is not
That
real.
by saying I've banned misogyny from my sub, you
Misogyny.
get to appear as somebody who is fighting misogyny in their subreddit.
I don't
but
care
then
about appearing as somebody who's fighting misogyny in my subreddit. I don't give a fuck about that.
even if you don't care about that, do you see why I'm saying it makes you appear that way?
I don't want it brought up in a conversation because it makes it feel like I'm fighting like a weirdo. I don't know what I'm. No, it's not relevant to what we're talking about. It's you're loading the conversation in an incredibly strange way to make it sound like I'm going for good boy points in my moderation style. Like if you want to do that, I can.
Okay, I think you're going for good boy points in your moderation style.
There you go.
For who?
But Steven doesn't
And if that's
care.
the case, this whole conversation then is a waste of time because then I'm already demonstrated that I'm willing to lie because I'm completely not being forthcoming about my moderation choices, and I'm totally just bending to the whims of my community for what I think they want to hear, and most of them seem okay with you being banned now. On what
I think
planet?
it's more complicated than that.
This is not complicated whatsoever. If somebody's
True.
Yes.
True is not complicated. Steven doesn't care. It's that's all there is to it. It's easy, okay? But Steven, I thought you cared. Now I'm sad. Max Carson. Well, it happens, Sometimes you think people care, but they don't care. And they tell us over and over again that they don't. And we're like, but honey, I thought it was a... Maybe Max thinks this is a test, like with Starlight, maybe. I mean Stardust. Starlight, oh my god. Starlight is from The Boys. Stardust is from the internet. Oh my gosh. Maybe it's like with Stardust. Maybe Max thinks this is a test. It's a test of some sort. A test of wits. A test of will, A test of will. A test of the wills.
You often do this. You are trying to take something complicated, I'm saying, and boil it down to something that sounds stupid and is simple.
True.
But you benefit greatly in this conversation if I say, listen, there's a lot of really subtle, insidious things that you're doing that are kind of hard to explain and hard to wrap your mind around. But if you would think about it, I think I can probably draw some pretty compelling.
I think about it,
between things,
and I come to the conclusion that Steven does not care.
The outcomes that we're seeing,
Come
and then you're like, no, this is totally simple. When did I say X, Y? What did I do? Well, give me an example.
Yeah, I don't like this
think
because
that
this is a bullshit way of conversation. You're trying to imply that there's something
bullshit.
subtle going on.
Bull.
Only very special people to understand. No, you're not. You're saying it's too subtle or whatever. Like, I can explain everything that we've talked about so far if you want me. I can explain any point of view of this. Nothing is
True.
complicated.
I can explain that I don't care.
Nothing of this is pretty
I can
very complicated.
explain.
What aspect of this conversation is complicated?
Everything.
I think that you are oversimplifying my criticism of you here. I'm not saying that you are thinking, I want to get good boy points with my audience, so therefore I'm going to say I banned
Steven.
Okay, I'm just so stupid and simple-minded that if that's happening, I wouldn't be able to see that that's a driving force behind what I'm doing.
True, you stupid
That's the
boy.
only alternative. Okay, what is it then?
No, it's not. It's more complicated than that.
Okay, so
The only alternative is war.
explain to me the approval.
War. It's war then. It's treason then. Come on.
I think it makes your community look bad if it's a cesspool of misogyny. I think that curbing that both makes your community look less toxic and woman-hating, and it has less negative effect on the women that you want to interact with or the women you do interact with. I think you feel bad about some.
What are they talking about even at this
your
point?
community
So
says
many
about women. And I think you
different
probably want to be
topics.
able to work with women.
And then I should add that Steven does not seem to care as well.
Be able to work with other larger figures who don't want to collaborate with somebody who hits their wife. No, so don't want to collaborate with somebody who is the head of a toxic woman-hating community. So I'm not. It's not just like brownie points. It's a complex system of relationships, and it clearly hurts you and hurts other people if your audience hates women.
Gotcha. I don't agree with any of that. I don't think that there's ever been an opportunity that I've lost out on
True.
because of stuff related to women. This whole space is insanely male dominated. It's very easy to get away with these types of jokes.
Steven doesn't care.
Like really nobody pushed back on you whatsoever. Yeah, I just completely totally disagree.
So
with all
why
of
did you ban misogyny?
Because I think that there should be more women on stream, because I think that it is a better community, and I think it represents my values more to not be misogynistic. But my community...
So when you say, wait, I just said there's women you want to work with who would be probably hesitant to work with you if there's misogyny in your community, and then you said that's not true, and then I asked you why you did it, and you said it's because
when I
you
say
want women
women,
to come on stream.
no. When I say women to come on stream, I mean like friends I have that I know would be like cool additions to the stream, or people that I know personally, not large female creators that I want to work with. Large female creators, a lot of them are self-hating women. I don't need to make my community appease women to get so hold on, no, don't just hand wave that.
Wait.
Hypocritical.
Doesn't matter.
It super matters because you're
Rambly Steve is back. Rambly Steve, be careful. Be careful, Max. Rambly Steve is on. It's on now, baby. Come on. Wait. Come on. Keep in mind, whenever other creators do this, Steven mocks them. Like the wait. And now Steven does it himself. Come on. Rambly Steve. Wait.
I'm gonna finish.
No.
Or I'm subtly manipulative in a way that I'm not being honest about or forthcoming.
I'm so stupid.
I don't understand it. Or I'm trying to hide it about the goals that I have with my community. And now you've attempted to point out.
Rambly Steve, the louder you are, the better. The louder you are, the more true you are. The more correct you are. Loud, scream louder, Steven. The louder you are, the more correct you are, obviously. And also add more. It's true. That is the way of the Steven. But apart from that, it's like, I don't care.
Oh, hold on. I wanted to work with some people, especially women, and now you are accidentally admitting that there are women that you want to work with. Those are two totally different statements. When you said it, you're implying that I want to have XXX Sniper, Wolf, or SS, whatever the fuck on my stream, so I can build my community for bigger women. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are women that I know personally that would be cool to have on stream, and there are other friends that I could have on stream, but they don't want to come because the community is heavily misogynistic. These are two far different things. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't think the distinction matters that much. That's fine if you want to correct it, and
That's fine. I just wanted to state the distinction. If you don't think it matters, that's fine. But okay, I just wanted it to be.
I don't think it matters because my point stands that
my point
you
stands.
are doing something surface level
My point stands.
by making it so that the misogynistic things your audience wants to say or that they say are
But my
not
point stands.
instead of addressing making them want to say them.
Okay, I think that part of that is literally just cutting down on certain jokes. I think it's as simple as that.
I understand that, and that might be part of it. That might be true. But I'm just...
Don't say the jokes. Come on.
Stupid. And I'm not...
I'm just saying it's more complicated than that, and I just can't understand. I wish I could.
No, you can't understand. I believe that you are not allowing me to explain myself because you don't want to understand, or you don't want the audience to understand, or you're too guarded or something. I don't know why the fuck you're doing it, but I'm trying to explain something to you. It's not that
Maybe Steven
it's
doesn't
more
care.
complicated than...
Maybe Steven doesn't care.
Okay.
Have you considered?
I don't think banning mentions of misogyny or misogynistic jokes
Misogyny?
really addresses the misogyny problem. I think it addresses it on a surface level.
True.
So when I say you get to be the good guy, I'm referring to a pattern that I am seeing where you're like, no, we don't allow dog piles past 3 days. While on the other hand, you are actively making moderating decisions that cause them.
Okay.
All right.
You get to ban misogyny, but you're actually actively saying horrible things about women that increase misogyny.
Ooh.
But it's subtle.
I think we've cut out on most of that.
You just did it. You just said bringing Lav on stream increases misogyny. That's a misogynistic statement.
No, it's not. I don't think that's necessarily misogynistic. It speaks to the misogyny that exists. If you have a community of people that, for whatever reason, don't
doesn't care
the issues for why a lot of people don't like women, then of course it's going to increase misogyny in a crowd. But that's not because that statement in and of itself is a misogynistic statement. It's a statement that's recognizing the reality of the misogyny that exists in that community, which is part of the misogyny that I want to get rid of.
Okay, I guess I just think that that's really misogynistic to say.
How is it? If a black person does something bad, it tends to reflect poorly on all black people. Is that a racist statement, or is that a statement that acknowledges racism?
No, it's racist when you apply it to an individual and you say, I'm not going to have my black friend Eric on stream because Eric exemplifies the things that people hate about black people.
If I thought that I had a community that would, let's say that I wanted to go and debate Nick Fuentes, and I could bring one black partner with me to that debate, and I could choose to either bring ABBA, or I could bring like, insert like the most thuggish gangster black person you could possibly imagine.
You see, you have a hesitancy about naming a specific black person.
Because I don't know very many thug black people. That's why I just don't know. I don't know. It could be Speed the streamer or one of the people that scream all the time and say the N-word a lot on stream. I don't know any one of those guys. I don't know very many black people that are gangsters, okay? It could be a famous rapper, Tyler the... I don't know if Tyler the Creator's like that. I don't know. Somebody that... Ice Cube, okay? There, Ice Cube. Or ABBA. Ice Cube is a well-spoken dude and is pretty chill now. I don't know. Pick any person that you...
Wait, you just said I could bring ABBA or some gangster, and then you said Ice Cube, and then you listed ABBA again? So is ABBA a gangster or not? You first... Wait, let's... I wanna hear to this again. I'm not sure if you caught it, but he literally said, if I could bring ABBA or some gangster, and then he listed ABBA among the gangsters. Like, wait.
Okay. Bad, it tends to reflect poorly on all black. Like, insert like the most thuggish.
You have a hesitancy.
One black partner with me to
Okay,
that
let's listen.
And I could
He will first, I could choose either ABBA or a thuggish gangster. Okay?
choose to either bring ABBA.
ABBA, yeah.
Or I could bring like.
Or I could bring.
Insert like the most thuggish gangster black person.
Thuggish gangster, okay.
Possibly imagine.
Do you see, you have a hesitancy about naming a specific black person.
Because I don't know very many thug black people.
I don't know many black.
I just don't know. I don't know. It could be Speed the streamer or one of the people that scream all the time and say the N-word a lot on stream. I don't know any one of those guys. I don't know very many black people that are gangsters, okay? It could be a famous rapper, Tyler the... I don't know if Tyler the Creator's like that. I don't know. Somebody that... Ice Cube.
Ice Cube, okay.
Ice Cube. Or ABBA. Ice Cube is...
Or ABBA. Like so I could bring ABBA or a thug. ABBA? Wait, what's going on? I think Rambly Steven got confused. Maybe Steven should just calm down and go back to the I don't care mode. It suits him better.
He's a well-spoken dude and is pretty chill now. I don't know. Pick any person that you want there, okay? But the reality would be, I would say, I would probably pick
Steven racist.
Just like I would probably pick the guy that's the more white-friendly, like black type of person, because I know that community I'm going to is really racist, and I would want to put like my best foot forward in terms of black representation.
Racist.
Okay.
Racist.
That statement is racist, but it acknowledges the reality of the racism that exists. Those are two different things.
Racist. I think if you say, if I was going to go talk to a community of people to try to bring a good example,
it sounds pretty racist.
I
I'm
wouldn't
not
bring
gonna lie.
I show speed. I think is a racist statement. Yes.
Okay, then we just disagree. That's fine.
And I think beyond just calling that statement racist, I think it certainly increases the racism in your community if you say that.
I disagree. I think it acknowledges that they are problematic. That's something hopefully we're working on.
Who's problematic? I show speed?
That my community. When people talk about why people hate
you're saying
women,
it's going to make them more problematic.
Yeah, yes, it probably will, because they already are. Communities that are already problematic can be made even more problematic. Yes.
Every community can be made more or less racist or misogynist.
True. What a profound statement. Yes, of course.
Well, I just think saying about a black person or about a woman, hey, you're the kind of person that really makes people hate black people and women. If you were one of the good ones like ABBA, then then there wouldn't be so much racism and sexism in the community. I think that is racist and sexist.
Okay. Well, that's the reality. So I guess reality is racist and sexist, but sometimes that's the reality of the world.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. Most racist statements are true on some level, but it doesn't make them.
Statements that are true are racist?
Statements
They're just
that are
descriptive.
racist. Statements that are racist can be true. Statements that are true.
Oh my gosh. Steven going in his rambly mode. His brain getting fried. His brain is like his wires getting tangled up.
It can be mean. Like racism is just being mean to a person. because of their immutable characteristics. You can be mean without lying. Most mean statements are true on some level.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what's
Okay, when
going
somebody
on?
says like we should have more black actors because more black actors makes like the increase in representation, it cuts down on racism. Is that a racist statement?
It's not the same
Like we
statement.
shouldn't need more black actors to make people less.
It's not the same statement, Steven. What? So, okay, I'm gonna translate, Steven. I'm gonna translate Rambly, Steven, because so far the only translation I had to do, the only thing that I've been able to translate from Steven is I don't care. Now I've got a chance to do some real translating. Okay, so what Steven is saying. Like what Steven is basically saying is those two statements. Statement number one, if I'm gonna meet with racism, I must bring the good black person. As Monsieur Famel has said, the good one. To bring my best foot forward, the white friendly one, okay? And in Steven's mind, this statement is analogous and the same as saying we need more black representation in the media. What? Like, Stephen Banal the second racist mark. Stephen racist mark. We are here for it. We are here for the racist mark in HD. Jesus.
Racist. Isn't that kind of dumb?
No, racism is when you take a generalization about the group and focus it on an individual. And
We're not
another
focusing anything
racist-
on an individual. I'm focusing on a group.
You're focusing on Lav or ABBA or iShowSpeed. So the reason I'm calling it racist is you're not saying like I shouldn't have women on stream that exemplify people's problems with women.
Yes.
That I might think that's a little misogynistic, but when you point that at a particular person, that's when it becomes misogynistic.
Okay,
Also,
don't
you're
know.
also
Okay.
you're also saying it in like kind of a joking way. It's a clear.
I'm not
clearly just
joking.
some,
It's
like-
an incredibly true statement. Lav exemplifies a lot of the reasons or things that people point out that it's like, holy fuck, this is why we hate women.
I'm not saying it's not true. It's just also it's like it's an insult.
I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. If you're saying that the existence of her
You
life
can
is an
see-
insult or the functions
see
that
how
she
you
could
feel,
serve,
Steven, that you
I'm sorry,
don't
I don't know what
care.
to say about that.
You see
can
that
say you don't
again,
care.
what you're saying is laced with humor right now, right? If you're saying the existence of her life is an insult, like that is kind of a joke, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't make it. I'm just like acknowledge that you're.
It's not a joke. I don't know how to say it. There are certain things that people can do. I don't have to worry about it because I'm a white man. But if I was more of a minority status, I could say that the way that I like get up and shout and scream on stream sometimes can exemplify issues with like white gamer debate bros or all the rape analogies.
Debate bro.
Like further people away from gaming communities because like he's a fucking
Yeah.
edgy. Like all these
Jesus,
statements are
Steven.
valid. They might not be fair, but they're all truth. It's all real.
I'm not saying it's not true.
Well, but
I
it's
mean,
not.
in
They're not
Lav's
just
case,
joking statements.
In Lav's case, I think it's actually not true.
That's fine.
I think you're just wrong.
Okay.
But
I
I'm
don't. I
saying
actually
even
think
if
you
it-
agree, but that's not. That's okay. But
no, I don't.
regardless,
I don't. I think because you're misogynistic, you set her up, and then you allow her, you trick her and trap her and make her stumble over herself. Let her flail on stream and then shit on her, call her a dumb bitch, and then your community dogpiles her.
Lav's introduction to online stuff was literally you banning her from your community. She was the first one you ever banned for issues related to
Yes.
like pedophilia, and you dismissed every single thing she said initially, saying you're using all of this to advertise for a future OnlyFans platform.
I know.
And I'm the misogynistic person.
No, I didn't say I'm not misogynist. You're not the only one.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. I
Oops.
disagree with every single thing with your characterization of Lav in my trivia. But that's fine. Okay. Okay.
Like, of course, Mr. Girl's gonna just say, "Oh yeah, I'm like that too." Like, have you never talked to Mr. Girl? Of course, he's just gonna go like, "Yeah, I'm like that as well." Like, yeah, okay. Like, obviously, he's just gonna go like, "Yeah, we're both like this. What now?" Steven, you're not doing so hot. You're not doing so hot, Steven. Come on.
Or what is
Steven, come on.
misogynistic or what is
What is
I
misogyny?
don't even know where.
What is misogyny?
At this point of this conversation, we were arguing over
you
what.
characterize my argument as me saying that you get to superficially get brownie points with your audience and look good. And
What
I'm
is
saying it's more
misogyny?
complicated than that. I'm saying if you get to say to your female friends, "Hey, look, I ban misogynistic comments in my community, and I'm addressing the issue," and then they might feel like you are addressing the issue. That's totally reasonable. But if they instead saw you as somebody who is pumping misogyny into your community, but only addressing it in a superficial way, they might feel differently. So I'm just saying it's more complicated. So when I say you're not really
it's not
addressing the
incorrect.
dogpiling problem, if on one
That's
hand
not incorrect.
on the other hand you're just shortening them, I don't think you're addressing the dogpiling.
That is not
And
incorrect.
that dogpiling problem is caused because there's a lot of conformity in my community.
Poor Steven
There's a
getting
bunch of
grilled.
factors. I can.
But he doesn't care, so it's
try to run
okay.
through them quickly.
It's okay.
If you want to, go for it.
Here you go. But I don't
One
care.
is conformity.
But I don't care.
Content. Idea.
But I don't
moderating
care. I don't
decisions,
care. But I don't care.
especially conformity in allegiance. Now you're banning people just for being for big fans of
True.
me. So people have to pledge allegiance to you in some form.
To the
be in
flag.
the subreddit.
To the
Conformity
flag.
caused by the ban-unban pump, which loosens people's spines pretty good, I think.
You like Rick and Morty. Which one of them is Rick and which one of them is Morty?
Conformity
Morty!
around you, because if you get too upset about something, you are liable to ban somebody for that reason. So there's a sensitivity around you, but you're also defined as not sensitive. So the idea of you being sensitive is even sensitive in itself. That increases conformity.
Like none of these things are contradictory, right? It might be the case that I'm not a very sensitive person, but I still ban people that like needlessly shit on me in my subreddit. Like those can both be true, right?
I guess I just like maybe they're just different definitions of sensitive, but that to me speaks to sensitivity, which you are defined as not.
Okay, do you think compared to the average person, do you think I have an average level of sensitivity or?
Ooh! Steven's weak point. Are you calling me weak? Are you calling me weak, Max? Are you calling me a weakling? Do you think I'm weak compared to others? That's a pretty insecure question to ask. How sensitive do I think I am to the average pleb? My gosh.
I think you are more sensitive than the average person in some ways, and much.
Do you think I'm sensitive? How sensitive I am compared to others? Steven, that reeks of insecurity, I'm afraid.
Less in other ways.
Aye, Steven,
What
aye.
are the more?
I'm super curious.
More sensitive than the average
I
person.
am super curious. Ooh.
I think you're very
Sensitive,
to
Steve.
anyone.
Sensitive, Steve.
And the
I think
average
your guard
person
goes up.
is super loves like accountability and responsibility being assigned to them.
No, but I don't. But your walls go way up, like to the point where you're like seemingly almost willing to.
Sensitive, Steve.
You're throwing me the wolves.
Come on.
Okay, in relation to you, but you're trying to make it sound like any time I'm held to be accountable for anything. I feel like I'm one of the more accountable people, though. It's like,
That's
this
good.
is all literally through the lens
That's a
of
joke.
yourself.
Steven, the most accountable person in the universe. Now that's a joke, if I've ever heard one. I feel like. Also, what do you like? Are you kidding? Like, what are you supposed to say about yourself? Like, what are you supposed to say? I feel like I'm one of the least accountable people. Everybody will always say that they feel like they're one of the most accountable people. Like, nobody's exactly gonna be saying, I feel like I'm one of the least accountable people. Like, that doesn't mean anything to say that about yourself. Like, that doesn't mean, it's like, there's not exactly much value in saying about yourself, I feel like I'm the most accountable person. Okay?
I'm not saying you're not accountable.
Meaningless.
You're saying that I throw up an unnecessary barrier around accountability.
It's not unnecessary. I don't know if it's unnecessary.
You're saying that it's abnormal. I'm abnormally resilient or resistant to.
You're abnormal, Steve. Abnormal, Steve.
Like with that chicken.
Steve!
Yes.
I said you're being irresponsible. A normal response would be, I think, some level of defensiveness. And then, well, you're wrong. Or some level of defensiveness, and then, well, I'll think about it. Or no defensiveness, and like, yeah, well, you know what? I appreciate your feedback. You run your shit differently from how I run mine, but I'll think about it. It's always good to hear your pushback. And
didn't I
appreciate
literally
it.
say exactly this?
No, it spun into a 12-hour-long argument.
Didn't I
stretched
literally
over...
say exactly at the end of one of our conversations where you were like, would you ever change your mind on this or something? And I was like, I don't really agree with you, but I appreciate your feedback. And if a lot of people start giving me a certain type of feedback, then yeah, it definitely changes the way I look at things. I feel like I said almost exactly this verbatim.
Yeah, but after 12 hours.
Well, I was stating it, but that's my belief. That was my belief the entire time. It's not like you changed my mind at the end where it's like, oh, you know what? Now I'm going to actually think about, now you've changed my mind. So, no, I just told you then, like, yeah, of course I consider, like, that's always been my belief. I'm just pointing out that, like, you said that I'm more defensive than the average person. Then you're giving me a way that optimally you could be not defensive, but that optimal way you described of
Also,
not being
Steve doesn't care.
is literally the exact thing that I have said.
But, touch the nerve. Touch the nerve, Steven! It's so sad that Steven is being so grilled by the sad and sleep-deprived Reddit Max. Redditor Max! Sleep-deprived. What if actually Max could get some sleep? What would happen then? What sort of like amazing genius level conversation would we get? Interaction of the ages if Max could actually find some peace and sleep, because I remind you, he has not slept in 2 weeks because of the Reddit, So this is like a very sad, turn of events. Very sad. Okay? But let's listen more. Let's listen more to this fascinating story.
I'm talking about before 12 hours of argument. I think most people, that conversation we'd probably get through it in like an hour or two, at most. I think it would.
There was a lot to discuss.
There was a lot to discuss, but there was entire days spent on like, is Nazi worth using? Is blah 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 blah.
But you're not You're not upset about the conversation. You're upset that I didn't agree with you.
No, I'm not saying I'm upset. I'm saying that this is why I think of you as something you're sensitive to, is people telling you that it's your responsibility to handle something that you don't think is your responsibility.
I had no evidence of that other than we just disagreed for a long time. Like, if the argument is going for 12 hours, it takes 2 to tango. It's because you wanted to argue it for 12 hours. I've had 12-hour arguments about much dumber things.
It takes 2 to tango.
Portals and whether a block would go flying out or falling down a platform if it goes through portal A or B.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm also abnormal, but I just see a trend of
abnormal Max and abnormal Steve. I'm the most normal
if somebody says,
in the universe.
I think you're responsible for this thing. I think you're responsible for me. I think you're responsible for this person's feelings.
Aww.
I think you're responsible, like on Twitter. I think you're responsible.
But he doesn't
for this
care.
Stealthing thing.
Now we're going back to the real. I don't
Of
care.
course, I'm going to be defensive. Yeah, because I feel like I'm not. But again, it sounds like you're not being critical of me being.
I'm not criticizing you.
Okay, I don't know. I lost the conversation.
You asked me why. You asked me in what way are you more You said I'm super curious. In what way?
No, hold on, wait. I'm sorry. You are criticizing me. I don't know why I let you get away with that. You are criticizing me. We're talking about a trait that is universally considered bad, which is not being receptive to feedback. And you said that I possess that trait more than the average person, and now you're making justifications for it. You can't make that argument. Oh, well, actually, you are resistant to feedback. And then I go, okay, like I think this criticism is fair. And they go, I'm not criticizing you. Of course, you're criticizing me.
The trait I'm assigning to you is not.
It is a criticism.
Not receptive. I'm not saying I'm not receptive to feedback.
You're saying I'm more than the average person not receptive to feedback, which is a criticism. Which is fine. You can criticize me, but
I'm talking about your psychology, not about how much feedback you take in. I'm saying that my sense of you as a person, something I've noticed, is that when people tell you you're responsible for something you don't feel you should be responsible for, or you're not sure if you are responsible for, you seem to freak out.
Yeah, because that's one of the it would kind of be like...
You freak out. You freak. Stop freaking out.
This is why No, hold on. It's... When I say that you're abusive, this is one of the things that I'm talking about, right?
Ooh, abusive.
I told you something that you disagree with, and I saw you got upset about it. That's how I know that I'm right. That is an insanely abusive thing to say. The reason why I get upset when people try to hold me accountable is because, and I've said this a million times, is because I have the most accountability on my community of any other streamer my size, or many that are smaller than me. That is why every single time drama comes out about my community doing horrible, evil things, people, it's 0 follower Twitter accounts. It never comes from my Discord. It never comes from my chat. And it never comes from any of the communities that I have control of. And I'm the only large streamer that enforces that type of thing. So you can't use
only in the world.
Well, when people criticize
The only good streamer.
they must be right. That's an unbelievably stupid thing to say.
I'm not saying they're right.
That you literally are using it as evidence for me being bad about taking like critical feedback.
But that's not what I'm saying to you.
That is exactly what you just said.
Okay, will you do the notepad thing? Will you write down what I'm saying? Hold my feet to the fire. It is triggered.
Pick up your notebook, Steve. Come on.
Responsible for something.
Now
you
this.
Don't think you're responsible for.
Now it's getting entertaining. When you write down what you're saying, Steve. Write down the things, Steve. Write down the things. Come on. Please do not draw note back there. Sheesh. Sheesh. Can you do the notes pad thing? Please, Stephen. Oh my gosh. What is happening? What is happening here? What's up? Wow. Wowzers, trousers.
What is that evidence
I
of?
think nothing. You asked me why I think you're more sensitive.
You're just making statements that aren't supporting any arguments, or you're just randomly throwing that out there. You're not trying to support anything with that statement.
There's
Ooh, Stephen is
one of my examples was
yikes.
There is a narrative that you're not sensitive, but I think you are sensitive.
This
I think
is
that
fast
there's
food.
a dual narrative actually
Fast food.
conformity and dogpiling in your community because your
content.
fans are very defensive of you. But nobody wants to admit that they're being
True.
defensive of you because there's a narrative that you don't need to be defended because you're not sensitive.
Dude, even that is literally wrong. I literally have changed that over the past 2 months on my
Wrong.
stream.
You're so wrong.
Saying now, which is see something, say
You're
something.
so wrong.
Or I explicitly tell people to defend me online. I think you just have this whole narrative built up in your head because of your personal interactions with me. And this is a criticism that I've had of you that I'm going to continue to iterate here. Is it feels like you see everything through the lens of your own experiences, and then you start to build these like other structures to explain like how your experiences go. Like because you've had a bad experience here, it must be because Destiny increases dogpiling, and he must be actually more sensitive than he realizes, and that's the reason why he's banning people. Like it's all these things that build into it. But like if I go out into the real world and I start collecting facts and pieces of information, it's just not true at all.
Okay, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to respond to this. You're asking me what I think of you, but then when I try to answer you, you interrupt me and tell me I'm wrong.
Hold on, you're not telling me what you.
I think.
Hold on. If you ask
the duel of the giants, the duel of those amazing brains, when Steven goes from his I don't care mode to his rambling mode. This is prime time entertainment, isn't it? This is gonna be good content for me. For Lucy Hazet, we're gonna make like a segment of it. We're gonna add some goofy editing. I'm gonna like banana split noise. I'm gonna whoa 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 whoa. It's gonna be like a good time, okay? It's gonna be like wacky time. I think this video is gonna give me like 1 billion views, and I'm gonna be a happy person. Possibly, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
What do you
we
think?
will see.
And I go, I think you're a rapist because you raped 5 people. And then you're like, whoa, hold on, what the fuck? I didn't rape anybody.
What
And I
the
go, bro, You just asked me what I think of you. You're using the I feel statement to sneak in descriptive facts that are not true. So when you say that, like, I think that it triggers you to be told that you're responsible for something, that you're not telling me what you think. You're making a statement about my state of mind and my reactions to things. That's not an I think or an I feel statement.
Wait, you asked me, I thought the question you asked me was, I'm super curious. Why do you think I'm more sensitive than the average person? How can I answer that without speaking to your state of mind?
Because when I'm asking you, why do you think something? I'm not asking you about your state of mind. I'm asking you about observations you've made that justify the argument. I don't care what you've already told me what you think. You think I'm more sensitive than the average person. So I'm asking you, why do you think that?
But you're not letting me go through my observations.
Well, we just went through the first one and it seems to be totally not true. One justification was that, well, you say it's not a justification now, so maybe I misunderstood, but it sounded like you were saying, well, it triggers you, so that's one justification. And a second thing is that
Steve is mad. Steven is angry.
The past couple months on my stream, I've literally, ever since the Keppel stuff...
That's not a justification, that's the thesis. The thesis is...
false.
You freak out when people tell you you're responsible for something that you don't think you're responsible for.
Uh-oh.
Okay, if that's the thesis, then we don't have to argue it. I agree. I do freak out. That upsets me, yes.
Okay. I think it upsets you more than the average person.
Whoops.
That's all I'm saying. That is something I've noticed about you. You really don't like it.
Does the average person be... I don't know what is the average person's response to being told that they need to hold their community accountable for something? I don't even know if the average person has that emotion. The average person doesn't have a community that they need to rein in, or have a community at all. I don't even know what... I don't know what the average person.
I'm not like the other girls.
It's not just about the
I am not like the other girls.
There's tons of stories about you where somebody says, hey, I'm upset and you're supposed to fix it, and you hate it. You really don't like it. You tell these stories online all the time. You tell these stories about yourself all the time.
Let's do this. Okay, let's go that. Okay, interpersonally, how? I'm curious.
I'm curious. I'm curious.
Like, what are a couple examples that you feel interpersonally?
I am curious.
Or Melina or whatever, it's fine. Go.
There you go. Go.
Well, you mentioned on stream with Melina that
go. Go.
You said it was a revelatory moment for you when you realized that.
Oh my gosh.
You don't have to regulate her feelings just because she told you to.
True.
Yes. But the act of
now he cares. Now he is like a rambly Steve
emotional
cares.
for you and triggering for you.
Okay, but do you think that
it's
it's
extremely strong pull?
Do you think
you're supposed to do that, and you've had to really stop yourself and be like, hey, it feels like you've had to do a lot of work to not just rush to do that. Whereas I think other people don't feel as
this conversation is all over the place. It doesn't have like a
that you're responsible for.
Focus
I think it has this
theme.
effect of making you feel both
I feel like this is not a very
and extremely not guilty. It just seems like
very confused
the process
conversation.
of evaluating whether something is your responsibility is pretty broad for you. But it's not an insult. It's just something I've noticed that I think is making us.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a very confused conversation.
Tense for you. I'm not saying it's not tense for me.
Okay.
Okay.
This is why I told you that I don't think me being banned from YouTube was your fault.
Okay.
I never thought that you being banned from YouTube was my fault. That's not a thought that
I think you don't know what's your fault and what's not your fault.
All right, buddy. Come on.
And I think it is a fraud subject.
Buddy.
I'm trying to acknowledge that this thing I'm saying is your fault. So I'm trying to load something on you that I think you really hate it, and I've noticed that you hate this. But there's a narrative about you.
Yeah, I hate this because I disagree with what you're saying.
I think it goes beyond that.
Okay, and thankfully you've accessed those feelings, but they're still imperceivable or imperceptible to me, I guess.
It's not that. Well, we're not arguing. Obviously you hate it. We're arguing about why you hate it. We both know that you hate what's happening. The question is, do you hate it just because you disagree, or do you also hate it because it makes you feel like I'm dumping a mountain of guilt on you?
Psychoanalysis with Max.
I disagree, but I can't convince you of that because you've mind read me. So.
There you go.
It's more. I'm not mind reading you.
You've mind read me. Yes. I'm telling you I feel. You're saying I don't know. You're saying I don't.
Now Steven is angry. Watching Lucy play Doom makes me want to boot up Quake. Oh, we should play Quake next, okay? We will play Quake. And we're also gonna play Doom 64. I've got that one as well. See? Steven literally goes from I don't care mode to the angry ramble mode. It's ready. Are you ready to rumble? All right. All right. Yeah. 2 modes.
I don't even have access to those, but you have reached into my innermost brain and pulled something out that I haven't.
Is a pattern I've noticed in you. It's not about reading your mind. It's just that every time, usually, when you feel like someone's guilt tripping.
You read my mind. Come on.
I disagree with what they've said, but if I've done something that's genuinely like bad, if I do something and I feel like I probably fucked up, I usually own it like immediately. If I feel like so the issue isn't whether or not I'm being told to quote unquote be totally accountable. It's if I feel like oh shit, this was probably too far.
No, wait. I didn't say it is. See what you wrote down. I said when you feel like someone's telling you something's your fault and you think it's not your fault, you hate that.
Oh, okay. I know. But you mentioned that was abnormal. Wouldn't most people have that response? Wouldn't everybody feel that way?
Yes, but I think you have an extreme response to it, I think.
And most people would just be like, oh, whatever?
True.
No, I think people have a response, but
Well, no, stop weaseling. You're saying that I'm extra special. Yes, you're saying that I'm having a more emotional response than the average person. True. But it feels to me like all people would have an incredibly negative response to being told that they're responsible for something they're not responsible for.
I have never seen you get upset about anything the way you get upset about this.
You haven't watched me argue about styrofoam cups, then?
I guess not.
This is probably one of the most contentious topics that comes up over and over again. And it's probably one of the few things that I feel like I put like the most amount of work into. So yeah, it's probably going to be one of the things that I guess irritates me. But I don't think that would be unique to me. I think any person would feel similarly.
Come on.
Okay.
But
I wouldn't.
Look, I feel.
I would never.
I
would never.
Asking me to tell you why I think you're sensitive, which you're asking me to talk about what I think of how your mind works. But then you're also going to say
my
that
brain.
I'm gaslighting you and I'm mind fucking you and I'm
all right, let's move on from this topic. Move away from this one.
Ooh.
So, without defending whether it's true or not, I think there's a dual narrative about
Steven's angry.
Emotional
Come
protection
on.
from the audience. Where you don't because you're strong, you're tough.
Tough boy.
You're not sensitive at all. But at the same time,
weakening, sensitive weakening.
I'm getting tons of DM. I'm getting DMs from people who are like.
Steven's too sensitive.
Really want us to like figure this out,
and
who are like, look, just don't bring up this subject. Bring up this subject in this way. Don't say this thing. Do say this thing. Don't do this thing. And they're like, it's like, why are you fucking secretly messaging me about this? It just. The idea that if
this is so weird.
You're gonna hurt Steven.
This
feels
is so
like
weird.
It increases conformity, which I think increases dogpiling. A lot of the dogpiling is defensive. That's why I'm calling people white blood cells. Your perception that
weird.
Lav and I ambushed you.
This is so weird, and this is so childish as well. Like, this is just silly. But maybe it's just maybe that's because Max is sleep deprived, because he hasn't slept for 2 weeks because of like the Reddit thing, right? Remember, keep that in mind. Max was not able to sleep for about 2 weeks now because of Reddit.
To break your boundaries, and that was a coordinated, manipulative attack on you, I think is a lot of why we're getting dogpiled now.
Ooh.
Because your audience wants to protect you from
You both had a
abusive
conversation
mindbreakers.
on your stream the day before where I was one of the subjects of discussion, and then the next day, Lav, and then eventually you come on to have a conversation where both of you are reiterating some of the same points. I guess you can argue that it's all kind of coincidental, but obviously the perception is going to be something of, like, I don't think it was like planned in advance, but like that's what it was.
Pandemic.
Well, which is it, motherfucker? Is it planned in advance or not?
Motherfucker.
I don't think it was. It was.
Motherfucker.
I don't know if it was planned in advance.
What's the difference?
Motherfucker.
The difference was that you were ready to have the conversation where you were both on the same page about a particular topic that you prepared for.
What is it, motherfucker? Motherfucker. What is it? What is it?
You and I had plans to talk then, right?
What is it?
This isn't about our conversation. It was about you and Lav sharing a certain type of criticism of me in a defense of her that you came on to bolster her for in the middle of a conversation with other people.
What is
I came on at the time that we agreed we would talk.
Ooh.
Right? Like I said, I'll be on in 2 hours, and then I came on 2 hours later.
What is
And
it?
you said, okay. Like, we agreed to talk at that time. I said,
I
the
love
previous day, I said, do you want to continue our conversation? Our conversation was
wanna
about
be-
this topic.
Sure, but you didn't. But you hopped into the middle of like a fucking battle royale and then threw
It's
that
not my
into the
fault
ring.
that at the time we agreed to talk, you had 7 people in the fucking room
Motherfucker, you clicked
arguing.
join on the Discord room.
Motherfucker.
It's
Yes,
not
but
my
I
fault.
wanna
You
add
joined the
I wanna
room
add
with 8 people in there, and then you discussed the thing
Yes.
that you and Lav had discussed the previous night that you had prepared for.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, we did have another, and I think we did. We did agree to talk, or we had an agreement to talk. But you could have
Okay.
easily just been like, "Hey, is everybody almost done?" Or "Hey, like, can you guys leave?" Or "Hey, like, can we have our chat?" But that wasn't. You jumped in to participate in that battle royale. You don't rob yourself of so much agency.
I would like.
You
I would
spent
like
that
to
entire
defend myself.
conversation defending Lav,
Woo!
talking about what we
You
were going to talk about.
bastard.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ugly.
I'd like to.
Go ahead,
Wait.
bastard.
I
Ugly
need a soy
bastard.
up. Hold on.
Soy up, you ugly.
I won't defend myself until you get back. I will just talk to my chat.
Ooh. Soy up, bastards.
The rule, no more talking about other streamers, was brutally killed, and it's now zombie revenge time. Hey, hey. I'd like to defend myself against the characterization you just made.
State the characterization and then do it.
That there was a preparation and some amount of coordination to ambush you, even if it was a impromptu ambush.
I'll provide the evidence then, since I'm making the affirmative, and then you can tell me where I'm wrong. Okay. Evidence 1. You and Lav had a conversation.
Well, wait, you already stated your case. So
No,
I
let
would
me
like
say
to
it clearly
my
so that
case.
you can fight against it.
I don't want you to say it. No, I don't want you to say it.
You're
I
gonna
wanna
fight
respond to what
against
you
an
already-
affirmative that I don't even get to clearly lay out. Okay, we'll go for it.
Yes.
Okay, based.
Based. Come on.
From my point of view, and then you can.
Based. Based. Come on.
Lav and I
Based.
talked about
Based.
my first attempt to talk to you about the moderating stuff,
Come on.
and then
Am I dead?
the next day she had another conversation
go.
with you on stream
Distractible.
about the same thing. You said that we were abusive. Maybe you just said I was abusive.
Probably
I
both.
remember.
I think of both.
Probably both. Probably both. Okay. Then I DM'd you and I said, hey, do you want to continue our conversation?
Based.
You said yes. said
I
tomorrow.
do.
You said yes.
Will you marry me?
We ballparked a time, I think. Then the
Oh,
next
no.
day, I said, okay, can we talk in 2 hours? You said yes. So then 2 hours later, I see that you're talking to like 7 people, and Lav is one of them. She's arguing with you. And I felt defensive of her because she was getting dogpiled. So rather than come in and say, hey, can you guys all stop talking?
But Steven does not care about that, so why talk about the things that Steven does not care about? Can you explain to me why talk about the thing that Steven does not care about? What are you trying to accomplish?
I'm supposed to talk to Steven now. I tried to defend her in the dog pile.
Dog Pila?
That was my experience of it. I'm not trying to contradict your experience of it or say that you didn't feel like we ganged up on you or ambushed you. I'm sure you did. I'm just saying that I don't know. I just
This
wanna
is
add my,
such a nothing.
I don't disagree. That's exactly what happened.
This is such a nothing conversation.
great.
Who joined?
No further argumentation necessary.
Who joined?
Well, I felt like if you guys had both discussed something the night prior, and you had time to like kind of like coordinate your lines of argumentation and your thoughts on the matter, and then you came in, and then you guys both started to present arguments against me.
Against me?
A little bit like an ambush, especially when like really personal stuff like the Anna
Sus.
getting like brought up in the middle of that, and you'd both already kind of like had a chance to discuss it prior before kind of like springing it on me on the stream. Felt a
About
little-
what? Who?
We
Anna?
talked about that. I don't think we talked about that prior.
About Anna, right? What?
Am I making this up or not?
I said tomorrow. You said yes.
You and Lav had a conversation.
Well, wait, you already stated your case.
No,
I
let
would
me
like
state
to
it clearly so that
my
you can
case.
fight against it.
I don't want you to say it. No, I don't want you to say it.
You're
I
gonna
wanna
fight
respond to
against
what
an
you already-
affirmative that I don't even get to clearly lay. Okay, we'll go for it.
Yes.
Okay. Can you guys leave or hey, like, can we have our chat? But that wasn't. You jumped in to participate in that
I
battle.
will hear this again. I've been called Anna once by some random people that came into the chat. I've been called Anna. Maybe I am secretly Anna. Who knows? Am I Anna? Am I Anna that's rebranding? The rebranded Anna? Am I? Who knows? Am I psychologist? Am I? Am I, Ducky?
Royale, you don't
Okay,
rob
well, I
yourself
would
of so
like
much
to-
agency.
I would like-
True, don't
You spent
rob
that
me.
entire conversation defending Lab, not talking about what we were going to talk about. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I need a soy up. Hold on.
Oh no.
It's the age of the soy.
Edge of the
I won't
soy
defend
boy.
myself until you get back.
Oh no.
I'll
Oh
just talk
no.
to my chat.
Talk to my chat.
The
Alright.
rule: no more talking about other streamers was brutally killed, and it's now zombie revenge time.
What the hell? Okay, let's see what he says.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello? Hello? Come on!
I'd like to defend myself against the
I-
characterization you just made.
Okay, defend yourself.
State
Defend yourself, you pervert. Come on.
That there was a preparation
Whoa, 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 whoa.
amount of coordination
Oh gosh.
to ambush you,
Oh gosh.
even if it was a.
Oh gosh, Rick, oh gosh. Rick, in the Morty.
I'll provide the evidence then, since I'm making the affirmative, and then you can tell me where I'm wrong. Okay.
Okay. Okay, Morty.
Evidence one.
I think.
Morty!
You and Lav had a conversation.
Well, wait, you already stated your case. so
No,
I
let
would
me
like
state
to
it clearly so
my
that you
case.
can fight against it.
I don't want you to say it. No, I don't want you to say it.
You're
clearly.
gonna
I wanna
fight
respond to what
against
you
an
already-
affirmative that I don't even get to clearly lay. Okay, we'll go for it.
Go for it. Go for it, motherfucker.
I just want to say what happened from my
Okay.
point of view, and then
Gotcha.
you can say it's wrong if you want.
Okay, motherfucker. Come
Lav
on.
and I talked about
How do I
my
get out of
first
here?
attempt to talk to you about the moderating stuff.
How do I get out of
And
here?
then-
I'm in a hole. Whoa.
The next day,
is
she
that
had another conversation with you on stream about the same thing. You said that we were abusive. Maybe you just said I was abusive.
Probably
I
both.
remember.
I think of both.
Probably both. Okay.
Probably
Then-
both.
I DM'd you and I said, hey, do you want to continue our conversation?
Never. Never.
You said yes. I said tomorrow. You said yes. We ballparked a time, I think. Then the next
Right.
day, I said, okay, can we talk in 2 hours? You said yes. So then
Maybe.
2 hours later,
Maybe.
talking to
Give you?
like 7 people, and Lav is one of them. She's arguing with you,
I'm gonna save.
and I felt
I'm gonna save you.
defensive of her because she was getting dogpiled.
I'm doing well in
Rather
Doom.
than come in and say, hey, can you guys all stop talking? I'm supposed to talk to Steven now. I tried to defend her in the dog pile.
True.
That was
Or
my
is it-
experience of it. I'm not trying to contradict your experience of it or say that you didn't feel
No.
like we ganged up on you or ambushed you. I'm sure you did. I'm just saying that
I ambush you.
I don't know. I just want
I
to
ambush you.
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's exactly what happened. Yes.
Okay, great.
Who joined? I'm asking this again.
And no further argumentation necessary.
So this is talk
Well, I felt
about
like if you
Anna.
guys had both discussed something the night prior,
There you go.
and you had time to like kind of like coordinate your lines of argumentation and your thoughts on the matter, and then you came in, and then you guys both started to present arguments against me. Felt a little bit like an ambush, especially when like really personal stuff like the Anna stuff is getting like brought up in the middle of that, and you both
Anna,
already kind of
okay,
like
Anna
had a
stuff.
chance to discuss it prior before kind of like springing it on me on the stream.
Bring
Felt a
it
lot like
I don't think we talked about that. I don't think we talked about that prior.
Am I making this up or not? I almost am positive the night before I heard you mention, or Lab.
You're making it up, Steven.
You had brought up
whoa.
hadn't been handled correctly.
Whoa.
Am I wrong? I might be wrong on that. Stream check if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
I don't know.
You're wrong.
I don't remember talking. I was surprised that she
You are
brought it
so
up.
wrong.
Okay.
I don't remember hearing about it before then.
You are so wrong, you bastard.
Okay. Well, then I might be wrong on that then.
Did Lav talk to her? Am I understanding this right?
At one point.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know that happened, and I.
Maybe she was.
It wasn't the night before.
What's your mother, baby?
I was surprised that she brought it up. It wasn't the night before. You talked to Lav the day before. Then the
Who's
8-person stream was the day after you talked to Lav, which was the day after I talked to Lav. So I didn't talk to Lav. You had talked to Lav more recently than me. That's what I'm saying.
I talked to Lav more recently than you. Had I?
You had. Yeah. You guys did a stream where you said you wanted to kill yourself. And
What?
I thought you guys spoke that night, and then the next day that big dog pile happened.
No, you guys that stream where you got in a fight with Lav, that was about our stream the previous night.
Okay, I don't remember who's one of these, but okay, go for it. Oh, I guess the timeline is important. So
Go
I'm
ahead.
assuming you're telling the truth.
I don't care.
I'm trying to tell the truth.
Back
I might be wrong, but my understanding was I talked to Lav Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, you guys did a stream together where you talked about
Sunday,
our conversation, and
Sunday?
Lav felt like you weren't listening to her, and then you felt like she was like being immature, like mind fucky, and then
Oh crap.
then the group dogpile stream was the next day.
Okay.
Or the ambush stream, depending on your perspective.
Based! Come on.
Yeah, Chris, can
Bang.
you link me a clip of that if it did happen? Because I'm just not sure now. But
Who is Icarus?
okay.
If what we talked about Anna on my stream.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I thought I heard it, but I could be wrong. I totally could be wrong.
We might have, but my memory is that I don't remember that at all.
Anna? Anna Kasparian?
But okay, where are we going now?
Anna. Where are we going? Home.
I don't know.
Let's say theoretically, let's macro out to really the purpose of this conversation.
All right.
Let's say theoretically I unban you. Because I don't really care that much about I'm not invested in keeping all of your community.
We're going back to not caring. We're going back to not caring. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. There you go. We're going back to the basics. We're going back to the not caring. There you go. Based! We're going back to the not caring once more. Based! Based, come on! There we go, safe.
Or you ban. Like 4,000 might be.
Based.
I already said that. But let's say that I do that. But let's say my
Let's say
moderation
that
style
I'm
remains
based.
largely unchanged.
Based!
Feels
Steven!
like that would be a unacceptable outcome for you.
Based. Acceptable. Based.
Okay, the two moderating changes I wanted were
Based.
no impulse bans and no banning my community.
Based.
But depending on how things go, that could very well happen.
Based.
Depending on how things go, you will ban people just for being fans of me, not because of anything else they do or say.
Well, it's going to probably be if there's like a bunch of stuff going on in the community, then it'll probably be like oh, okay, we're going to ban these people.
True.
So if we get
ban
a
them all.
big enough fight,
Ban
then you'll
everyone.
ban all my fans.
Depends
Ban
on what it's about or how
everybody.
it goes. I mean, it all...
Ban everybody!
I can write like a...
Based. Ban everyone. Come on. Just ban them. Ban them all of them. Ban them all. I don't care. Ban everybody. Bye everybody. Bye your band. You are banned forever. Is this the end of the conversation? Because it's like
Well, I guess that's the point, right? Is that I want
Oh
you
my
to
gosh.
make a rule for yourself.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to make a rule. Why would I do that? Why would I box myself in my own community for no reason?
It will give you a lot of credibility when things.
I think I
when the
already
shit hits
have.
the fan.
I think I generally have as much credibility as I need. I don't know if I would want to risk my entire community for a little bit more credibility. When I don't think I need to.
You think saying that you're not going to impulse ban people risks your entire community?
Yes.
True,
I
of
think
course.
that the moderation of my community.
Of course.
Some people disagree. I think it's been probably one of the more important aspects of
In
like,
my life.
maintaining my community as well as
In my life. In my life. That's my community you're talking about.
I think again the results, like if it started to like
speak
die
for
or there was weird
themselves.
shit going on, maybe I would change my mind. But
Change my mind. I'm a genius. Change my mind.
My concern is that this is just going to give me ban armor.
Steven!
it's not. Gonna, why would it give you ban armor? Or what do you mean by that?
Because you're the
I'm
protagonist
concerned there will be
now.
an unspoken ban armor that I get that other orbiters don't get.
I don't know if I've ever banned another orbiter.
Destiny. I wish Destiny would just explain what he's doing in Factorio. That game looks very interesting, and I'd rather see Destiny commentate his gameplay than whatever else he usually does, lol. Destiny should just go back to being a game streamer and let the current space have some breathing without him. Oh my gosh, should I start playing? Should I just save you the trouble and just start playing Factorio? Should I just start playing Factorio, you know? I think it will be easier. Like, I don't think seeing and understanding what Factorio is about is like worth having to suffer through Steven's content. I think it will be just easier for me to load up Factorio and start playing it from scratch and just learn it from scratch together with you, you know? I think that might be like a easier solution, you know? Especially since I know zero about Factorio, so like we would be learning it together as a family, you know? We would be learning Factorio together like a family. Do I have Factorio? That's a good idea. For Steven's content, we're gonna match his energy and I'm gonna see if I have Facto. I have Factorio! My gosh, I already have Factorio. Oh wait, Lenore has Factorio. Never mind, let's see, how much is Factorio? Factorio has got to be like super cheap, right? Factorio. Never mind, Factorio is actually super expensive. Okay, I'm gonna download the demo. Factorio has a demo. So we're gonna download the Factorio demo and we're gonna play Factorio, and then you're gonna like you're gonna be seeing like Factorio on top of Factorio whenever I discuss Steven, okay? You're gonna be like, it's gonna be Factorio on top of Factorio. It's gonna be like a huge mess of Factorio. There will be like a double whammy of Factorio. There we go. Now we go to the Factorio demo. Factorio demo. Where's the demo? I'm gonna look for it in my library. Where's the... Okay, I'm trying to download. Can I download the demo, please? For some reason, it won't allow me. How do I sort the game alphabetically? No, it is alphabetically. A, B, C, D, E, F. But I don't see it. What's up? What's going on? I'm trying to download it, but it's not downloading. I don't know what's going on. What's up with Factorio? Factorio is so messed up. Trying to set up the demo, but it just won't let me download it for some reason. It's a demo. Okay, I know it is a demo, but it just won't. I don't even see it on my list, the demo. Yeah. Let me see. I might need some. Maybe can I afford the full version of Factorio? PayPal. Can I afford to buy Factorio? This is like a big question. At which point I might as well ask you to consider becoming a Patreon and all that stuff. Okay, let me see. I'm really like this whole the Factorio is like a cursed, really cursed game. I'm doing my best, and now the stream is like sort of. Oh my God! Oh my! Oh, for Christ's sake! Really? Now my phone died. I'm trying so hard for you. The authorization is horrible. It just doesn't work. Ugh. For Christ's sake. Oh, for Christ's sake. Oh, I used the Mac microphone, which is called, what's it called again? It's called Elgato Wave 1. And it has pretty cool software added to it. Okay, maybe I'll just try it here. Okay, where is Where is... Yeah, I use wave 1. Apparently there's not much of a difference between them. Like apparently the difference becomes apparent if you have like a professional studio for singing and stuff. And I'm not really looking to do any professional singing studio work, so apparently if you don't, then there's not really much difference between wave 1 and 3 if you're not like really into some super like studio oriented work, you know? And I mean singing, stuff like singing and stuff, you know? So many people have $400 make and just don't see the point. We'll be streaming and posting YouTube videos on a different account starting in 2023, focusing on current events and weekly news. So I need a good mic, but not a super expensive one. Yeah, and we could do collabs, Jacob. Collabs, you know? Collaborations. You know? Do you want to do collabs with Luciaze? Can it be? Is this what you wish for me? Are we friends now? We friends? Wow, I'm struggling with the whole Factorio thing. But you know. Okay, it seems like I can play Factorio. Factorio, we will play some Factorio. There we go. Which I guess... What's going on? We quit Doom for now. Oh, I died. Okay, quit. And we're gonna set up Factorio, okay? Steam. Yeah, we're gonna do collabs like we are like, it's true. What seems to be the trouble with Factorio? I guess with Steam in general. Okay, like I have to restart Steam, I guess. I guess I need to restart Steam. So we seem to be having a problem with Steam right now. Steam does not like me to do Factorio. Which is not good. Because everybody demands that I where's service Steam. What the heck? Oh. There we go. So we'll start Steam. And then we go for the... I guess then we install Steven's favorite game. Hopefully, if Steam will let me. Because it seems like my Steam is like defending itself against... Oh, okay, not anymore. Okay, let's go. Factorio is a pretty small game as well. So we should install quickly. In the meantime, we can chat. We can chat about things. Chat. How are things? How are you? How is everybody? Is everybody okay? Is it installing? It's almost done. We can almost play, but I will have to... Oh no. It's still downloading? What the heck? It's so slow. It's so slow, the download. For my two... Good, yeah. Oh, nice. I'm having an amazing Sunday by, doing what? By doing the Factorio content. You're gonna do Factorio on top of Factorio while criticizing Steve here. Steve! Come on, Steve. Shout out President Sunday. Looking forward to Sunday exclusive stream. It's inevitable. Really? Yeah. Actually, President Sunday recently said that he still owns me a chat, So we might actually have that conversation at some point. You think so? You think 2023 will be good for Lucy? For Lucy Hadze? Lucy in the pond? Okay. Let me start and then set it up, and then we will have Factorio on top of Factorio. It'd be like a whole thing. Oh wait, it's installing. It needs to install. Things are actually improving. Really? Oh. Okay, let's go. Factorio. We set it up here. No, not like this. We set it to be a game. Game? Where is it? Where is the game? Game. There we go. Where's the... Okay. We had the game. Steven's favorite game. Factorio. We might have to learn how to play it, actually. Gosh, single player. New game. Free play? Isn't there a tutorial? There is a tutorial. After crash landing in this alien world, you will need to explore the area, harvest local resources, and automate the production of the items you need to survive. A series of 5 levels for new players. Levels 4 and 5 can be played in multiplayer. Play the tutorial. We'll play the tutorial first and then we will return to Steven. I want to know what I'm doing before, you know. How do you play this? That escape pod saved my life. I'm afraid the others were not so lucky. This window will occasionally pause the game and give you some hints. You can continue by pressing tab. You can always find the current objective in this window. Alright. Check if there's something useful in the escape pod. Move towards and press left click to open it. Alright. Widgets? I guess. Okay. Engineering? Affirmative. So what now? Ooh. Iron. So what do I, when you hover over an entity, useful detailed information appears in the tooltip here. Why here? A raw material that can be smelted into iron plates. Ooh. That seems easy enough. I guess those are the basics of the game, right? Okay, crafts. On the right hand side, you have crafting menu. Left clicking on the recipe will craft the depicted item. Boom. Not enough ingredients, what I need. Stone. I need stone. And be a stoner. Interesting? Amazing stream? This is what we're gonna do from now on when we react to Steven. We're gonna do Factorio on top of Factorio. But to do that, I need to go through the tutorial and actually know how to do anything. There you go. This is your crafting queue. Left click on an item in the queue if you want to cancel it. Alright. It's done. Select the stone furnace and build it on the ground near you by pressing left click. The indicator will appear a green if building is possible. It's true! I am doing the tutorial. Yeah, I'm telling what's going on, okay? So we can build here. So we know how to gather, and now we can know how to build a thing. We've built a thing. Okay. What now? What now? Open the stone furnace by pressing left click. Put the iron ore in the resource slot of the stone furnace. Put fuel into the stone furnace. You can use coal or wood, which you can mine nearby. Where is there? Oh, coal. Okay. Everything's nearby. I guess that's because like it's like a tutorial, right? We're doing pretty basic stuff so far, but at least we both know what's happening, right? There we go. The stone furnace is now smelting the iron ore into iron plates. Smelt. I feel quite tired from all this mining. I wonder if it could be automated. I mean, isn't it automated right now? Take the smelting iron plates from the stone furnace. Okay. There you go. Craft a burner mining drill. Yes, I understand the game when I watch Steven play. When I watch Steven play, I'm so confused. I get it, he's like 5,000 hours into the game, lol. Yeah. Like it usually is like that when you just watch a game being played from middle to end game, right? And we're on our first tutorial. What are we missing? Okay. That's done. Add the burner mining drill to the quick bar at the bottom of the screen using left click. Build the burner mining drill on the ground over a deposit. Okay. Put some fuel into the burner mining drill. Fuel that I do not have. But I'll get more fuel, don't worry. Okay. Feel like I need to put more fuel. The mining drill drops mined resources from in front of it. Pick up the item mined by mining drill. Press F while staying near it. Why F? Why F? Okay, okay. I'm gonna do it. Relax. Okay, let's put some more fuel. There you go. I could build something here to collect the resources from the mining drill. Craft wooden chest. Do I even have wood? I don't. Oh, okay. Where's wood? There you go. I need more. More wood. Give me more wood. Okay. So I'm gonna... put it here. Great, I learned something today. Yeah. Wait until at least 4 items are in the wooden box. Okay, I guess I'm gonna wait. Take all the item from the wooden box. Okay. Game finished. There you go. Extreme Toast. Yeah, it's like a very specific game, right? But it's the perfect game to play over Stevens. When we like bash Steven, we're gonna play Factorio. So it's gonna be like Factorio on top of Factorio Extreme Toast X. But don't worry, we're gonna play other games as well. Don't worry. I play many different jokes. All right. Next level? Or shall we take like I have not eaten anything. Maybe I should. Do we want to take a break and eat some dinner? I think I'm gonna take a break and eat dinner. True! It's true, extreme toast. I've been streaming for like almost 11 hours, so I should take a break and eat some dinner. What do you think? Should Lucy eat the dinner right now? And we can pick this up later, including Steven. Should... Whoa. Should Lucy take a break and eat dinner? Come on! If you take a break, I'll still be here. I just stopped to the Patreon. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Like this, this helps me like tons. Okay, that's like thank you so much. Yeah, best giggle. Okay. Thank you. So I'll be back later. Okay, and then we can continue doing Factorio and roasting Steven and Monsieur Female, okay? Thank you, and I will see you. You're on the Discord, right? Just in case, for anyone that is not on the Discord, I will post the link again. And remember that there is like a verification process that you have to go through. I'm gonna put it here. Discord. Put it once more. And I will see you later, okay? Thank you for coming. And we have a lot more streams planned for... thank you. There's like in order to do the verification, you need to type a specific thing into the verification window, and you will find it in the rules. Okay, so I will see you, okay? We have a lot planned for the 200th celebration, and I will continue streaming on both Twitch and YouTube for now. Okay, I'll see you. I will eat dinner now, okay?